Contents. Acknowledgements 7. Preface 9. 1. The Battle of La Moneda 17. 2. The coup and the CIA involvement 39. 3. Chile's concentration camp near the Antarctic 81. 4. Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet 118. 5. Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives 131. 6. The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand 158. 7. Chile's women divided, the supporters of the coup versus the jailed protesters 178. 8. The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara 208. 9. The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle 237. Index 275. Preface. Almost 9 years have gone by since Pinochet's fascist junta seized power in Chile. But to this day, after thousands of people have been put to death or thrown into concentration camps, the junta still rules Chile through the use of terror, torture, and making people disappear, the euphemism for execution. Recently the situation has degenerated further as a consequence of the junta-orchestrated 1980 plebiscite constitution that legitimizes repression, enabling Pinochet to tighten his stranglehold on the Chilean people. Noting this development, as detailed in a report by its Human Rights Commission rapporteur, the United Nations General Assembly at its meeting in December 1981, approved a resolution condemning the Pinochet regime by a vote of 84 in favor, 20 against, and 42 abstentions. It called on the junta regime to put an end to arbitrary detentions, physical and psychological intimidations and prosecution of persons who exercise their right to freedom of expression and to take effective measures to prevent torture and other forms of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, resulting in unexplained deaths. The United Nations resolution expressed deep concern that the whereabouts of the numerous persons who have disappeared over the past years are still unknown, and Chilean authorities continue to fail to take urgent and effective measures to clarify the fate of the disappeared. It also sought to have the Pinochet dictatorship restore fully trade union rights, and to guarantee freedom of assembly and the freedom of Chilean citizens freely to enter and leave the country. In view of the continued violation of human rights in Chile, the United Nations decided to have its rapporteur continue for yet another year to monitor the situation there. The rapporteur's 195-page report for 1981 is crammed with testimony on the ongoing repression in every aspect of Chilean life. Tortures. 10 Preface. Systematically practiced by the Chilean secret police, according to the report, include punches and kicks, obscene insults and harassment, especially in the case of women, beating and jumping on the victim, slapping the ears with the flat of the hand. Suspension upside down with the prisoner's body hanging in the fetal position, with the wrists bound to the ankles and a rough stick thrust into the space between knees and arms to support the body, insertion of a water ejector into the mouth and nostrils until the prisoner begins to choke, suspension of the prisoner by the wrists, nude, after which he is beaten with wet bags, sexual violence and rape, water torture. Junta apologists, of course, look approvingly on Pinochet's barbaric, iron-fisted politics. They have been singing hymns of praise to what they regard as the miraculous ability by Pinochet to restore order and tranquility following the 1973 coup disorders. But the occasional shots that ring out during the midnight curfew in Santiago and other cities throughout Chile tell another story. Many observers feel that it is the anti-junta opposition that has achieved the miraculous. For despite the brutal constraints put upon it, with most trade union and pro-Allende political leaders either killed or scattered in exile abroad, some of the parties that made up the Popular Unity Coalition managed to survive organizationally. In the past few years there have been unmistakable signs that anti-junta resistors have been regrouping, picking up strength and striking out against the junta in a variety of ways. There has been an upsurge in labor activity, with strikes, sabotage, and even commando raids on junta police installations. It is in the context of the growing resistance that the meaning of Allende's election to the presidency in 1970 can be understood. It is also within this frame of reference that one can perceive the reasons why the junta is unable to govern Chile except through terror, and why its paranoia is likely to grow as time goes by. Allende's election was not just a happening. Nor was it, needless to say, simply a testimonial to his personal, indefatigable persistence to get to the country's top office. Essentially it was a reflection of a sustained, growing conviction by labor and elements of the lower middle class that Chile's chronic poverty and its economic stagnation could not be resolved unless the country moved toward a basic economic and political reorganization along socialist lines. The growth of this political consciousness is demonstrated by the fact that when Salvador Allende ran for the presidency the first time, he polled only about 50,000 votes. By 1970, however, he garnered well over 1 million votes, roughly 1/3 of the total ballots cast. It is this deeply ingrained political commitment nurtured through decades that incites the junta's armed forces to behave like an army of occupation toward their own countrymen. The intransigence of Chile's labor and that of the overall left, which the junta finds so difficult to subdue, has been forged through the many years of struggle to attain better living standards and to extend democratic rights. In part, Allende had had a hand in shaping these developments since the middle 30s, soon after his graduation from medical school. Though born into an upper-middle-class family in Valparaiso, his father was a lawyer. Allende veered toward a leftist political outlook. While still at the university, he became a Socialist Party activist, and soon afterward was elected as a socialist deputy to the lower house of Congress. In the late 30s, when Pedro Aguirre Cerda became president of the left off-center Popular Front government, he appointed Allende Minister of Public Health. In this job, Allende traveled extensively to check on the health conditions of the country, and in the process he became more 12 preface convinced of the need for an overhaul of the entire Chilean system of government. He was appalled at the conditions of the urban slum dwellers, the barren existence of the half-starved coal and copper miners, and the misery of the peasants in the remote Chilean hinterland. From the standpoint of the Chilean left, the country's predicament resulted from the fact that its high revenue-producing raw materials, principally copper, were owned by foreign multinational corporations. And its food scarcities resulted from the stagnation of its agriculture because of the inefficient management by a semi-feudal oligarchy which lorded over most of the land. For nearly 30 years, first as a deputy and then as a senator, and also as a perennial presidential candidate, Allende hammered away at shaping legislation aimed at freeing Chile from foreign domination and at bringing about agrarian reform. Not surprisingly, these were also the main features of the program of the Popular Unity government when it came to power in 1970. However revolutionary these goals were, Allende believed that they could be accomplished through Chile's established democratic process, in keeping with its constitution. Though this program ran afoul in Congress because the rightists held the majority in both House and Senate, Allende was convinced that eventually the representation in Congress would take on a leftist character, and thus his socialist-tilting government would get the support of a congressional majority. Indeed, in the first 2.5 years of Allende's term, the left did gain more seats in Congress as more of the people rallied in support of the Popular Unity programs. The irony is that precisely because of this pro-Allende trend in the succeeding congressional elections, the rightist forces decided on a military coup to thwart the possibility of socialist reforms being approved democratically. The coup was in the making for a considerable period of time, and it was not strictly a Chilean domestic affair. It had long strings attached to Washington. President Nixon was not only abetting it but was pressuring his Chilean surrogates to bring it about as quickly as possible, particularly after the Allende government nationalized the Anaconda and Kennecott copper, 13 mines, and international telephone and telegraph. As was later disclosed in the United States Senate Select Committee hearings, the Nixon administration was heavily involved in subverting Allende's regime through the CIA and other channels. Interestingly enough, despite the plethora of testimony in this connection, the committee concluded that there was not enough proof to link Washington directly with the overthrow of the Popular Unity government, thus exonerating the United States from responsibility. However, beleaguered Allende had been by the hostile forces about him, whether inside or outside the country, Some of his critics feel that the outcome of the popular unity government experiment might have been different had Allende moved more decisively when dealing with the Chilean military establishment. Allende was convinced that the armed forces would remain neutral and even loyal to his government because it came to power legally. His belief was bolstered by the pledges of support from the chiefs of staff of the armed forces, first, from General René Schneider, who was assassinated precisely because of his loyalty, and then from his successor, General Carlos Prats. But above all, Allende feared that tangling with the military to ferret out the suspected conspirators, might have triggered a putsch at the very beginning of his administration. Whatever the shortcomings of his leadership, adherents of all the parties that made up Allende's coalition government continue to pay homage to his valiant stand at the La Moneda presidential palace against the junta usurpers. At the cost of his life, Allende rededicated Chile's will to resist fascism, and to prevent the destruction of Chile's democratic traditions, as one Chilean put it. With his sacrifice, his supporters contend, Allende told the Chilean people and the world at large that his constitutional government had been violated, and that under no circumstances should the junta be viewed as anything other than an illegal and an immoral band of conspirators ruling Chile by terror and firing squad. New York, January 1982. The Battle of La Moneda. Salvador Allende Gossens looked out the window of his private office in La Moneda, the presidential palace, and watched troops and tanks advancing toward the nation's seat of government. They marched with rifles at the ready, and lumbering Sherman tanks took battle positions around the palace. For a few moments, the president looked down with disbelief, as though mesmerized, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to the ministers and advisers who stood around his desk and said, "I'm going to talk to the people once more. I shall tell them that I will fight to the death to uphold the Constitution and Chile's legal government. I will not submit to the traitorous military junta. I will not resign. I will not agree to the overthrow of this legitimate government." He picked up the microphone on his desk, which was connected to Radio Magallanes, the one station still in government hands. "These are my last words, certain that the sacrifice will not be in vain," he said. "I am sure that there will be at least a moral sanction that will punish the felony, the cowardice, and treason. Workers of my homeland, I have faith in Chile and its future. Other men will overcome this dark and bitter moment when treason seems to reign. You must never forget that sooner rather than later the grand avenues will be open where free men will march on to build a better society. Long live Chile! Long live the people! Long live the workers!" He was as accurate in predicting his own death as he was firm in his resolve to meet it bravely. For on that crisp day, September 11, 1973, he led 5 hours of battle in which he and a handful of his loyal supporters held off repeated assaults by tanks, shell fire, and continuous sorties by Hunter Hawker dive bombers. At 2:20 p.m. Allende and many of La Moneda's 17 defenders were gunned down. The huge flames sparked by the bombing attacks enveloped the palace, transforming it into a funeral pyre, not only for Allende but for Chile itself. The junta had triumphed in one of the handful of Latin American nations that prided itself on a truly democratic tradition and an abiding respect for a constitutional government. Overnight, a torrent of blood separated Chile from the rest of the world. Acting on patterns borrowed from Nazi Germany, the junta set up concentration camps into which thousands upon thousands of Chileans were herded. Allende supporters tortured or put to death included workers, some of Chile's most prominent writers, professors, physicians, housewives, students, and artists, even the beloved folk singer, Victor Jara. The death of Allende and of his popular unity government produced reverberations far beyond the borders of Chile or of South America, or, for that matter, of the Western Hemisphere. The word Chile, usually vaguely known to most of the world as the name of some remote country in the grip of the Andes in South America, sprang out of obscurity and became a cause, a symbol of fascist terror, a victim of the greed of multinational corporations. And army takeovers of Latin American governments are not novel phenomena. They are generally banana republic transitions, in which one group within the power establishment seizes power with military assistance from the one in office, there is little or no participation on either side by the disfranchised, poverty-stricken inhabitants. The scenario is usually the same. The triumphant junta offers the outgoing president and his family a plane to take them into exile, in exchange for his willingness to abdicate. And he customarily accepts, goes off to Miami or to Spain, fades out of politics, and becomes a footnote to history. Such was not the case with Allende. When the military junta telephoned him at La Moneda at about 8 a.m. on the day of the putsch, telling him that a plane was ready to transport him and his family, and even some of his closest collaborators out Chile on the condition that he resign, Allende shouted back, "As traitorous generals, you are incapable of knowing what honorable men are like." And he slammed down the receiver. This is probably the first time in Latin American history that a head of state refused to knuckle under to victorious military usurpers, if only to save his own skin. Instead, he chose to fight against overwhelming odds. The coup in Santiago was preceded by rumors throughout the night about mysterious troop movements in the direction of the Chilean capital from military bases in the Andes. At about midnight, Allende received a report from his palace night staff about these activities at the presidential residence on Tomás Moro Street. These reports came from night laborers on highways leading to Santiago. Considering the growing tension in Chile several months prior to the coup, such reports were taken seriously and yet with a grain of salt, since people were jittery and tended to exaggerate ordinary events. So Allende called Orlando Letelier, the defense minister, and asked him to check out the report with General Herman Brady, the recently installed commandant of the Santiago region. Brady told Letelier he had absolutely no information concerning this report and assured him that everything appeared normal and peaceful. There was nothing to fear, he said. Letelier got back to Allende with Brady's message but promised to be on the alert for further developments for the rest of the night. Both he and the palace staff continued to probe other military officials since the rumors would not abate. These officials denied having any information that would shed light on these reports. Only one general volunteered the idea that such troop transports might have something to do with the Independence Day parade scheduled for the following week, September 19. These soldiers, he said, might be en route to Santiago to rehearse for the military parade. At 6:30 in the morning of the day of the putsch, Allende was awakened by a phone call from the palace and was told that the Navy was in rebellion and had occupied Valparaiso, Chile's main port and second largest city. All communications with it were cut. He immediately called Letelier and told him to order 20. The Battle of La Moneda. General Augusto Pinochet, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, to arrange for maximum security for the presidential palace and for Santiago as a whole. But Letelier had already tried to reach Pinochet and could not locate him, nor could he reach Pinochet's next in command, General Urrutia. Moreover, he was astonished, he said, to find Admiral Carvajal answering the phone when he called his own office at the Defense Ministry. What was the Admiral doing there, and at that hour in the morning? In the next 45 minutes Allende was on the phone with government officials and leaders of the various political groups that formed his Popular Unity Party. He still was uncertain how widespread the uprising was. But he summoned his personal bodyguards at Tomás Moro, who quickly loaded 3 vehicles with bazookas, automatic rifles, and machine guns. This group of 27 young men, devoted to Allende and highly trained sharpshooters, were known as the G.A.P. Grupo de Armada de Protección. At 7:15 a.m. he entered his car, his head covered with a helmet and in his hand a light machine gun, a gift from Fidel Castro, who had visited Chile some months earlier. Going at breakneck speed, with the 3-car convoy immediately behind him, Allende arrived at the presidential palace at 7:30. At first glance everything seemed normal. There was the usual detachment of carabineros and their tanks standing guard. But minutes later various ministers, close friends, and trusted advisors began rushing into the building. Among them were Carlos Briones, Minister of the Interior, Clodomiro Almeida, Foreign Affairs Chief, José Toja, former Defense Minister, and his brother Jaime Toja, Agriculture Minister, Daniel Vergara, Undersecretary of the Interior, Jaime Barrios, an eminent economist and close friend of the president, with his wife, Nancy, Frida Modak, the president's press secretary, and Miriam Contreras, his personal secretary. Soon after there also arrived Allende's two daughters, Beatriz, a close political aide to the president, married to a Cuban diplomat and mother of a 3-year-old daughter, and Isabel, married to a Chilean scientist. But Letelier was not 21 among those present. While this group was conferring with Allende or with each other in the president's office, Augusto Olivares, the journalist, then director of Chile's national television network, was glued to the telephone, desperately trying to get news of the latest developments. As yet there was nothing definite about the army's role in connection with the Navy uprising. Santiago appeared tranquil. And those who had driven to La Moneda had experienced no problems getting there. Allende phoned his wife to reassure her that while things were difficult, all was not lost. "The situation is serious," he told her, "but do not despair. Though the Navy mutinied, I am confident there are enough loyal army units to deal with the situation." About 10 minutes later Allende made his first radio address, telling the Chilean people about the Valparaiso rebellion. He urged his listeners to remain calm. So far as Santiago was concerned, everything looked peaceful. However, he appealed to all members of trade unions to be on the alert and to take all necessary means to defend their factories and plants should the need arise. He pleaded with them to avoid provocations and stand ready for further instructions. At 8:15 Allende made a second radio broadcast, very much along the same lines. But even as he spoke, the hope for dependability of the military quickly began to evaporate. Growing concern about Letelier's absence was reinforced with the arrival of Colonel Valenzuela, the Undersecretary of War. Valenzuela was certain that something must have happened to Letelier. He himself had just come from the Ministry of Defense, where soldiers had barred his way to his own office. And as Allende finished his second speech there was a phone call from the Air Force headquarters. Scarcely did he place the receiver to his ear when his face clouded with profound disbelief. He muttered, the traitors. They don't even have enough guts to tell me this directly." The voice on the other end of the wire was that of Roberto Sanchez, the president's Air Force aide-de-camp. He was telling Allende that a junta composed of the three branches of /22 the Battle of La Moneda, the military had demanded that the president resign and that the Air Force was making a plane available to fly him to exile to any country of his choice. "Tell them I am the president," Allende shouted into the phone, "and it is here at La Moneda that I am going to remain." It quickly became clear why Letelier had not found General Gustavo Lee when he tried to trace the reports of troop movements, and why it was impossible to reach General Augusto Pinochet, whom Allende had named Supreme Commander of the Chilean Armed Forces the month before. Allende could not have been entirely surprised at the turn of events, considering the thickening conspiratorial atmosphere of the previous several months, but it must have been a particularly heavy blow to discover Pinochet's deceit and betrayal. This was the man who reached the pinnacle of his career because of Allende. Posturing as a friend of the Popular Unity government, he had cultivated close personal relations with the people he eventually put to death. Only 2 months before the putsch he had personally helped put down an incipient mutiny by an army tank battalion. Chileans who suffered torture at the hands of the junta recall how slyly Pinochet wormed himself into their homes and even their hearts. At 8:30, within minutes after Allende's indignant rejection of the exile offer, the junta repeated its ultimatum in a nationwide broadcast. The president should immediately relinquish his authority to the armed forces and the Carabineros of Chile. All press, radio, and TV channels, formerly in the service of the Popular Unity parties, must immediately suspend their operations or face punishment by air and ground forces. In the next half hour, Allende's 3 aides-de-camp from the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force suddenly appeared at the door of his office urging that he see them at once. They all attempted to persuade him to resign. The junta was really in earnest about taking La Moneda by force, they said. But Allende remained adamant. Moreover, he said, there was no longer any point in talking to anybody in uniform, since even his own aides were taking orders from the junta. Trust had run out, he told them. He had been especially fond of Commander Sanchez. 23. Who was close to the Allende family and had accompanied the president and his wife on many official missions abroad. He gave Sanchez a warm handshake as he bade him farewell and told the three men to leave the palace. Waiting to see Allende next was General José María Sepúlveda, commanding officer of the Carabineros, and known to have been loyal to Allende. Downcast and angry, he told the president that he had been relieved of his command and that the junta had ordered him and the Carabineros security guard to remove their gear, tanks and all, and withdraw from the palace. Dr. Danilo Bartulin, one of several physicians on the staff of the Palace Medical Corps, who remained with Allende to the end, describes the president as solemn but composed, very much in command of the situation. As the Carabineros began to abandon the palace, Allende told his ministers and friends that regardless of the outcome at La Moneda, Chile's war against fascism would have to continue. He discussed strategy for the future with calm and determination. His chief concern centered on the means to salvage the progressive legislation his regime was able to bring about for Chile's disfranchised sections of the population. For this reason as well as for their own safety, he urged certain political leaders, in particular, to leave the palace at once, while there was still time. A number of those around him shook his hand and left through side doors. Allende then made his historic last address to the Chilean people. Dr. Bartulin recalls that the president spoke in a firm voice and without reference to notes. There was a decisiveness in tone and a somber serenity at the same time. Immediately after his address he went about the business of setting up the last-ditch defenses of the palace. His helmet back on and machine gun in hand, the nation's commander-in-chief sized up his total army of 40 men. A somewhat portly figure dressed in maroon trousers, a pullover sweater, and a gray tweed jacket, he moved about quickly, directing his men to the various battle stations. Allende showed no panic, even though the ringing telephones brought increasingly bad tidings. There was no longer any doubt about Valparaiso. It was now. 24. The Battle of La Moneda fully in control of the junta forces, who overnight had executed hundreds of Marines and sailors who refused to go along with the mutiny. Similar reports were coming in from the port city of Antofagasta, from Valdivia, and from other key cities. Even at this juncture, after nearly 3 years of precarious tightrope maneuvers to keep the rightist sections of the army from mutiny, and constantly defusing situations which were ready to explode into a civil war, Allende still had some hope that cooler heads among some of the generals and admirals would prevail and halt the onrush to disaster. La Moneda was a busy place. Under the portraits of Chile's former presidents and generals, who looked down with a sense of confidence at having added to Chile's proud history, Allende's staff rushed about preparing for battle. Some were destroying documents and rosters of names of Allende supporters whose lives would be in jeopardy if these papers fell in the junta's hands. Others made a quick inventory of the weaponry and ammunition in the small palace arsenal. Dr. Bartulin, Dr. Oscar Soto, a cardiologist, and others of the medical staff, were preparing the infirmary for emergency treatment of the battle casualties that were bound to come. At about 9:40 a.m., soon after his farewell address, Allende called a meeting of all those still in La Moneda, except the men already at their battle stations at windows and doors. Allende was serious but unruffled. He seemed almost relieved that his mind was made up, that there were no options, that the only honorable alternative was to show Chile and the world that anti-fascists would not surrender without a fight. The meeting took place in Sala Tosca, the largest conference hall at La Moneda. A huge chandelier lit up the unadorned, pale yellow walls of this ceremonial chamber, usually reserved for high-level official functions. Allende sat down behind a huge table on the platform, at the head of the hall. Frida Modak remembers that the president outlined the nature of the insurrection, reported on the latest developments, and spoke of his decision to fight it out at La Moneda. But, he explained, this was to be a political action, and should not be viewed in terms of personal martyrdom. Dispassionately he went on to declare that 25. The Battle of La Moneda was only the beginning. That is how we write the first page of history, he said. The next page will be written by the Chilean people and by all Latin Americans. And once again he called on those in the palace who had no experience with firearms to get out, and help develop the resistance against the junta on the outside. Also, he added, those who did not agree with his decision to make a stand in La Moneda should leave, and should do so without guilt, without remorse. The struggle against fascism need not result in useless deaths. There will be plenty to do outside the palace. He then turned to yet another immediate problem, the presence of 9 women at the palace. In addition to his daughters, there were his private secretary, Nancy Barrios, the wife of the economist who decided to remain with the president, 2 newspaper reporters, Frida Modak, and 2 clerical assistants. Allende insisted that all of them get out of the palace as soon as possible. The women, however, protested vociferously, demanding to stay and fight alongside the men. Beatrix was especially obstinate. For several minutes the exchange between Allende and the women was contentious and heated. After yet another tilt with Beatriz, Allende said his mind was made up, the women had to go. With this final statement, Frida Modak says, he rose and strode out of the room in the direction of his private office. There were no special words for his daughters or for anyone else. A short, steely silence followed. There was scarcely any time for us to react. Events were moving quickly and preparations for the defense of the palace took on a grim reality. As if to underscore the gravity of the moment, shots were heard from the direction of the main square in front of the palace. In a matter of seconds the attacking forces opened fire, Dr. Bart Uhlin recalls. And we in the palace returned the fire. The battle was joined. The noise of rifles and machine guns was deafening. Most of the shooting was aimed at the section of the palace which housed the president's private office. But out of that very office a bazooka was seen protruding from the window, out of which a shot scored a direct hit at a tank as it neared the building. Momentarily it was heartening because our counterattack appeared to stop the junta soldiers. 2 of their tanks had been destroyed and many of their men were in retreat. The commanding officer of the junta forces was enraged. He warned us by radio that unless we surrendered the Air Force would blow us to 21 smithereens. He told us that we had until 11 o'clock to make up our minds, that bombardment would begin exactly at that hour. With the palace surrounded, Allende could do nothing to get the women out until he could arrange a temporary truce. Still protesting, they were sent into a small storage room in the interior of the building, presumably a safer haven. In the shuffle, the president's private secretary managed to separate herself from the group and hide, determined to see it through. Word got back to Allende of our resistance, Frida Modak said. During a brief lull in the battle, the president rushed down to our shelter and began imploring us to leave. You are so young, he said. And you have so much to contribute in the fight against the junta. He addressed us individually, in turn, pointing up our value in the struggles ahead. He then pleaded directly with Beatriz and Isabel. To Beatriz he said, think of your child at home, and think of your unborn child. You owe it to them to stay alive. And to Isabel, to her mother will need all the help you can give her. And then his voice took on an urgent, hard timbre, as though saying enough is enough, and he ordered us to leave the palace. Some of us argued that a truce would not be honored. Beatriz insisted that there were no guarantees of safety once the women were outside La Moneda, there was only a junta general's promise. And suppose the general reneged on his word and decided to hold them hostage, thereby forcing Allende to surrender to protect his daughters and others. Increasingly impatient, Allende snapped that if that happened, then the entire world would indeed be jolted by the horror that will have descended upon Chile. To make sure his order would be carried out, Allende accompanied the women to the side door on Morandé Street. He hugged his daughters and the others. Nancy Barrios held her husband in a brief embrace, but there was no time for talk. She pressed a note into his hand, "Te amo siempre." At the door Allende picked up a telephone which was still connected to the palace intercom and to the administrative guard post across the street, now occupied by the Junta General. 28 The Battle of La Moneda. He said, "There is a group of women who are going to leave La Moneda. And even though you are a traitor, General, I would expect that you will at least have the decency to give these young women safe conduct and provide them with a jeep to get them out of the area of combat." There was dead silence for about 2 minutes and then the general replied that he would agree to Allende's plan. Frida Modak continues. "I shall never forget that last time I saw Allende, his head covered by a helmet, his hand holding the machine gun. There were no further last-moment embraces or farewells. We suddenly found ourselves out on the street, with the door shut behind us. But there was no jeep at the door, nor any soldiers in view. Nor was there any shooting. Cautious and bewildered, we crossed the street toward the palace guard post. But again no one was inside or near the buildings. What had happened was that the military had already been pulled back to a safe enough distance to be out of range of the air attacks that were to follow soon after. There were only 2 drunkards standing in the middle of the street, totally oblivious to the world about them. As the bomber aircraft began their initial reconnaissance sweeps, buzzing La Moneda at a rooftop level, the 2 men would stagger about on rubbery legs, throw their arms about in all directions as though directing traffic, and mindlessly keep lurching on. We, for our part, must have looked as though we were adrift, without compass or direction. We walked a bit farther but saw no jeep nor any human being except the 2 intoxicated men wandering off in their own world. There was an eerie silence as we neared the vacant broad avenues and the plaza in front of the palace. As we huddled together for a moment, trying to consider what to do next, Beatriz said that she was going back to the palace and tell Allende that we would probably be better off inside La Moneda than outside, should the bombing raids commence. And before anyone else could offer an opinion, Beatriz just took off. She crossed the street and ran back toward the Morande Street door. Beatriz knocked frantically but only the small lookout window was opened. Dr. Bart Ulan was at the door. Beatriz told 29 him there was no jeep and that we were in an exposed position. She begged him to let us back in. But Bart Ulan handed her his car keys, told her where his car was parked and said he was sorry but the president's order was not to let us re-enter the palace. Beatriz rejoined our group. A quick inspection of the parking area at the palace showed that the cars had been demolished during the morning battle. We had to escape on foot and it was now 11:15, a quarter of an hour past the promised bombing of the palace. As we turned the corner we were greeted by a deafening roar of bullets from what seemed like all directions. This was an infantry softening attack on La Moneda, but to us it appeared as though we were the targets, with unseen enemies taking aim. We dashed across the street to a 2-story building, but the doors were locked and there was no response to our frantic ringing of the bell. We then made our way to the building housing La Prensa, a newspaper belonging to the Christian Democratic Party, some of whose leadership conspired with the junta to bring down the Allende government. As we were about to enter the building, 2 of our group, very young women whom we didn't know and who may have been with the custodial staff of one of the ministries connected with the palace, suddenly broke away, turned the corner and disappeared from view. So here we were, 6 women entering the La Prensa building, totally empty except for the doorman. He eyed us with a kind of disbelief. We certainly looked bedraggled. Our hair was windblown, our clothes a mess, and one of us decidedly pregnant, all suddenly emerging from a deserted street with bullets ricocheting around us. We told him we were employees at one of the ministries, that we had come to work totally unaware of the developments that were in the making. He didn't recognize any of us, and he didn't ask questions. He led us to the open stairwell saying that it was probably the safest place from whatever stray bullets might reach the building. Meanwhile his transistor radio continued to crackle with an endless series of junta proclamations, and with warnings of the imminent bombardment of La Moneda. No sooner had we sat down than the bombardment began. 30 The Battle of La Moneda. Our faces were drawn, eyes staring ahead. We were numbed with pain, and the radio kept jabbering away as rocket after rocket slammed down on La Moneda with thunderous explosions. From time to time our host would utter such philosophical comments as, "Why don't those people in La Moneda give up? They probably aren't even there. They probably found a hiding place outside. And in the meantime beautiful La Moneda will be destroyed." We looked at each other without saying a word. Beatriz was sitting next to me. But she and the rest remained fully in control of their emotions. Suddenly the door swung open and a young La Prensa reporter dashed in. "It's a terrible, terrible thing," he exclaimed to no one in particular. He looked at us and quickly sized up the situation. He knew exactly who we were. But he said nothing and walked away in the direction of his office. We remained at La Prensa for about half an hour, within a short walking distance from La Moneda, where bombs came crashing down to pulverize a historic edifice and everyone in it, where some of us had a father, a husband, or a close friend. Were they still alive? Were they killed by bullets, or were they being burned to death by incendiary bombs? Suddenly the bombing stopped. And the radio announced that there would be a half-hour bombing reprieve to see whether Allende and his men would surrender. We left our shelter hoping to get out of the palace area as quickly as possible. We couldn't see La Moneda itself because of the enormous plumes of billowing smoke darkening the entire area. We walked for about 2 blocks when once again bullets began whistling about us. Apparently it was still another attempt to wear down the Moneda defenders and allow the infantry to take over. The cacophony was overpowering. There was the staccato rattle of machine guns, rifle fire, and occasional cannon salvos. We turned the corner and there, on Ahumada Street, was a hotel only 1 block away. For some reason 2 more of our group, the 2 women journalists, suddenly left and ran off in the opposite direction. We were now only 4, Beatriz, Isabel, Nancy, and I. We walked into the lobby, which was jammed with joyous 31 merrymakers, men and women, all obviously upper class, judging by their dress, all celebrating the junta's seizure of power. It was a spree. Since the lobby looked out on a street which led directly to La Moneda, these people had a front seat view of the bombing attacks on the palace. No one recognized us as we shuffled quickly to a corridor-like extension, slightly away from the lobby. Weary, tense, forlorn, we settled down for a moment in the comfortable leather chairs. But only for a moment. We noticed the telephone booths and some of us quickly made for them. I was able to call my mother and tell her I was safe. Isabel got no answer from her mother who, we thought, was still at Tomas Moro. Amazingly, some of the phones in La Moneda were still functioning. Nancy was able to get through to her husband, who told her that despite the bombardment some of the people were still alive. But then there was a buzzing sound and the line was cut off. For a brief moment our morale was somewhat restored. While the horror of the final outcome of La Moneda was oppressively clear to all of us, the very fact that Allende and others had managed to survive gave us a momentary euphoria. But all this was dashed as the hotel lobby radio began reporting that Tomas Moro was also under bomber attack. Isabel crumpled in her chair, her eyes flooded with tears. Beatriz ran to console her, whispering that their mother might have gotten away before the bombing began. All this was unfolding against the background of joy and a spirit of fiesta in the adjacent lobby, as champagne bottles popped and the revelers shouted themselves hoarse congratulating themselves that the Allende era was about over. "Hooray, the show is over," someone bellowed. "Down with the Marxists. Let's drink to our generals, to our glorious junta." And as the bombing resumed, there were more cheers and more hoorays. "What a pounding," someone screamed with relish. "They'll be broiled chickens. Look at those flames. It's a regular bonfire." Each exclamation was like a dagger in our hearts. It was unbearable, suffocating. We had to get out. While we were in a huddle deliberating where to go next, a man who seemed like the 32 the Battle of La Moneda hotel manager approached us and said, "It is not that I want you out of here. But as you can see for yourself, this is not a very safe place for you. And since the 3 p.m. curfew is almost upon us, it would be better if you leave as soon as possible." We weren't sure whether he knew who we were, but obviously we didn't belong. So we filed out of the hotel lobby, turning our faces away from the direction of La Moneda, where enormous flames were shooting skywards, with sections of the horizon covered by a wall of black smoke which could be seen from every part of Santiago. Nancy lived close by, but it would have been suicidal to go to her apartment since the junta people were probably already there, ransacking her belongings. One of our group remembered. Fire and smoke enveloped La Moneda, the presidential palace, following a bomber attack. President Allende and a handful of guardsmen put up a last-ditch stand in defense of the Popular Unity government for nearly 5 hours. 33 The murder of Chile, a dentist friend whose office was in the vicinity. VVE thought we could rest there, make our phone calls, and sort out our alternatives as to the next move. But when we reached his office, we found it was closed. This was the dentist's day off, the porter told us. I remembered a seamstress I had known who lived in the same area. We made our way there, but the door was locked. We trudged about in the lonely, deserted streets. There was only occasional traffic when troop carriers or cars covered with fascist slogans or with names of such rightist organizations as Patria y Libertad streaked by, as though driven by madmen. Suddenly a car driven by a man, with a woman beside him, and 2 children in the back seat, came along and slowed down. "We are going toward Parque Forestal. If you need a lift, hop in." We climbed in and somehow were able to make it in the back seat with the children sitting on our laps. When the car reached Plaza Italia, at the beginning of a residential area, we spotted a military patrol stationed in the middle of the street, checking each car as it came along. There was a tank and several black army vans. None of us uttered a word at the sight of the patrol. I was especially concerned about our good Samaritans, the driver and his wife, who might easily wind up in tragedy for having helped us, not knowing our identities. If the soldiers should recognize us, it would be most difficult to explain that our meeting with this couple was entirely uncalculated. The soldiers were quite young, and apparently from the provinces. As we filed out of the car, one of them said to Beatriz in a worried tone, "Señora, are you all right?" "Not quite," she responded. "I am afraid I may be having RNY baby right away." Actually, Beatriz was indeed experiencing occasional contractions brought on by the tension. Whereupon the soldier told his buddy to hurry with the examination of our bags and then turned to our driver and said, "You better get going, and get her to a doctor fast." As the car began rolling away, we noticed that the young wife of our driver was very nervous. From time to time she would look back, stare at me as though trying to place me. This was not altogether surprising. For a period of 2 years I was seen. 34 The Battle of La Moneda frequently on television, conducting press conferences, or otherwise involved in news programs having to do with Allende and the government. Fortunately, we soon came to a street where a friend of Nancy's lived with her mother. We thanked our driver profusely and quickly walked away in the direction of the new shelter. We entered the house precisely at 3 p.m., the hour the curfew went into effect. We remained there for 36 hours. When Allende finally took leave of the women, he quickly returned to his office to check on further developments. There was little to cheer him. However, taking advantage of the lull in the fighting, Allende made a final inspection of his tiny army. He paid meticulous attention to measures designed to fortify the positions of those left to defend La Moneda. In addition to ammunition, the palace arsenal also had a supply of gas masks, which were distributed to everybody. Of course, La Moneda was a fortress in itself. Built in the 18th century, it was a massive grey edifice in downtown Santiago. Despite its thick, 3-foot walls, it had a pleasant as well as an enduring character. In its center there was an open, cheerful ambience. Wide, glass-covered corridors led to the various conference halls and adjacent ministries, filled with plants and semi-tropical flowers. During the Allende years there was little formality in the halls of La Moneda. Its corridors resounded with the sound of hundreds of peasant and worker delegations whose counsel was sought by ministry officials on trade union problems, health safety measures in the mines and industrial plants, and plans to nationalize major foreign and domestic multinational enterprises. It shed its former official, crusty bureaucratic trappings. As one American observer put it, it was something like an indoor Boston Common in the early days of the American Revolution, allowing all political groups to sound off. Unless attacked from the air, La Moneda would be a difficult bastion to breach. And Allende and his supporters made doubly sure that this was how it was going to be. The junta generals would have to rip La Moneda apart stone by stone, and thereby reveal themselves as the destroyers of one of Chile's proudest. 35. National monuments. For Allende and his last defenders, La Moneda became their Madrid of the Spanish Civil War, during which the Republicans vowed that the city would not be surrendered to the Franco legions, and No Pasaran became the rallying cry of early anti-Nazis the world over. While doing his inspection, constantly interrupted by phone calls and questions from his anxious aides, Allende suddenly turned to Dr. Bart Uhlin and said, "I sure am hungry. I certainly could devour a sandwich." And miraculously enough, somebody produced a slice of bread which he began munching immediately. Dr. Bart Uhlin ran down to the Palace restaurant to see if something more substantial was on hand. Much to his surprise he discovered that the refrigerator contained several chickens ready for broiling, obviously prepared by the kitchen staff the day before. He was almost gleeful at this find. And as he lit the stove and placed the chickens inside, the first bomb slammed into La Moneda, within close range of the kitchen. In seconds shattered glass, twisted metal, crumbling walls, powdered plaster, and the raw chickens became all one unrecognizable mess. Dr. Bart Uhlin, gasping for air as he wrestled with his gas mask, was among the first to be wounded, a cut hand and a mild concussion. Then came the second bomber attack, and yet another. All told, about 25 sorties within 40 minutes. Olivares, the Chilean journalist, was mortally wounded. The others were dazed, coughing, and choking from the noxious gas of the exploding rockets. Apparently the gas masks were not effective. Parts of the roof caved in. Splintered furniture, pieces of sculpture were scattered in all directions. But most ominous was the wall of fire and smoke advancing from the left side of the palace, known as the Red Room. This is the area in which a dozen defenders must have been killed outright from several direct rocket hits. There was no way of reaching these men since a roaring blaze was now enveloping the entire area, threatening the office of Allende and the remaining defenders. In a desperate effort to contain the fire, Allende ordered all faucets opened in the lavatories and in what remained of those in the kitchen. As one survivor described it, "We were about to be." 36. The Battle of La Moneda burned to a crisp and drowned at the same time. There was a brief pause following the bombardment. Allende once again reviewed his beleaguered forces. He himself had been in the thick of it. His fingers and hands bore gunpowder smudges from having fired his machine gun. Suddenly, to everyone's amazement, the intercom phone began ringing. The call came from the junta general directing the assault. He offered a temporary ceasefire and asked Allende to send 2 emissaries to discuss a proposal to halt the hostilities. Allende was strongly opposed to such negotiations since he was certain that the junta would again demand his resignation, something he vowed not to do. Moreover, he warned that the junta offer might turn out to be a trick, and those undertaking the mission would never get back. There were those in the group who felt that there was nothing to lose, since it was obvious that their position was hopeless, but all agreed that there would be no compromise on the issue of Allende's surrendering the presidency. Allende assigned a negotiating committee of 3, Fernando Flores, chief of the presidential staff, Daniel Vergara, and Osvaldo Puccio, the president's executive secretary and confidant. Puccio's 19-year-old son, also named Osvaldo, became the fourth member when he insisted on accompanying his father. Minutes went by and more minutes went by. But no word reached the Allende people about the negotiations. And then it became clear that Allende's prediction was correct. The four emissaries were not heard from again. The junta's truce came to an explosive end as the assaulting ground troops began attacking La Moneda from all sides with recoilless rifles, cannons, and heavy machine guns. At 1:30 p.m., the first contingent broke through one of the doors and suddenly some of the defenders on the ground floor of La Moneda found themselves surrounded. Allende and about a dozen men were on the second floor, with some of the group continuing to shoot at the invaders. Those taken prisoner on the ground floor were kicked, battered with rifle butts, and shoved out into the street. They were ordered to drop to the ground with their arms outstretched as 37. Soldiers frisked them for weapons and kicked them again. One of the commanding officers walked over to Dr. Soto and demanded that he identify himself. When he did so, the officer told him to go to Allende's office and tell him to give up or face immediate execution. Soto ran up the partly destroyed marble staircase shouting to warn Allende that he was coming with a message. He saw Allende sitting at a desk, the machine gun still in his hands and a group of about 15 people standing guard around him. Allende listened to what Soto said and then ordered everyone to go down to give themselves up to the junta officers below. There is no point in useless deaths. I order you to go, he told the men around him. Most of them obeyed. And so with their hands up in surrender, Dr. Soto and 10 others began their walk down, single file. They were stood up against the wall, cursed and kicked by the soldiers who searched them for guns. In the meantime, a platoon of heavily armed soldiers rushed into the building and up the stairs. There was a brief exchange of gunfire. And then a perspiring, somewhat bedraggled but smiling officer rushed down to announce to other officers and soldiers at the door that Allende was dead. Allende was killed with 5 of his personal bodyguards, young men between the ages of 18 and 25, who would. Surrendered prisoners were kicked, hit with rifle butts, and then forced to lie on the pavement face down while trigger-happy junta soldiers stood watch. 58 The Battle of La Moneda. Not leave their president. The Battle of La Moneda was over at 2:20 p.m. on September 11, 1973. Of the dozens or so survivors who were taken prisoner, 10 of them were tortured and executed within the next 12 hours. Among them were the economist Jaime Barrios, the nationally known psychiatrist, Dr. Jorge Klein, Dr. Enrique Parras, the Director of Education and Science Research, and the sociologist, Claudio Gimeno. The junta thought that by killing Allende and some 30,000 of his supporters it would blot out his memory and his social reform programs in one fell swoop. It appears, however, that quite the reverse has happened. Allende has emerged as Chile's greatest martyr. It is ironic that what Allende failed to accomplish as president, he has been able to achieve in death, that is, to keep a firm hand in solidifying the views of the various parties that made up the Popular Unity government and, at the same time, develop a more venturesome or daring policy which might have helped avert the putsch. In giving up his life to uphold a constitutional principle, he converted himself into a symbol of national honor, a sort of reference point for those continuing to fight against the junta. Regardless of party origins or previous political labels, Chile's exiles scattered across the globe, whether in Mexico, South America, Italy, France, or Sweden, are united in their resolve to bring down Pinochet and the junta and return democracy and liberty to their country. The same is true for those inside Chile who are willing to take extraordinary risks in organizing the resistance, notwithstanding the daily menace of torture and the firing squad. FF. The coup and the CIA involvement. President Nixon informed CIA Director Richard Helms that an Allende regime in Chile would not be acceptable to the United States. The CIA was instructed by President Nixon to play a direct role in organizing a military coup d'état in Chile to prevent Allende's accession to the presidency. Covert Action Staff Report of United States Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities. Washington, D.C., 1975. I hope there are no eyewitness accounts as to what transpired on the morning of the coup at the United States Embassy in Chile. It is safe to surmise that there was a good deal of backslapping and self-congratulating among the small group of top-ranking CIA and State Department officials as they raised their whiskey glasses to toast a job well done. After all, as the Senate Select Committee later disclosed, it took years of conspiratorial preparation and many millions of dollars. But what a payoff! The sound of every exploding bomb, the stutter of machine guns, the whine of bullets, all were telling evidence that everything was going satisfactorily. And if they had looked out of the windows, they could have seen the Allende regime not only tottering but literally wiped out by rocket and fire. Huge clouds of smoke were billowing out of La Moneda, the presidential palace where Allende made his last stand. Squads of soldiers poured out of personnel carriers, scurrying in all directions, exchanging rifle fire with half-hidden snipers. The shantytown pockets of resistance were now smoldering heaps of ashes, the flattened tin cans and strips of wood, the building. 39. 40. The coup and the CIA involvement. Materials for the hovels that were homes of thousands of families in and around the nation's capital, were charred rubble. But immediately after the overthrow of the Allende regime, Washington rejected charges that it had had a hand in the coup, and it disclaimed having had advance knowledge of its imminence. America's covert activists had first stopped Allende from becoming president in 1964. It was a lot easier then, there was less fuss and things were kept in lower profile, although it did cost some $3 million to finance the anti-Allende electoral campaigns of the opposition parties. This time it was much more complicated and very expensive for the American taxpayers, well over $8 million. As the Senate Select Committee headed by then-Senator Frank Church of Idaho, subsequently discovered, from 1969 to the day of the coup in September 1973, the CIA handed out its largesse freely to just about anybody who could be useful in bringing down the Allende government. These covert activities, the Senate Committee disclosed, covered a broad spectrum, from simple propaganda manipulation of the press to large-scale support for Chilean political parties, from public opinion polls to direct attempts to foment a military coup. If translated in unminced words, a former Chilean diplomat said, this meant that the CIA undertaking, first known as Track I and then as Track II, included everything from cloak and dagger operations, involving the murder of generals and civilians, to strangulation of Chilean economy and subversion of its legally elected government. Chileans admit grudgingly that much of this performance was enacted via a subtly handled script in which only the tragic consequences were allowed to surface. The faces of the main actors and directors in Washington remain secret. Allende and his government were justing in a lethal chess game with President Allende addressing the United Nations, December 4, 1972. He charged that Washington and the multinational corporations were plotting to overthrow his government. Adversary who remained out of sight but who had the advantage of striking out while the Chilean president and his people had their backs turned. As Allende put it, in his speech to the United Nations, December 4, 1972, we find ourselves faced with forces which operate in the shadows, without a flag, with powerful weapons, posted in the various places of influence. From the very day of our electoral triumph on the 4th of September 1970, we have felt the effects of a large-scale external pressure against us which tried to prevent the inauguration of a government freely elected by the people, and has attempted to bring it down ever since, an action that has tried to cut us off from the world, to strangle our economy and paralyze trade in our principal export, copper, and to deprive us of access to sources of international financing. We are the victims of virtually imperceptible activities, usually disguised with words and statements that extol the 42. The coup and the CIA involvement. Sovereignty and dignity of my country. We know in our own hearts, however, the distance that separates these words from the specific activities that we have to face. The Chileans knew that the hostile acts were directed from Washington and played out by Chile's rightist surrogates, but they seldom had black and white documentation to prove their case. However, on March 21 and 22, 1971, Jack Anderson, a Washington columnist, published an expose citing documents that the International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, a multinational giant, was involved in a plot to torpedo Allende's election the year before. Moreover, Anderson revealed that the CIA was directly involved with ITT to precipitate the economic chaos in Chile, leading to a military coup to stop Allende from getting to the presidency. Among other things, Anderson charged that ITT had been ready to contribute up to 7 figures to the White House to make sure that the plot would be carried out effectively. But it was only after the fact, after Allende had been assassinated, after some 30,000 Chileans had been tortured to death or shot by firing squads, after upwards of 100,000 others were languishing in prisons and concentration camps, that official documentation of this conspiracy came to light before the Senate Select Committee in 1975. There were a number of reasons, the committee learned, why Washington was preoccupied with the Allende development in Chile. Only a decade before, a socialist Cuba had come into being. It was something new and threatening to the status quo of Latin America. Soon afterward, at the other end of the hemisphere, the possibility of a socialist Chile hove into view. With Chile's proximity to such unstable governments as those of Bolivia, Peru, Argentina, and Brazil, the old Dulles domino theory was perceived to have a realistic potential. As seen from the Pentagon and the State Department, the United States hemispheric preserve was coming apart. In addition to political considerations, there were powerful economic interests at stake. American corporations, such as ITT and the 2 copper multinationals, Anaconda and Kennecott, were imperiled by the mounting, broad-based demand in Chile. 43. That they be expropriated. Because Anaconda and Kennecott controlled 80% of Chile's copper production, which in 1970 accounted for 4/5 of Chile's foreign exchange, these corporations held the lifelines to Chile's economy. Considering these fast-breaking developments and the far-reaching hemispheric implications should these companies be nationalized, Washington found it compelling to derail an Allende victory, regardless of the legitimacy with which it would come to power. And as far as the American people were concerned, their views on the desirability of U.S. intervention in Chile were neither sought nor expected to play a role. Thus, in fact, the Nixon administration, in subverting the popular unity government, had also chipped away at the American Constitution by going to war, covert war though it was, without the consent of the Congress. Not even the congressional oversight committees were fully informed on the extent of the CIA's activities. The Senate Select Committee disclosed in 1975 that of the 33 covert action projects undertaken in Chile, during the period of 1963 to 1974, Congress was briefed in some fashion on 8. Presumably, the 25 others were undertaken without congressional consultation. One of these concerned an attempt to foment a military coup in 1970. Withal, the Senate Select Committee commented, the CIA did not volunteer detailed information, Congress most often did not seek it. Both the Republican administration under Nixon and that of Democrats under John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson looked with anxiety at the growing unrest in the Southern Cone, where widespread malnutrition, illiteracy, hopeless housing conditions and hunger, the Senate Select Committee said, were seen as communism's allies. This anxiety was the reason Kennedy launched the Alliance for Progress program, which provided millions of dollars to start up national development projects to ease the acute economic crises of these areas and, it was hoped, stave off Castro's influence. That anxiety was also the reason why the United States began. V44 the coup and the CIA involvement. Training Latin American army and police forces in counterinsurgency techniques to combat urban and rural protesters and guerrillas intent on bringing about speedier social and economic change. As the Senate Select Committee pointed out, the vicious circle plaguing the logic of the Alliance for Progress soon became apparent. In order to eliminate the short-term danger of communist subversion, it was often necessary to support Latin American armed forces, yet frequently it was those same armed forces who were helping to freeze the status quo which the alliance sought to alter. Because of Chile's traditional widespread labor support for socialist, communist, and other leftist parties, and because of its overall political sophistication save for a few interruptions, Chile had, after all, been a democracy for 100 years. Washington tried to wean it away from Castroism by making it a showplace for the Alliance for Progress program. Between 1962 and 1969, the United States extended over $1 billion in loans to support a variety of projects. However, little of it filtered through to the needy sectors of the population. The have-not Chileans were not mollified. And Allende, a former Minister of Public Health, and for years a socialist senator in Parliament, decided to run for the presidency for a third time in 1964, on a broad leftist program. The program then, just as it did 6 years later, called for a more equitable distribution of Chile's wealth. This was to be accomplished by trimming the large estates of the landed gentry and giving the land to peasant collectives and cooperatives, and by expropriating domestic monopoly industries, as well as foreign holdings in copper, iron mills, and communications. The expropriation, however, was not confiscation. It was to be done with compensation to the owners along internationally recognized legal guidelines. In the 1964 presidential race between Allende and Eduardo Frei, the candidate of the middle-of-the-road Christian Democratic Party, the latter received $3 million from the CIA, enough to defray half of the costs of the campaign. Frei won, but his promises concerning social and economic reforms remained generally unfulfilled. 6 years later, Chileans had another chance to cast their votes. 45. For a candidate they felt would represent their interests. This time, in 1970, there were 3 presidential candidates: Jorge Alessandri, of the Conservative Party, Radomiro Tomic, of the Christian Democrats, and Allende. Allende ran as a candidate of the Popular Unity Party, a coalition of the Socialists, the Communists, the Centrist Radical Party, and several small leftist parties. Initially, United States involvement in the 1970 elections was modest compared to 1964. Differing views on tactics in Washington, especially between the State Department and the CIA, limited U.S. participation for a while. For one thing, some officials felt that the United States should keep as low a profile as possible in whatever machinations were to be undertaken. There was also confidence that either the conservative candidate or the Christian Democrat would withdraw at the last moment and the two parties would join to stop Allende. American corporations such as ITT, however, were considerably more apprehensive. 2 months before the election, ITT representatives met with the chief of the Western Hemisphere Division of the CIA to confer on how best to finance the anti-Allende candidates. According to the Select Committee, the CIA officials counseled ITT on the best Chilean intermediary to make the transaction possible. Thereupon ITT and other American companies kicked in $700,000 with a good deal of money going to Alessandri and to the fascistic National Party. And the United States, for its part, finally decided to do its bit and on the command of the 40 Committee * chipped in some $400,000 for what it called spoiling activities. These were aimed at disrupting the growing strength of Allende's Popular Unity Party while shoring up the opposition parties. It was also to sow dissent within the Popular Unity Party itself. In detailing this undertaking, the Senate Select Committee said the CIA helped prepare a series of propaganda materials to accomplish these goals. An anti-Allende newsletter was mailed to 2,000 Chilean journalists, members of the academic community, and opinion makers warning of the catastrophes to come following an Allende victory. The CIA financed the hiring of sign-painting teams that covered some 2,000 walls with the slogan "Superdon," evoking the image of firing squads for Allende opponents should Allende get into office. This scare campaign was orchestrated with the help of many newspapers and periodicals, all in the pay of the CIA. But most important was the wide utilization of Fa Mercurio, the New York Times of Chile. CIA dictated editorials and slickly edited special features and straight news articles, all assailing Allende and his supporters, were served up regularly in this most prestigious newspaper with a daily circulation of 350,000. The paper also operated a chain of provincial editions. Access to El Mercurio had a multiplier effect, the Senate Select Committee pointed out, since its editorials were read throughout the country on various national radio networks. Moreover, El Mercurio was one of the most influential Latin American newspapers, particularly in business circles abroad. A project which placed anti-communist press and radio items was reported in 1970 to reach an audience of well over 5 million listeners. In the course of a 6-week interim period, the Senate report went on to say that 726 articles, broadcasts, editorials and similar items resulted directly from agency activity. Incidentally, El Mercurio's cooperation was not without fringe benefits to the owners of the paper. They received only $500,000 to present objective news as edited by CIA operatives. But after all was said and done, Allende won the presidency. True, he squeezed by with only 36.3% in a plurality vote, but he triumphed, almost, that is. Because he did not obtain 51% of the vote, the Chilean constitution called for Congress to choose one of the two candidates who received the largest number of votes at the polls. The election took place on 47 September 4, 1970, Congress was to vote on October 24, and the inauguration was scheduled for November 4. This 60-day interval was seized upon by Washington for a final attempt to stop Allende at all costs, regardless of the consequences. There was still time to sway public opinion and have the Congress turn against Allende. Every effort was to be made to frustrate Allende's coming to power. This was a direct order from Richard Nixon, the President of the United States. In testifying to the Senate Select Committee, Helms recalled his impression that the president came down very hard, that he wanted something done, and he didn't care how, and that he was prepared to make the money available. If there were 1 chance in 10 of getting rid of Allende, we should try it. And aid programs should be cut, economy should be squeezed until it screamed. This was a pretty all-inclusive order. Helms added that the president shouted and cursed and said that he would authorize $10 million to pay for whatever was needed to stop a socialist government from coming to power. Nixon's Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, is reported to have said, "I don't see why we should have to stand by and let a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people." In keeping with the president's directive, the CIA moved quickly. According to the Senate Select Committee, as part of its attempt to induce the Chilean military to intervene before the October 24 congressional vote, the United States had threatened to cut off military aid if the military refused to act. That inducement, the committee added, was accompanied by a promise of support in the aftermath of a coup. Within a week following the elections, El Mercurio unfolded a hysterical campaign warning its readers that Allende's presidency would doom the country to economic collapse. With headlines screaming that the solvency of the nation's banks was in doubt, depositors rushed to queue in endless lines to withdraw their savings. The Chilean escudo tumbled precipitously in relation to foreign currencies. In addition to the subsidies to El Mercurio and much of the other media, the CIA distributed yet another $3 million to those willing to abort an Allende administration. Among the recipients of such financial favors was the Christian Democratic Party, led by outgoing President Free, the rightist National Party, and the out-and-out fascist organization, Patria y Libertad. The CIA didn't appear to be squeamish about handing out laundered dollars to Patria y Libertad, despite the fact that this organization took to the streets with Hitler salutes, dressed its members in Nazi-like uniforms, and waved banners decorated with swastika-resembling insignias. The initial grant to Patria y Libertad was $35,000. Alongside the insidious press campaigns, the CIA directed rightists whipped up a radio blitz scare. Typical were these one-a-minute spots. A woman's voice came on with a scream, "The communists will kill my son. The communists will kill my son." This was followed by a somber male voice, "This will happen if Chile goes communist." This message was brought to you by Women's Power, an organization devoted to protecting the well-being of women. Another example, "The streets are unsafe," a panicky voice would interrupt a soap opera production. Street fights may erupt at any minute. Don't let your children play in the streets. Run to fetch your children from school. In the continuing psychological warfare to involve the mothers against Allende, wall posters carried a photograph of a schoolboy, against the background of a picture of the same lad dressed as a guerrilla fighter with a gun in his hand under the headline "Your child or your enemy." And the subhead drove the message home. It read, "In socialist countries, children are forced to spy on their parents." The CIA's spoiling operations was not confined to Chile. They even reached out to disinform the American public. Especially noteworthy because of the magazine's importance, was the coverage of Allende in a Time cover story. According to CIA documents, the Time correspondent in Chile apparently had accepted Allende's protestations of moderation and constitutionality at face value. But, briefings requested by Time and provided by the CIA in Washington resulted in a change in the basic thrust of the Time story on Allende's September 4 victory and in the timing of that story. The Chilean media campaign was aimed not only at the economic and political aspects of Chilean life. More and more, this battle offensive was also designed to condition the Chileans to associate Allende and the Popular Unity Party with a breakdown of social mores, with schisms within the family, and with perils to personal security. In many ways it was conducted cunningly. In the reportage of an ordinary crime, whether a burglary or a murder, the newspapers would carry a front-page headline concerning this incident and alongside it run a large photograph of Allende or some other important personage associated with the Popular Unity Party. The photograph had nothing to do with the crime story, but the effect for the cursory reader was that somehow Allende was connected with the felony. As slum dwellers, led by Allende activists, began to participate more fully in their respective community affairs, and this included the organization of self-defense groups for the protection against assaults from right-wing hooligans. The anti-Allende press charged that the shanty towns were becoming armed camps. And since the shanty towns were relegated to the periphery of Santiago, there were such headlines as "Santiago encircled," as though the shanty towns were the launching pads for the seizure of the nation's capital. These stories were accompanied by maps pinpointing the alleged concentration areas from which the so-called invasion would get underway. In the attempt to solidify the opposition against Allende in Congress as it was about to vote for either Allende or Alessandri, the two front-runners in the popular vote, rumors were spread that the military would not tolerate Allende's taking the presidency, that a coup would be sprung. Actually, the leadership of the armed forces, such as Commander-in-Chief René Schneider and General Carlos Prats, were committed constitutionalists. For them, their pledge to uphold the Constitution and defend the country meant that the military had no business becoming involved in politics or interfering with legitimately elected governments. In other words, the armed forces were to be neutralist, not taking sides, though some of the other generals as well as junior officers were already knee-deep in anti-Allende conspiracies. Despite Schneider's public statements, the rumors of a coup d'état would not go away. The atmosphere throughout Chile crackled with apprehension. There was good reason to be alarmed, especially if the facts had been known. For toward the end of September, Richard Helms, director of the CIA, went into a huddle with other operatives and an ITT executive to consider stop Allende measures should the Chilean Congress approve Allende's election. When commenting on this plot and on the subsequent murder of Schneider by Chilean military conspirators in his 1972 speech at the United Nations, President Allende obviously made reference to the United States without naming it. He said, "Terrorist activities took place in my country which were planned outside our frontiers in collusion with internal fascist groups. Those activities culminated in the assassination of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, General René Schneider." 51. Chiró, who was a just man, a great soldier, and a symbol of the constitutional attitude of Chile's armed forces. Despite the attacks on the Popular Unity Party, Allende himself began to prepare to take office with the fullest confidence that the Congress would support him in the October vote. As Gonzalo Martiner explained to me, it was a confidence born out of 40 years of proximity to Chilean reality, to vast sectors of the population who had suffered continuous privation and who now were not likely to stand aside and see their moment of triumph slip by. Martner, an economist, a former Minister of National Planning in Allende's cabinet, said, the reality which Allende had come to know through the years, first as a public health doctor and then as a political spokesman for Chile's impoverished, was spelled out for him in many ways, through the hunger that plagued hundreds of thousands of people, whose 2 meals a day consisted of a few slices of bread, a cup of coffee, or just hot water, through the thousands of children with mental retardation. Because of malnutrition, through the profound loneliness of tiny villages whose men went off to eke out a miserable wage in the nitrate mines in the far north, and who eventually were swallowed up by time and distance, never to return to their families. It was a reality in which Mapuche Indian peasants were expected to do a day's work for less than $1. Convinced that he had the support of Chile's masses, and the likely congressional vote in his favor, Martner says, Allende went to work with his principal economic experts to prepare for the implementation of the Popular Unity program that was to give Chile's disfranchised a break to a better life, their first taste of a New Deal. Allende, 2 economic experts, and myself, Martner recalls, left the nation's capital for a secluded inn in a mountain retreat for the first such meeting on September 19, when the armed forces traditionally marked Chile's independence observance with a parade. Because of the growing tensions, Allende and his aides felt it prudent to work outside Santiago. Some of us were very concerned that the military activity that day might tempt the rightists in the armed forces to pull a coup, including an assault. 52 The coup and the CIA involvement. On Allende. We 4 were in one car, and 5 of Allende's bodyguards, young, very dedicated activists, were in the car behind us. We negotiated the 1-hour trip with considerable anxiety. We changed cars 4 times on secluded side roads to avoid the possibility of falling into a trap or an assassination attempt. At the inn, Martner says, Allende and his counselors went to work straight away. Allende was in full command of the discussion. There's no question, however, that he was somewhat nervous, something which could be noticed on his very sensitive and mobile face. From time to time he'd turn on the TV to scan the military parade in Santiago to make sure that everything was normal. Though Allende was virtually sitting on top of a volcano which was about to erupt, Martner adds, he controlled his emotions and pressed on with the most detailed examination of the program at hand. On October 22, 1970, 2 days before Congress was to vote on Allende's confirmation, Martner says, we were again with the president putting the final touches to the economic program which the Popular Unity Party was to unfold. While we were reviewing some of the text, Allende was called to the phone. He was told that an assassination attempt had been made on General René Schneider, and that the general appeared to be near death. The assault took place when Schneider was driven to his office. 3 cars blocked his path. The general drew his pistol, shots rang out, and Schneider fell back mortally wounded. He died 3 days later. On hearing the news, Martner recalls, Allende said, well, here comes the putsch. He was sure that Schneider's murder would be blamed on the leftists and used to arouse the country and the Congress against him, a move that would lead to nullification of the election and bring about a takeover by the armed forces. His hunch was well founded. He hadn't suspected, however, the close connection between this plot and Washington. The Senate Select Committee disclosed there had been 2 previous attempts on the general's life, only a few days prior to his death, in which the CIA provided tear gas grenades and 3 sub-53 machine guns to the conspirators. However, in the testimony before the committee, the CIA seems to have obfuscated the matter so that its role and responsibility for the assassination remain up in the air. The Select Committee report puts it this way. It quickly became apparent to both White House and CIA officials that a military coup was the only way to prevent Allende's accession to power. To achieve that end, the CIA established contact with several groups of military plotters and eventually passed 3 weapons and tear gas to one group. The weapons were subsequently returned, apparently unused. The CIA knew that the plans of all groups of plotters began with the abduction of the constitutionalist chief of staff of the Chilean army, General René Schneider. The committee has received conflicting testimony about the extent of CIA/White House communication and of White House officials' awareness of specific coup plans, but there is no doubt that the U.S. government sought a military coup in Chile. Allende was visibly shaken, Martner says. He made several phone calls and talked to the outgoing President Free, who was still at the helm of state, urging him to order an immediate investigation. He then returned to our group and asked that we speed up a bit so that he could hurry to the hospital to be with Schneider. We tried to dissuade Allende from taking this trip because of the obvious dangers. But he insisted on going and on taking personal charge in mounting a counter-offensive to blunt the rightist accusations we were sure would come. Martner added parenthetically, in the 6 weeks before Congress confirmed Allende as president, Chile experienced a steady rise in sabotage and terrorism with threats made to many individuals directly associated with Allende or the Popular Unity Party. We were increasingly menaced with the possibility of liquidation. I myself received dozens of warnings that I was on the hit list of those to be murdered. Notwithstanding our entreaties for caution, Allende was determined to be at Schneider's side so the public would understand that neither he nor the parties of the left had had anything to do with the assassination attempt. As usual, Allende, 54, the coup and the CIA involvement, was very decisive once he made up his mind. This was typical of him. Although he was careful to consult on policy matters with his cabinet as well as the leaders of the parties that made up the Popular Unity Coalition, he would not equivocate in carrying out a decision, whether that of a group or one depending on his own judgment. He abstained from negotiating with his political confreres on matters of detail, but he certainly took an active part in giving his views on basic substantive questions. In the Schneider matter, uppermost in his mind was the shrill rightist press campaign charging that the left would try to ensure its electoral victory by decapitating the leaders of the armed forces. The newspapers and television had tried to propagandize the public into believing that Allende was out to get to the presidency at all costs, including the murder of top officials, but the campaign was a flop. The Schneider assassination boomeranged, and most Chileans tended to link the atrocity with the rightists. Allende lost no time in persuading the nation that the sinister reactionaries were behind Schneider's murder. He also hammered away at the armed forces, telling them that the plot was not only against Schneider but was aimed as well against others of the high command who were fulfilling their patriotic duty to uphold the Constitution. The public was so outraged at the assassination that many of the wavering Christian Democrats went against their leader, Free, an implacable personal foe of Allende, and decided to go along with the Popular Unity Coalition. And so 2 days later the Chilean Congress voted 133 to 35 in favor of Allende over Alessandri. Allende's inaugural, November 4, represented not only a personal victory. This was his 4th election try for the presidency, but also a victory for Chile's labor and the poverty-stricken citizenry, who had long craved for a fundamental change in the nation's order of priorities, in other words, a New Deal. Allende supporters poured into the streets to celebrate the event. The festivities continued into the early hours of the morning. As L.R., an attorney and former official of the Agrarian Reform Program, describes the celebration, there was a feeling. 55. That for the first time in Chilean history it was the people and not the politicians, or the very rich, who were going to have a say regarding the destiny of the country. In the midst of this revelry I was especially struck by the poignant look in the eyes of some of the older trade union and peasant leaders, some already in their 70s, who couldn't quite believe that a program embodying so many of their long-sought objectives had come into being within their lifetimes. These were people who took part in the nitrate and copper strikes all the way back to the 20s, who for years thereafter continued to agitate for little victories, a bit more pay, better health protection on the job, and old age pensions. They were always extending the vision to their followers. One day, sometime in the future, there would be a kind of millennium for working people. And now it was here, beyond their wildest expectations. At that very moment of triumph, the war against Allende directed from Washington got underway in earnest. The signals of disapproval and enmity from the United States now became unmistakable. For instance, Allende received congratulatory cables from every head of state except Richard Nixon, the President of the United States. This snub broke long-standing traditions in international protocol. Was it just heat lightning growing out of a personal pique or an augury of a calamity to come? Allende wasn't sure, but at that moment he felt he had a good chance to ride out the storm. Scarcely installed in La Moneda Palace, the Allende regime began making good on its previously publicized program, to enable the impoverished sections of the Chilean nation to begin eating better, to provide them with greater employment opportunities and to solidify the Chilean economy. Almost at once the government began expanding Chile's productive capacity in industry and in the agricultural area, Martner says. It was to be done according to a carefully projected program in which only the very large agricultural estates would be expropriated. The same principle was to be applied to Chile's monopoly industrial enterprises, 91 in all, and to the foreign multinationals. 56 The coup and the CIA involvement, which controlled most of Chile's resources: copper, nitrates, steel, and telecommunications. Within days, Allende, trying to implement the overall economic program, ran into opposition from Chile's Congress and the judiciary. In Congress, the Popular Unity Party had less than 40% of the seats and only about 26% in the Senate. As for the judiciary, it was hidebound conservative. Rightists could look to the judges to halt rather than to advance whatever social reforms were proposed. Despite these obstacles, nationwide support for Allende soared during the first year of his administration. As Martner explained, the new government began to generate near miraculous results in the improvement of people's living standards. Inflation went down by 22%, and unemployment was reduced from 8.3% to 3.8%. Industrial production increased by 14%. There were also benefits for medium-sized manufacturers and producers of consumer goods through liberal credits from government banks. Because many more people now had jobs and because their salaries rose to catch up with the cost of living, people were spending freely. They were confident of their job security and wanted to live it up in the present. Minimum wages rose significantly. The Allende government went on to improve housing conditions and extend public utility services in the shanty towns by investing capital reserves it had inherited from the previous regime on construction and public works. Because of greater employment and better wages, workers' demands for consumer goods grew quickly. Some manufacturers expanded their production capacity to meet these demands. However, many of the larger industrialists, eager to cash in on this new development at a much higher rate of profit, actually cut back on production and concentrated instead on encouraging black marketeering and hoarding so they could boost prices sky high. In the countryside, the agrarian reform program was also making headway. As L.R., the legal counselor, points out, agricultural productivity in 1971 began to rise rather than decline as the critics had insisted it would. As a matter of fact, he added, it almost would have been impossible to reduce 57. Productivity to a lower level than had existed before the Allende regime came to power. The new regime inherited an agricultural economy that was stagnant, muddling along without purpose or program. We've always had to import such basic dairy products as milk and butter, the same holds true for wheat and meat. Through the ages, the problems of Chilean agriculture were very similar to those existing in other Latin American countries. More than 60% of the land was in the hands of the oligarchy, a handful of families. Their properties extended into many thousands of acres and usually operated on a very marginal basis. Even though 30% of the country's population, farm workers, Mapuche Indian peasants, was involved with agriculture, these people had little to say on how the land should be tilled or what products should be cultivated. Almost traditionally, the oligarchs do not live on their estates, they go off to revel in the nightclubs of Paris, Madrid, or Rome, and more recently in New York, they are, indeed, absentee landlords. the administration of the estates is handed over to managers who are not especially interested in extending the productivity of these lands. Whenever consumer demands rose in the cities for certain farm products, the tendency was simply to raise the price of these products, not to enlarge the output by intensifying cultivation. This underplowing of the land continued to yield a favorable profit for the owners and their managers, but it scarcely benefited the livelihood of the farm workers. In effect, therefore, 30% of Chileans, the farm population, were excluded from the country's market economy. They had not the means to purchase the products manufactured by the nation's industries in the cities. It was only with the expropriation of some of the major estates and their conversion to farm collectives that production output was increased. The farm workers were now in effect the owners of the land and had every incentive to enlarge agricultural output since their income would be directly related to it. Simultaneously, the Allende regime hurried to renegotiate with Anaconda, Kennecott, and ITT for the expropriation of their holdings. The move to nationalize foreign investment in Chile was by no means an original Allende idea, Martner points out. 58. The coup and the CIA involvement. The hope to liberate the nation from the foreign economic domination is something that was shared by both the left and the center for many years. It was a matter of national pride. Chileans from different walks of life knew that most of the profits derived from the country's basic resources, particularly copper, were pumped out of the country to the company's home offices in the United States with barely a pittance left over for the Chilean economy. When touching on this matter in his address before the United Nations, Allende said that in little more than 40 years Anaconda's and Kennecott's exploitation of Chile's copper mines yielded a profit of $4 billion, their initial investment was only $30 million. Again, Martner, the former planning minister, points up the specifics. Anaconda's returns in Chile between 1955 and 1970 averaged 21.5% on its book value. In other countries, Anaconda's profits were only 3.6% per annum. In the case of Kennecott, the profit margin over the same period was even more dramatic. It zoomed to 106% in 1967, 113% in 1968, and over 205% in 1969. Kennecott's average profits in other countries in those years amounted to less than 10% per annum. Even the governments that preceded the Allende regime clamored for a greater share in these earnings. They felt that if at least the productivity of these mines could be expanded, there would be greater revenues with larger increments trickling down to Chile's treasury. But Anaconda and Kennecott had little incentive for the reinvestment of some of their gains to enlarge the scope of their operations. When they finally did agree to modernize their technology so as to extract greater copper yields, they had the Chilean government assume the entire responsibility of getting international loans to pay for the cost of this undertaking. This move meant that Chile was stuck with an external debt of $727 million in the copper area alone. The Allende government's position was that Anaconda and Kennecott should be compensated, but at the rate of 12% per annum from the year 1955. The profits in excess of 12% should be deducted from the compensation agreement. The government's expropriation proposal received widespread support. In Congress, no one dared challenge it. 59. Both the Senate and the lower house unanimously approved the constitutional amendment permitting the nationalization of the copper industry. As the New York Times editorialized in July 1971, every one of the 158 senators and deputies present, from revolutionary socialists and communists on the left, to the nationalists on the right, had voted for the amendment. Washington's reaction was to intensify its covert activities to undo the popular unity regime. In quick succession, the United States lashed out to strangle Chile's economy, to create panic among the people and to disrupt normal life. First, Nixon's order that Chile's economy should be squeezed until it screams was applied fully. In October, executives of 6 American corporations with holdings in Chile met with Secretary of State William Rogers for an open discussion of their predicament. Rogers opened the meeting by stating that the Nixon administration was a business administration in favor of business and its mission was to protect business, and voiced concern that Chile's actions would have a domino effect throughout Latin America in the absence of strong U.S. retaliatory action. He also raised the issue of an embargo on spare parts and materials being shipped to Chile. As the Senate Select Committee put it, the bare figures tell the story of how the United States proceeded to choke off the financial economic viability of Chile. Export-import bank credits, which had totaled $234 million in 1967, dropped to zero in 1971. Loans from the multilateral Inter-American Development Bank, in which the United States held what amounted to a veto, had totaled $46 million in 1970, they fell to $2 million in 1972. The availability of short-term United States commercial credits dropped from around $300 million during the free years to around $30 million in 1972. At the same time, because of its predominant position in international financial institutions, the United States prevailed in its efforts to dry up the flow of credit to Chile from other countries. Further, it exerted its pressure on foreign credit nations not to renegotiate Chile's foreign debts. Despite the threatening roadblocks that were thrown in the way of the new government and the never-ending augury of doom for the Popular Unity Program, the Allende regime. 60. The coup and the CIA involvement continued to broaden its base of support. Certainly during the first year it became ever more evident that the economy was bouncing back and the New Deal was working. Even those in the lower middle class, generally found in the ranks of the Christian Democratic Party, were ready to draw closer to the Popular Unity people. The litmus tests of success were the mayoralty elections throughout Chile, only 5 months after Allende's inauguration. The country was stunned by the results. In March 1971, more than 50% of the electorate voted for pro-Allende candidates. The popular unity vote across the country rose by 14% over what it had been in the presidential election of September 1970. These electoral gains were a green light for the Allende forces to move with their programs full steam ahead. For Washington and the Chilean right, as Martner put it, these developments spelled disaster. Allende's opponents were greatly concerned that if the Popular Unity coalition were to grow at a pace reflected by the elections, it would ultimately inveigle the Christian Democrats to join them into a kind of united front. This would make it possible for the leftist liberals to capture the majority in the Congress, enabling them to change the constitution in such a way as to install a socialist economy in Chile democratically. And this Washington would not tolerate. Thus Allende's halcyon days resulting from the March elections were to be numbered. Within a year the U.S. financial and economic blockade began to take its toll. Because of Chile's traditional dependence on American-made transport as well as on technology used in its copper mining, Washington's order to halt the delivery of spare parts dealt the country a paralyzing blow. By 1972, the Senate Select Committee reported, 7. Almost one-third of the diesel trucks at Chuquicamata copper mine, 30% of the privately owned city buses, 21% of all taxis, and 33% of state-owned buses in Chile could not operate because of the lack of spare parts or tires. In overall terms, the value of United States machinery and transport equipment exported to Chile by U.S. firms declined from $152.6 million in 1970 to $110 million in 1971. These developments were 61. Entirely in keeping with the prediction made by former American Ambassador Edward Corey, who vowed that not a nut or bolt would be allowed to reach Chile under Allende. Simultaneously with this economic squeeze, the CIA stepped up and widened its psychological warfare against Allende. The plan now was to keep the nation in a state of continuous agitation, to sow dismay and defeatism. Rumors, half-truths, and outright falsehoods were deliberately planted in the press, on television, in the workplace, in cafes, and wherever people got together, Martner says. The anti-Allende war took on an inflammatory character, he adds. Sabotage became widespread. Huge textile mills suddenly went up in flames. Industrial plants were bombed. In the copper mines, complex machinery would suddenly break down. But most important was the attempt to create a scarcity of foodstuffs and essential consumer goods. There are eyewitness accounts of outright destruction of these products: baby foods, nipples for baby bottles, medical supplies dumped into rivers. Right-wing dairy and vegetable producers cut back on shipments of milk, fruit, and greens to city markets. And many of the truck farmers who were cooperating with the government were often intimidated by hoodlum assaults. When deliveries did reach supermarkets or neighborhood stores, saboteurs would rush to the phones and alert rich friends and family groups to buy up supplies as quickly as possible, warning them that these items would disappear from the markets for good. As Martner describes it, it didn't matter whether it was toothpaste, toilet paper, matches, or condensed milk. These people would descend on these stores like ants. They'd empty the shelves immediately, buying up hundreds of cans of milk at a time. The same thing happened with coffee, milk, cosmetics, or clothes. Many merchants would deliberately stash away some of the merchandise for black market operations. The dwindling supply of goods led to widespread grumbling and disquiet. And as the queues became longer and longer, many of the discontented housewives were led to feel that it was all because of Allende and the Popular Unity government. 62. The coup and the CIA involvement. To denigrate Allende and the other government leaders, the propaganda campaign drew upon a vicious satiric arsenal. This included cartoons and jokes which characterized Allende and his associates as filthy, vulgar, violent opportunists. The overall attempt of the CIA and the rightists was to create an image of Allende as a fuzzy-headed, incompetent administrator who was plunging the country into chaos. This avalanche of ridicule and hatred was being launched against Allende and his government with warlike strategy through the media, 80% of which was controlled by the right. The counterattack of the Allende people via the media it controlled was pathetic, according to Martner. The government had only 2 television channels and was supported by only 2 large newspapers, El Clarín and La Nación. The smaller papers, which were published under the sponsorship of the various parties that made up the Popular Unity coalition, were poorly produced, usually by non-professionals. In many instances, local or national leaders of the Popular Unity Party wrote the lead pieces, and often they sounded more like propaganda than political analysis. Moreover, they reflected the ideological viewpoint of the specific party in the coalition rather than its overall policy. In contrast, the rightist newspapers were skillfully edited, their stories written with deceptive, seeming objectivity. Martner says that the anti-government media campaign preoccupied Allende at that time. On many occasions, he says, Allende got on the phone with various editors stressing the need for them to focus on given national issues and thus coordinate a strategy to repel the rightist attacks. Martner recalls the extraordinary stamina and alacrity that Allende possessed in those critical days. As the CIA blueprint for his government's destruction came into sharper focus, the president seemed to be everywhere organizing countermoves. For a man nearing his mid-60s, in an on-and-off bout with a chronic heart condition, Allende appeared bouncy and spry, as though ready to take on all challengers. He met with his cabinet or expert committees on a daily basis, sometimes several times a day. At the same time, he was also in touch with the leaders of the coalition parties. 63 On a number of occasions Allende carried on government business outside the nation's capital. In keeping with his pre-election pledge that he would stay close to the citizenry, Allende traveled to different parts of the country where he conferred with county officials, representatives of trade unions and peasant organizations concerning their regional problems. He made himself available to individuals of whatever party, listened to their complaints or suggestions and dealt with them in a serious but informal fashion. Throughout the day, of course, he'd be in touch with his office in Santiago. And if he found it necessary to prolong his talks with regional officials, he'd summon some of his ministers to fly down from Santiago and help carry on the business of the national government. His cabinet meetings in Santiago were usually held at his office at La Moneda Palace. It was a rather small room, with a high ceiling in the colonial style of architecture used throughout La Moneda. We usually sat around a big mahogany table on chairs that were hard-backed and not particularly comfortable. There was only one wall decoration, the Chilean independence charter from Spain *. There were no pictures. Red curtains covered a large window that opened out to a patio. In this somewhat severe atmosphere, Allende would sit at the head of the table with several telephones beside him. He began the meetings with a short resume of the day's most important developments and then proceeded to more specific points on the agenda. He asked various ministers to give their reports, to which he listened very attentively and took notes. Although a number of the ministers were Allende's close friends, the meetings were conducted on a formal basis, each addressing the other as Comrade Minister or Comrade President. From time to time the discussions were punctuated by flashes of humor, but often they took on a somber character. We had to cope with too many mounting adversities. It was quite astounding, Martner recalls, how well Allende was able to remember details of whatever subject was under discussion, and then to refer to it in future conferences. There were times, of course, when Allende strongly expressed a differing view from those of the majority, whether at cabinet meetings or in discussions with leaders of the various parties of the coalition, but he always remained calm and careful not to become acrimonious in a personal way. There was only one occasion that I recall Allende losing his composure. This was shortly after his taking office. While at a cabinet meeting he got word that a Santiago policeman shot and killed a peasant, something that was quite frequent in previous administrations. Allende flew into a rage, and got on the phone with the Director General of the Carabineros. He shouted, "One of your men has just slain a poor laborer. Don't you know," he demanded, "that there has been a change in the government? Don't your men know that the time is over when you shoot down poor people and peasants at will?" He ordered an investigation be conducted immediately, with the accused officer brought to trial. Despite a lifelong preoccupation with the poverty of peasants and the city's downtrodden, he enjoyed humor and savored good company, good food, and good wine. Allende had a passion for life. Basically of an optimistic nature, he walked with a vigorous stride, remindful of a man at least 20 years his junior. Somewhat stoutish, with a full face interrupted by a well-groomed mustache, he'd be at his desk until 2 in the afternoon. Usually at that hour, he'd have lunch either with members of his cabinet or political leaders and then take a half-hour nap. After this respite he would resume his work well into 65. The evening and then take supper, usually with government officials or foreign diplomats. Paradoxically, the successes of the first year of the Popular Unity government spawned disunity within the Popular Unity coalition itself. Martner recalls that the wrangling centered on two considerations: whether the Christian Democrats, basically middle class, should be drawn into the government as allies, and the speed with which Chile's economy should go socialist. The Communist Party, the centrist Radical Party, as well as Allende, who was a member of the Socialist Party, argued that the presence of the Christian Democrats within the coalition was imperative in order to overcome the growing resistance of the right. Even if certain program compromises were to be made, they felt, it was still worthwhile if only to thwart the threatened coup from reactionary forces. Allende encountered the greatest opposition to this approach from an important sector in his own Socialist Party, the group led by Carlos Altamirano, the party's Secretary General. Altamirano contended that those in the Christian Democratic Party who wanted to come along in support of the new regime should do so, but not in a way that might dilute and slow down the basic program. On the contrary, confident that the March 1971 vote had underscored the readiness of labor and the impoverished sectors of the nation to move at a faster pace toward nationalization of industry and agriculture, the Altamirano forces put forward the slogan, "Avanzar sin transar." The Altamirano group, in effect, rejected the need to develop any dialogue with the Christian Democrats. The Communists and Allende, for their part, argued that these talks should continue. Notwithstanding the objections of the Altamirano people, Allende on his own initiative tried to resume talks with certain representatives of the Christian Democrats on several occasions, but these never took hold and eventually fell apart. Martner continued, the Altamirano position found a responsive echo especially among the younger members of the Socialist Party. Altamirano also appeared to bolster the approach of Mir. Mir was not a participant in the Popular Unity Coalition and had a limited membership. But it enjoyed a popularity among the youth as it pressed for more militant actions and for a speedier expropriation program than proposed by the Allende government. This agitation occasionally prompted employees and peasants to seize small businesses and farms in the name of nationalization. Often these nationalized enterprises employed fewer than a dozen people. By no means did they fall into the category of the large-scale monopoly industries and agricultural estates that were targeted for expropriation within the Popular Unity Economic Reform Program. These unauthorized takeovers were relatively few, and in many cases the government made quick restitution to the owners whose property had been confiscated, but they were welcome grist for the anti-Allende propaganda mills. Scarcely a day passed that these developments were not taken advantage of to stir anger and fear among the small-time entrepreneurs such as grocery and butcher shop owners, neighborhood pharmacists, and small truck farm operators. Many of these people may have wavered in their support for Allende at the outset or assumed a neutral, wait-and-see attitude regarding the initially announced program. But as the din of press, radio, and TV barrage regarding the unauthorized seizures intensified, a considerable number of the apolitical waverers felt that they had been deceived, and they then began turning against Allende. Some eventually drifted toward the most reactionary groups, those determined to bring down the Popular Unity government. With scarcities of food and consumer goods ever more acute, with black marketeers cornering what there was, and with an inflation soaring again more than wiping out the initial salary increases, the situation became desperate when truck owners went on strike. The long stretches of Chilean territory, which run down the Pacific coast of South America for some 2,500 miles, depend on motor transport rather than on railroads or ships. Angered by the breakdown of their equipment, unable to secure the needed spare parts because of the Washington blockade, the truck owners went 67. Into collusion with the CIA to deliver a body blow to Chile's economy. The extra special inducement for the truck owners not to move their vehicles was, simply, money. Just how much money was made available has never been disclosed, but in some cases the cash flow must have been substantial, since even some trucking company employees were known to have received as much as $50 for every day they did not show up to work. The Senate Select Committee, in referring to these truckers, observes, "It is clear that anti-government strikers were actively supported by several of the private sector groups which received CIA funds. Since it wanted to maintain a very low profile, the CIA was vexed to learn that contrary to the agency's ground rules, some of its disbursements went directly to the strikers rather than by an indirect route." The committee added, "The CIA rebuked the group but nevertheless passed it additional money next month." The truckers' strike was launched in October 1972 by the Confederation of Truck Owners, Martiner States. Interestingly enough, press reports abroad, and especially in the United States, usually glossed over the fact that the strike was principally a truck owners' stoppage rather than that of employees, thus giving the impression that a section of labor had defected and no longer supported the Allende government. The truckers were soon joined by the Confederation of Retail Storekeepers and various professional organizations. The strike went on for 26 days. During this critical period Allende suffered a heart attack, which was kept secret lest word of his illness spark a move to have him retire from the presidency. For 10 days Allende remained bedded down in his private office in the presidential palace under the care of his cardiologist, Dr. Soto. Despite severe chest pains and a high fever, Allende insisted on being involved in the day-to-day proceedings concerning the strike. Since he was unavailable for interviews, the press was told that the president was too busy drafting a solution to the strike. Soon after the strike came to an end, Allende snapped back to normal. It was a near miraculous recovery. Only 2 months later he was in New York making his denunciatory speech of the United States before the United Nations. The truck owners' strike not only disrupted the nation's economy for many months, but it also polarized the Chilean society as never before. Doctors, lawyers, teachers, and engineers in their respective professional organizations were split down the middle, each faction regarding the other as an enemy. Even some doctors joined the strikes to sabotage the government by refusing to provide essential services in clinics and hospitals. Other physicians worked round the clock, sometimes 20 hours at a stretch, to ensure the continuity of emergency care. Even family dinners became scenes of controversy. Political discussions, so typical of family gatherings, usually took place with traditional Chilean civility, regardless of the different points of view expressed. The exchanges might have been heated but seldom caused enmity. Now these family get-togethers turned into bitter confrontations, with brothers, sisters, and parents angrily clashing with each other. Only labor and most of the agricultural workers remained steadfast in their support of the Allende government, and if anything they were moving to the left of the president, demanding that the opposition be controlled by coercive methods. But Allende would not hear of it. Most observers remained impressed with the fact that Allende, though on a collision course with the Chilean establishment as he pushed for a socialist society, was determined that Chile's social and economic transformation should come about without violence. Moreover, despite the fact that the opposition was escalating its campaigns and goading its followers to take part in hooligan provocations, the Allende government refused to tighten police constraints to maintain order. It was ironic that the rightist terrorist campaign was coupled with dire warnings that the Allende regime would doom Chile's democratic traditions and bring about suppression and media censorship. The opposite was true. According to the National Intelligence Estimates, an American intelligence analytic unit which provides data for government policymakers, Allende had taken great care to observe constitutional forms and was enjoying considerable 69 v. popularity in Chile. In June 1972, about a year and a half after Allende became president, Nye said that the prospects for the continuation of democracy in Chile appear to be better than at any time since Allende's inauguration. That the traditional political system in Chile continued to demonstrate remarkable resiliency. Legislative, student, and trade union elections continued to take place in normal fashion with pro-government forces accepting the results when they were adverse. All this, the Nye noted, despite the fact that the opposition news media persisted in denouncing the government. That was what Martner was observing at first hand. While Allende continued to make sure that his administration adhered strictly to the Constitution, his opponents used the same historic document to do the unconstitutional and rip apart the governmental structure. The rightists had the best of both worlds. On one hand they charged that the government was in violation of the Constitution because of its economic reforms. On the other, they called upon the armed forces to bring down the administration so that the Constitution could be preserved. The CIA rightist operations moved from mere propaganda to open insurrectionary preparations. Patria y Libertad, as well as the National Party of the same fascist hue, lured upper-class youths and middle-class professionals to their side, warning them that they could not look to a future as long as the Allende regime prevailed. Reactionaries were calling on Allende foes to join in an aggressive adventure. The offer of free uniforms, helmets, and clubs and participation in motorcycle formations festooned with anti-Allende flags proved tempting to many. These youth brigades were taught how to provoke street fights in working-class neighborhoods and how to disrupt schools by insulting and attacking teachers. At the same time, the plotting within the armed forces took on greater momentum. While the administration in Washington was concentrating on breaking up the country's economy by shutting off normal credit channels, the Pentagon maintained close, collaborative relations with the Chilean armed forces. Though Allende is credited with having been highly successful in thwarting earlier attempts at a military coup because of his close association with the armed forces high command, such as General Prats, the fact remains that much of the officers' corps was under the influence of anti-democratic elements. Many officers and enlisted men had been programmed to develop a disrespect for the Allende government and to regard Allende not as a Chilean patriot but as someone duped by a foreign philosophy, Marxism. This is the view of Sergio Insunza, former Minister of Justice. This ideological infiltration of the armed forces actually began long before Allende came to power. It was especially apparent among the generals, admirals, colonels, and many junior officers who had been trained in the United States or in American installations in Panama. Their technical training, whether with weaponry, aircraft, or tanks, was coupled with political brainwashing. Insunza pointed out that traditionally Chile's career officers and enlisted men were made to feel that they constituted the first line of defense against potential intruders into the somewhat vulnerable territory of Chile, since it is bounded by Peru on the north, Bolivia on the northeast, and Argentina in the east. Following the Second World War, the former Minister of Justice said, the emphasis began to change. Under U.S. administration, he said, some of Chile's high-ranking officers began to perceive patriotism and defense of the country in terms of ideological frontiers rather than territorial frontiers. The frame of reference henceforth was the Cold War, and, therefore, the need to repel the philosophical enemy Marxism whether from abroad or within Chile itself. Much of the training was focused on repressive means to annihilate the domestic enemy. 71. Counterinsurgency rose high in importance in the training program of the military. It was but natural, Insunza added, that next to be tinkered with would be Chile's constitutional form of government. In the eyes of these generals and admirals, the permissiveness inherent in a democratic regime made fertile ground for the growth of communism. Insunza believes that while in training in the United States or Panama, this political outlook took root with the Chileans. There were a number of pleasant, subliminal props that helped shape conservative thinking, he says. There was the camaraderie between Chilean officers and their North American counterparts, special fringe benefits, such as side trips, parties, etc., the tabs for which were picked up by the Pentagon and, incidentally, the American taxpayer. In this anti-red indoctrination process, the Chilean military were persuaded to suspect certain groups of fellow Chileans. They developed an intolerance for the shantytown dwellers and the constantly protesting Mapuche Indians and peasants, all of whom were tarred with the same communist brush. Needless to say, supporters of the Popular Unity program fell into the same categories. This helps explain, to some degree, the enmity, the hatred of some of the military for the Allende people. Insunza says that many of the Chilean officers have always suffered from a kind of inferiority complex. For the most part, they come from the middle class in the provinces. Generally they were looked down upon by the intellectuals or the Chilean upper-class social set. As a consequence, the military usually kept to themselves and were quite content to develop their own conceit and to wallow in their super-patriotism, their much-acclaimed readiness to shed their blood in the defense of their country. While such self-serving accolades might have raised a doubtful eyebrow among their betters, wealthy industrialists, doctors, or lawyers, their association with American officers gave them a special distinction and certainly extra prestige among their peers, since they had done postgraduate work in military schools of one of the most powerful nations in the world. Insunza feels that this programming brutalized many of Chile's officers and enlisted men. The brutality, he insists, was demonstrated by the savage way they descended on Allende adherents when the coup got underway. The rightists' ideological penetration of the army, together with the stepped-up sabotage and deterioration of the economy, exacerbated by the soaring inflation, made it apparent that the collapse of the regime was imminent, Insunza recalled. So when the congressional elections were held on March 4, 1973, many people expected the rightists to sweep the field. All they needed was to gain control of 2/3 of the seats in the lower house. Then they could impeach Allende and bring down the government without resorting to military means. What took place astonished friend and foe alike. The pro-Allende candidates won 43.4% of the representation in the lower house, 7% more than Allende's vote in the September 1970 elections. The right was frustrated. Impeachment was out of the question. The strategy now was to turn to the use of brute force via cannon and machine gun. Allende himself was overjoyed and overwhelmed. Popular Unity supporters waxed triumphant. Despite the sea of chaos that was engulfing the country, labor and the disfranchised would not be shaken from their conviction that the Allende regime was the only thing they could look to for a better life. Even the NI, the CIA's collaborative unit, concluded. The bulk of low-income Chileans believed that he had improved their conditions and represented their interest. In the ensuing 6 months before the coup, Martner says, the right and the CIA accelerated their efforts to overthrow the government. Not only were street fights more frequent, not only had the press campaigns become more shrill, but terrorism involving some of Allende's closest associates became the order of the day. A number of Martner's acquaintances were killed or wounded by fascist gunmen. In his own case, a bomb was 73 planted in his house. The explosion ripped off the living room of the house and part of the staircase only moments after my son walked outside. Allende's naval aide-de-camp, Commander Arturo Araya, was murdered. The feelings of elation following the March vote were short-lived. Soon afterward the truck owners went on strike again, and this time stayed out until the coup. What became very clear was that the nation's chief executive was the head of a government with no power to govern. The major elements of state power were stacked against him, whether Congress, the judiciary, or the armed forces. The disorder in the city streets had a definite insurrectionary ring, Martner says. Toughs belonging to Patria y Libertad rampaged through the cities assaulting pro-government activists, breaking into stores considered to be cooperating with government price control regulations, or dynamiting power plants. One evening while Allende was making a nationwide television address, a series of explosions rocked Santiago. Electrical power was knocked out, damaging the TV transmitters, disrupting Allende's speech and throwing much of the city into darkness. Even before the March elections, the opposition made every effort to get the country to accept the notion that it was out of control and that the popular unity government no longer had legitimacy. One conservative congressman declared in a speech before the House, that the moment has arrived for the Congress to declare that the government has definitely lost its authority and the legitimacy of its mandate. Nobody is obligated, either by law or morality, to continue obeying an illegitimate authority. To some degree Allende's hopes were strengthened when a coup attempt made on La Moneda by a Colonel Roberto Super on June 29 failed. A former Allende advisor, who can only be referred to as GL, feels that Super was apparently inspired by Patria y Libertad, with which he had close connections. The colonel took it upon himself to lead several hundred men and a few tanks from an armored regiment in an attempt to seize La Moneda, the presidential palace. This rebellious exercise, which became known as the Tancazo incident, was quickly put down. 74 The coup and the CIA involvement by General Carlos Prats. The generals and admirals who had been working on the real thing, the putsch that eventually was to overthrow the Allende regime, didn't think much of the Colonel Super adventure. At that time they felt a takeover was still premature and further planning was essential. But this incident obviously served as a kind of dress rehearsal. The speedy crushing of the revolt buoyed Allende's spirits and those of others. GL says, the more detached observers felt that the beginning of the end for the popular unity government was now a matter of weeks or at best a few months. While holding the fort against his enemies, Allende continued to wrestle with the differences within his own popular unity coalition. There was growing demand that the government assert its authority over the military establishment, that Allende take on a more definite stature as the commander-in-chief, and not in name only. The need for a firmer stance was made evident by the growing disaffection within the armed forces. Many of the officers, GL reports, became contemptuous not only of Allende but also of their commanders, such as General Prats. Officers' wives threw a picket line around the residence of the general and began shouting insults. It was probably the only time in Chile's history that the chief of the armed forces had been subjected to such indignity. The obvious was spelled out for all to know, Pratt's subordinates no longer had any confidence in him. And so the next day, Prats resigned, leaving a gaping power vacuum in Allende's embattled administration. Prats recommended Pinochet be named to succeed him. A few weeks later Pinochet presided over the liquidation of Allende and his government, and soon thereafter, it is believed, he ordered the assassination in Buenos Aires of his mentor, General Prats, and his wife. After Pratt's resignation, many of the right-wingers in the high command moved against anyone in the armed forces suspected of having pro-Allende sympathies, GL said. They were charged with conducting political agitation in violation of military regulations. They were clapped into jail where they were tortured savagely in order to make them disclose their connections with other pro-government elements. 75. At the same time, the armed forces launched a search operation for weapons allegedly secreted by members of labor unions and pro-Allende slum dwellers. These search operations were conducted with the authority of an Arms Control Act, a gun control regulation which, ironically enough, was signed into law by Allende himself. As originally proposed in the autumn of 1972 by a Christian Democrat congressman, this regulation seemed to be designed to reduce the incidence of terrorism and was to be applied to any transgressor of the law. It was a poorly drafted piece of legislation which, it is said, Allende had not examined very carefully before signing. As it turned out, this regulation was not applied to such fascist groups as Patria y Libertad but instead was used to terrorize pro-Allende supporters. These search expeditions were conducted in a brutal fashion. Doors were broken open, soldiers and naval personnel rushed into factories and the homes of working people, rifling every drawer and every shelf. In many instances, defiant workers and peasants were arrested on trumped-up charges. In the province of Magallanes, a number of workers were killed when they refused to let the military into their homes. Many workers resisted these search attacks and demanded that Allende stop them. They went further. They asked that they be given arms to defend themselves. But counteraction of any kind was impossible. Allende could no longer look to the army with confidence. All signs on every level showed that the government was disintegrating. Fernando Alegría, then cultural attaché to the Chilean embassy in Washington, arrived in Santiago about a week prior to the coup on one of his periodic visits. He said, "It was an unbelievable contrast to the cheerful atmosphere following the March elections in Chile. There was every sign that a coup was imminent," he told me. Alegría, one of the most important of Chile's contemporary poets and essayists, currently a professor at Stanford University in Palo Alto, California, had been a close friend of both Letelier and Allende. On the Saturday before the coup, he lunched with the Letelier family and was distressed at Letelier's tension. Despite the darkening political clouds that hung over the 76 the coup and the CIA involvement government, on hearing of Alegría's presence in Santiago, Allende made a lunch appointment with him for September 11, the day on which he was to die. Later that day, Alegría was also scheduled to visit with Neruda. Of course, as it turned out, these appointments, the most significant in my life, with two people whom I held in such high esteem, were cancelled for good. What impressed me especially on my return then, Alegría said, was the passivity of some people, a kind of acceptance of the cataclysm to come. The country seemed to be grinding down, coming to a halt. There was a static quality in various aspects of life, economic, political, and social. It is true that 1 million workers and peasants marched by to mark Allende's election victory in 1970, still bravely affirming their will to stop a coup. They were greeting Allende, who was on the reviewing stand, but many of the people were asking that they be given arms to defend the government. But it was all too late. Alegría says that Allende would not and could not comply with the demand because of his fear that it would lead to a massacre on a massive scale. Alegría thinks it likely that instead of 30,000 people killed during the junta takeover, there probably would have been more like 500,000 casualties had Allende acceded to his supporters' demands for firearms. Rifles and pistols, Allende believed, would not be a match for cannon and jet fighters. In any event, Allende did not have the arms to distribute. Notwithstanding the adversities, despite the increasingly louder sounds of doom, Allende still hoped to chart a course that would allow him and the government to survive. Allende was convinced that even though the armed forces were shot through with discontent and treachery, a substantial section would remain loyal. And these loyalties, he felt, with help from workers stationed at the factories, would subdue the insurgents. His intended call for a national plebiscite on September 11, he was sure, would elicit wide support for the government's programs and thus frustrate the perpetrators of the putsch. Having decided on this course of action, Alegria says, Allende discussed it with some his closest advisors, including 77. Pinochet. Originally the coup was scheduled for September 14, but when Pinochet reported Allende's plans, the plotters decided to move sooner to prevent Allende's call for a plebiscite. Of course, not only was Allende unaware of Pinochet's perfidy, GL points out, but he was also in the dark about the covert plotting of the junta's Washington collaborators. September is the month when periodic, joint United States-Chile naval maneuvers take place as part of the Hemisphere exercises, known as Operación Unitas. A United States naval flotilla was supposed to have made a rendezvous with units of the Chilean Navy off the coast of Valparaiso. But there were no maneuvers. The Chilean naval squadron steamed out of port at dusk on September 10 and dropped anchor once it was out of sight of land, while the American gunboats stood by at Cocambo in the north. Needless to say, Nixon did not flash word to Allende that the Chilean Navy had failed to keep its appointment. While still at sea, the naval commanders involved in the mutiny began torturing and killing personnel suspected of being pro-Allende. In the middle of the night the Chilean squadron returned to Valparaiso. Naval and marine detachments set up roadblocks, seized control of the police and power installations, and took over the city intact. Hundreds of sailors and marines who refused to go along with the coup were overpowered and brutally murdered. From then on, all events led to La Moneda. Some hindsight analysts, not necessarily critics, says GL, Allende's former advisor, feel that Allende's fall from power might have been averted if he had acted vigorously to purge the army soon after General Schneider was assassinated. As president and the commander-in-chief of the military, he had the constitutional right to replace officers whose trustworthiness he questioned. But the Schneider incident took place before Allende's term began, when information was still lacking as to the overall character of the army. Who was to replace whom, was the quandary facing Allende at that time, and, moreover, Schneider's successor was General Prats, who gave Allende little reason to suspect him. Prats repeatedly pronounced publicly the army's pledge to keep out of politics and to uphold the legally elected government. Further, because of the near absolute 78 the coup and the CIA involvement. Rigidity of the army in which subordinates never questioned orders of their commanders, Allende felt somewhat secure. After all, he was the commander. He also feared that his intrusion in military affairs might trigger resentment within the officer corps. These were the reasons, GL believes, why Allende would not agree with many in his party who urged the creation of an auxiliary people's force to bolster the military against whatever adversary. His sources inside the military tipped him off that the proposal for such an auxiliary would be condemned outright by the high command. The early days of the administration, GL says, were not the time for Allende to tussle with the armed forces considering his many other problems. There was the harassment by the multinational companies, the CIA machinations, and the U.S. spare parts blockade, as well as cracks within the structure of his own Popular Unity Party. GL feels that Allende's greatest mistake was his overwhelming dependence on General Prats' appraisal of the armed forces. Allende scarcely questioned Prats' recommendation of Pinochet as his successor, yet it was quite evident that Pinochet's personality was markedly different from what one would expect of a leader. Throughout the period that Pinochet served as Prats' second-in-command, he seldom came forward with stimulating ideas or initiatives. He simply took orders from Prats and carried them out as directed. As alert and sophisticated as Allende was with regard to the complexities about him, and especially with those within the armed forces, GL points out, he still remained convinced that much of the army could be depended upon in a crunch. Even on the morning of the putsch, this conviction was reflected in the 3 radio addresses he made to the Chilean people before the bombing of La Moneda commenced. In his first 2 speeches, Allende still held fast to the possibility that, as in the Tancazo incident, some 2 months before, most of the army would stand behind him. There was still a spirit of resistance. He told the Chilean people, workers especially, to get to their factories and stand ready to defend them. He still had confidence. 79. That Pinochet would be heading the attack to crush the insurrection. Later that fateful morning Allende became convinced that army support was out of the question, that he was betrayed, and that Pinochet was most likely a member of the conspiratorial group. Thus in his final address when he bade the nation farewell as he reiterated his decision to fight and die to uphold the legitimacy of his government, Allende changed course. He no longer urged the workers to take a stand. Instead he pleaded with them not to become needless victims. The people should be alert and vigilant, he declared. They should not permit themselves to be provoked or to be massacred. Even in this last statement, Fernando Alegria believes, Allende displayed his fundamental humanitarian quality. He knew that since there was no hope for his supporters to get arms, there was no point in getting themselves killed. In my opinion, Allende will emerge in history not as a revolutionary fighter, although he died fighting as a revolutionary. On September 11, at midday, the air attack on Chile's seat of government, La Moneda, got underway. A few hours later, Allende was dead and his government was a shambles. And the Chilean right as well as its American co-conspirators, Alegria observes, succeeded in stopping socialism from coming to Chile democratically. There are no monuments today in Chile commemorating Allende's martyrdom. Chilean school history textbooks refer to Allende only as a Marxist head of state who flung Chile into chaos. But, Alegria says, neither censorship nor the iron fist of the Pinochet dictatorship will succeed in snuffing out Allende's memory. Whether in the hushed tones in shantytown conversations or in the world arena, the Allende phenomenon continues to spark debate. 3. Chile's concentration camp near the Antarctic. Yosan Island is a speck among the fragments of land at the far end of Chile's long geography. Just west of Tierra del Fuego, south of the Southern Cross, it is about a 1.5 hour flight from the Antarctic. On the map, Dawson is an upside-down question mark badly put together. It is desolate and bleak, about 55 miles long and 12 at its maximum width. Fierce, icy winds from the polar regions gust mercilessly across the stony terrain. The spiny brush sits permanently hunched and stooped, huddling for protection. Wet gales, edged with brittle sleet and snow, batter the island for weeks at a time. In January and February, a mix of spring and summer checks in and out as though through a revolving door. Hardly does the sparse vegetation begin to blossom than the leaves turn and are ripped off by the stormy autumn. The sun makes a few hesitant stabs through the leaden sky and then is banished for the long, hostile winter. Surrounded by the Strait of Magellan on the north and west, by Gabriel Canal on the south, and by Whiteside Canal and by a body of water aptly called Useless Bay on the east, is condemned to perpetual dampness. From early morning a fragile, milky haze blankets the island's melancholy mountain range and empty valley covered by the tundra of the Antarctic regions. As the haze lifts toward midday, patches of forest reveal giant oaks, poplars, and larches. But relief from semi-darkness lasts only a short time. With monotonous regularity the fog rolls back in toward evening, becoming one with the low-hanging clouds, blotting out everything. 81. 82. Yosan Island. During the dreary autumn months, snow and rain take turns in buffeting the island. At night it takes on a short-lived surrealistic beauty as snow at times a foot deep covers the earth's muddy warts. But because of the salt air from the surrounding waters, the snow begins to melt by daybreak, converting everything underfoot to slush and deep, muddy gullies. Except for the Chilean military, which has long considered it an ideal place for artillery practice because there are no permanent inhabitants and therefore no risk to civilians, Dawson Island might have continued to the end of time as one of those geographical deformities that deservedly remain unheralded and unsung. But in September 1973, became a concentration camp, the junta's shelter for some of Chile's best-known political figures and intellectuals. There was Clodomiro Almeida. There was José Toja, Allende's Minister of Defense who had been forced out of office by a no-confidence vote of the rightist-controlled Congress. There was Toha's successor, Orlando Letelier, who had left his post as ambassador to the United States to join the Allende cabinet 4 months before the coup. There were also political leaders, such as Luis Corvalán, Secretary-General of the Communist Party, and Anselmo Sewell, President of the Radical Party, as well as distinguished intellectuals, Dr. Edgardo Enriquez, former Minister of Education, Dr. Enrique Kerberg, Rector of the Technical University, Chile's second largest, Fernando Flores, an internationally known cybernetics theorist, Dr. Arturo Giron, Minister of Health, Sergio Vuskovic, former mayor of Valparaiso, and before then, professor of philosophy at the University of Chile. And there were the Puccios, father and son, who had vanished in the spurious truce negotiations with the junta general shortly before Allende was murdered at La Moneda. 35 people were in the first group dispatched to. They arrived at Dawson at 4 in the morning after a 15-hour journey, a 9-hour flight from Santiago in an old prop plane, 1,500 miles south to Punta Arenas, the southernmost city in Chile, and then by boat through the island channels for another 6 hours. The vessel was an American landing craft. 83. Bought by the Chilean Navy. It had been used during World War II assaults on the Normandy beaches. As Professor Kerberg recalls, we disembarked single file and were swallowed up by heavy mist. We were shivering in the cold, we had on lightweight suits and jackets, the usual clothes for a Santiago spring. Nobody was prepared for the frigid Antarctic blasts. We tried to walk close to each other to ward off the howling wind that cut into us as though with 100 razor blades. We were terribly hungry, we'd had only 1 cup of coffee and no food for the whole trip. But above all we were bone-tired, simply overwhelmed with fatigue, our backs and legs in agony from the contorted positions we had been forced into on the plane, handcuffed and tied down to the seats. Some had fared worse. Because of overcrowding in the small plane, some prisoners had to sit on the floor, with nothing to cushion the shocks to their bodies as the aircraft bumped its way through turbulence. Stone-faced soldiers took turns patrolling the aisles, pointing their rifles at the heads of the prisoners to make sure they did not talk to each other. Our ordeal began almost immediately, within hours of the putsch, Kerberg says. Some, like Allende, were either murdered outright or first tortured and then done away with. Others, like me and especially high-level government officials and cabinet members, were seized at their homes or offices. And by the second and third day of the coup they were brought into the Bernardo O'Higgins Military School in Santiago, the main collection center for high-ranking Allende officials. Almost immediately one sensed the attempt to break us down physically and psychologically. We were interrogated over and over about alleged conspiracies to subvert the armed forces and thus, presumably, keep the Allende government alive. Our inquisitors were insolent, vulgar, lacing their questions with profanity. This went on from the 12th of September to the 15th. At night we were at the mercy of cadets, most of them scions of Chile's oligarchy or of the Buenas Familias, with hidebound anti-Allende prejudices. They amused themselves by banging at our doors or shooting off their pistols near our windows and threatening to murder us. And yet we felt that the junta high command wavered on how to deal with our fate. Apparently the world outcry at Allende's assassination and the ensuing bloodbath all across Chile inhibited Pinochet and his henchmen from liquidating us en masse. This was evident when on the morning of September 14 we were shoved by the cadet guards into a big conference room. There the junta's newly appointed justice minister, Gonzalo Prieto, offered us a plane on which to go into exile out of Chile. Our response was a unanimous no. Our spokesman was José Toha, who told the junta representative that either we should be freed immediately or we should stand trial under the protection of the Chilean constitution. Prieto said he would consult with his colleagues, but he never returned and we never heard from him again. The whole scene reflected the topsy-turvy world in which we suddenly found ourselves. For right above the head table where Toha and Prieto were conferring hung a great chart of Chile's governmental chain of command that had been drawn up only a few days earlier, when Letelier was appointed to his new post, and that the junta had not had time to remove. At the top, in huge letters, the chart listed Salvador Allende, President and Commander-in-Chief, followed by Orlando Letelier as Defense Minister, and then, immediately below, the name of General Augusto Pinochet, head of the armed forces. Next morning the prisoners were told to take whatever belongings they had and get ready for a journey. No destination was revealed. Heavily armed security guards herded them into jeeps and trucks and took them to El Bosque military air base. Ordered to walk single file, they were searched once again. Each was frisked for hidden weapons. Shoes were removed and slit open at the heel to see if there were hidden messages. In the course of this examination, whatever valuables had not been taken earlier, such as watches and cigarette lighters, were seized without explanation. Prisoners who resisted this robbery were beaten with rifle butts and threatened with summary execution. At Punta Arenas, late that evening, the prisoners were pushed onto a windswept airstrip. There was an atmosphere of heightened tension, Kerberg says. The moment we stepped off the plane we were blinded by the glare of enormous army. 85. Searchlights that lit us up like targets in a war cinema. We stumbled along in the direction of a command post as soldiers armed with rifles with fixed bayonets kept harassing us to quicken our pace. Some were stripped naked, all were photographed and rechecked. They were then ordered to dress and steered toward a parking area jammed with personnel carriers, each with room for 8 prisoners, an officer and an enlisted man. There was a lot of noise and commotion. Officers were shouting commands, sergeants were pushing us toward the vehicles, the searchlights never ceased their blinding assault. As we were about to climb into the truck, the officer in charge pulled out his revolver from the holster and screamed, "Anybody who makes a move while in the vehicle will be shot." And as we began getting in, a soldier blindfolded each of us by pulling a cloth bag over the head and face and tying it at the neck. Cold, exhausted, unseeing, some forced to lie face down on the floor of the truck, we were driven over bumpy roads for about an hour. Except for occasional curses from the officer in charge and the whir of the engine, we were left to our own thoughts. But toward the end of the trip a shot rang out nearby and our lieutenant was quick to comment that there would be one less mouth to feed where we were going. We found out later that a guard had been carelessly waving his pistol around and had shot Daniel Vergara in the arm. Nobody did anything about it and Vergara almost bled to death on the trip. Despite the fact that the bullet remained lodged in his arm, the junta refused to move him to a hospital where it could be removed. Dr. Arturo Giron tended the wound with dressings made from torn-up shirts and underwear, constantly revached. Not until a week later, when Vergara's wound was festering and nearly gangrenous, was he taken to a hospital in Punta Arenas to have the bullet removed. Once we reached our destination, our blindfolds were taken off. The cold here was even more penetrating, a black sky ominously hung over us. But we didn't have to wait long to learn what was next in store for us. This was an embarkation dock, and we were pushed onto a gangplank which led to a seedy, grimy 86 ship where we were forced to sit jammed against each other on the floor. Conversation and smoking strictly prohibited / a junta officer warned us. And so for 6 hours, jammed together in the old landing craft, we chugged along on choppy waters to what we eventually learned was our terminal point. Heavy gray morning mist enveloped us as we got off the ship. Scrub and piles of rock littered the beach. We were ordered to fall into military formations and begin a march on a slippery dirt road, full of potholes. Occasionally the men broke ranks to bypass the frozen rivulets into which some of their less fortunate comrades sank knee-deep. And in so doing they almost bumped into what looked like mysterious, squat, unearthly sentinels lurking in dark shadows at the sides of the road. It was only on closer inspection that they were discovered to be charred oak stumps 4 or 5 feet high. These were the remains of thousands of trees which fell victim to a forest fire that swept near the turn of the century. Some of the group, men in their late 60s with heart problems, began to fall behind. But not for long. Junta soldiers, cursing, shouting obscenities, and from time to time jamming the barrel of a gun in a straggler's back, forced everyone to keep a quick pace, no matter how much the older men wheezed and panted in the attempt to keep up. This march was the beginning of a series of harassments designed to destroy the captives both morally and physically. They were compelled to trudge through the icy rain and muck for nearly 2 hours simply to have them undergo physical torment. After what seemed like an interminable time, a hazy outline of their home hove into view. A group of grim, bleak shacks huddled together on a sprawling military base was the sight that greeted us when we arrived at our destination, Kerberg recalls. When we entered the compound we were ordered into a cavernous tent. There each of us received a cup of tea and a stale slice of bread. Some of us dropped down on benches, others had to make do with the earthen floor. We devoured our meager rations greedily. We were scarcely through with this repast when sergeants began shouting commands. Up on your feet and back into formation. Once again the roll call and each of us was checked individually. Concentration camp. Here top-ranking officials of the Allende government spent nearly a year doing forced labor outdoors in a hostile, frigid climate. The island is about a 2-hour flight from the Antarctic. An army major, our base commander, jumped on a table and read us the riot act. You are all prisoners of war. This is to warn you that infractions of rules or insubordination, or any attempt to escape, will be punished with summary execution, in other words, you'll be shot on the spot. And now, all of you to your respective barracks, he bellowed. 7 of the prisoners were assigned to a barrack which included Leitlier, Dr. Giron, Almeida, Dr. Enriquez, Jose Cademarteri, former finance minister, Hugo Miranda, and Kerberg. Because this group was made up of the highest ranking 88 officials of the Allende government, the barrack was dubbed the Sheraton Hotel. All the others were billeted in something that looked like a warehouse. This was named the Tupeway, after a second-class hotel in Santiago. In both, the space allotted for each prisoner was about 3 feet square, and the bunks, which were soon referred to as coffins, were so close to each other that to get to the door a person had to flatten himself and walk sideways. The barracks seemed designed to suffocate the occupants and freeze them at the same time. There was one small, smoky wood stove in each of them. A tiny, leaky window in the ceiling was the only aperture to the outside world. While it effectively kept out the fresh air, it was almost useless in keeping out the rain. The water kept dripping inside. Still hungry, crushed with exhaustion, nursing their weary limbs, the prisoners dropped into their bunks and tried to relax their taut muscles. Despite their fatigue, not everyone was able to slide into the escape that sleep can offer. There was too much to absorb. All of them had had the world collapse about them with the suddenness of an earthquake. And most had already experienced the baptism of fascist fury that descended upon Chile. Only several days before, Orlando Leitlier had been sworn in as Chile's defense minister. Clodomiro Almeida had returned from a conference of non-aligned nations in Algiers and immediately gone into consultation with Allende about the president's plan to call for a referendum in which the Chilean people would express their support or rejection of the Popular Unity government programs. And early on the morning of the putsch, Enrique Kerberg was still being addressed by an army captain with the usual respect accorded a leading intellectual. "Yes, Professor, no, Professor," he said, in responding to Kerberg's questions about an assault on the university the night before the coup. It must have been particularly hard for Leitlier because of the sting of Pinochet's personal betrayal. 24 hours before the coup, at one of his meetings with his commanding general at the Defense Ministry, Leitlier had heard Pinochet hold forth on his loyalty to Allende and his absolute resolve to defend the 89 legitimately elected Chilean government against any attempts by rightist forces to topple it. Quite frankly, Leitlier recalled, in the time I knew General Pinochet I had many doubts about his intellectual capacity. However, there remains little doubt in my mind as to his talents as a traitor. Indeed, after the coup, the junta chief openly admitted that 48 hours before the bombing of La Moneda he had already endorsed a document circulated among the senior officers that outlined the plans for overthrowing the Allende government. and, presumably to reinforce his credentials for leadership of the junta, Pinochet claimed that he had initiated the anti-Allende plot as early as 1972. An internationally respected economist who had served on the staff of the World Bank for a number of years before Allende appointed him ambassador to the United States, Littleyer was held in high esteem in Washington. Because of his valuable international connections, Allende had asked him to leave his post and return to Chile to help deal with the nation's worsening economic situation. Soon after Littleyer returned, his friend José Toja was forced out of office as defense minister and Allende named Littleyer to succeed Toja. Letelier's personal ordeal began even before the bombardment of La Moneda. With other ministers and high government officials he spent the evening of September 10 with Allende at Tomás Moro, the presidential residence, consulting on the referendum speech the president was to deliver the next day. He left the president with Carlos Brione soon after midnight. Once home he continued to probe the earlier reports of the mysterious troop movements. Given the increasingly tense political situation, rumors kept cropping up and in most cases they were just that. On the other hand, none of them could be ignored, so Littleyer, as defense minister, began phoning the highest-ranking officers to obtain clarification. The responses were most b. 90. Wildering. Wives or aides answered, saying that the generals or admirals, as the case might be, were away and it was not known where they could be reached, or that they were expected home soon and would call back. A few of the generals did call back, but with a variety of fanciful explanations about the troop movements. They uniformly assured Littleyer that nothing unusual or abnormal was happening on any of the army or navy posts across the country. What made Littleyer especially tense was that no one at the defense ministry answered the phone. Where was the usual night staff? It was not until 5:45 a.m. that the ministry responded, and Littleyer was dumbfounded when Admiral Patricio Carvajal, a top staff officer, answered the phone himself, and in Letelier's office at that. What was Carvajal doing there at such an early hour? And what was he doing at Letelier's desk? Carvajal airily explained that he had arrived at his office early to deal with an inordinate amount of paperwork that had piled up on his desk. And he happened to be walking by Letelier's office, he said, when he heard the phone ring, so he picked it up. Littleyer was now convinced that something serious was afoot. Soon after, Allende called him with the news of the Valparaiso rebellion and told him to go to the defense ministry to check out the situation there. When Littleyer got to the ministry, 2 armed security guards barred his way. "How dare you," he shouted. "Don't you know I am the defense minister?" But the verbal scuffle didn't last long. A booming voice from inside said, "Let the minister in." Scarcely through the door, he was seized, hit with fists and rifle butts, then dragged to the basement of the building and beaten again. All around him was chaos. Men were being pounded savagely by soldiers and officers. Littleyer was then taken to Regimiento Tacna, a military post in Santiago, and pushed into a room overlooking a large walled-in compound. For most of the afternoon Littleyer was to hear again and again an officer's order to fire and then the short, barking noise of a dozen rifles in the compound. The window of the room was blacked out, and so was the glass section of the door that led to the compound. But 91. There were tiny gaps in the masking material and so Littleyer put his eye close enough to them to see the bodies of those executed dragged out. He counted 17 corpses. Toward the end of the afternoon, guards began tormenting him by banging on his door, laughing and shouting, "You're next." And then it really happened. The door opened and 6 men burst in, carrying a big towel, which I quickly surmised was to be my blindfold when they put me up against the wall. "Let's go," they yelled as they dragged me out of the room, but Littleyer put up a fierce struggle. The scuffle was loud, with shouts and the stamping of feet. The noise attracted the attention of a lieutenant on the next floor who insisted on his right as commanding officer to decide who was going to the execution grounds. He said that it was a long day and he was tired, and he ordered the men to hand Littleyer over to him. Accompanied by military guards, he took Leitlier to a jeep and drove to the O'Higgins Military School. It was from there that Leitlier and 34 others were taken to the airport for the flight to. A few hours prior to their departure, Leitlier was given permission to call his wife Isabel to tell her that he was about to start on a trip, with a destination unknown. Now on, tired and still nursing the bruises from the beating 2 days before, Leitlier somehow kept his innate optimism intact. As his comrades at Dawson recall, his attitude was that of a man who says, "Okay, here we are. How are we going to deal with the new crisis here?" It is ironic that Letelier's life was spared when he was seized on the day of the coup, and that he afterward survived and other concentration camps, only to die at the hands of Pinochet's assassins when he was finally at liberty in Washington. D.C. Clodomiro Almeida was another inmate of S/Sheridan. Once a professor of political science, he looks the part to perfection. Serious, with heavy-rimmed glasses, a high-domed forehead, and a gravelly, authoritative baritone voice, Almeida is not, however, the absent-minded variety of academician. He is precise and articulate, quick to respond and explain. On the day the junta struck, however, he might have been somewhat foggy. He had arrived the evening before from the Non-Aligned Nations Conference in Africa, and gone straight into a meeting with Allende. The jet-lag malaise was still with him when his phone rang at about 7 a.m. and the president told him about the Valparaiso developments and summoned him to La Moneda. After taking leave of his family, Almeida drove to his mother's house for another hasty farewell. "We'd become very realistic about the critical situation in the last few months of the Allende regime," he said. "So when we said goodbye to each other, we didn't embellish it with outpourings of emotion, but we didn't take it lightly either. The immediate future looked dark and at best unpredictable. Strangely enough, en route to the palace, the streets seemed normal, with no evidence of unusual police or military traffic. It was only at the palace that the carabineros, still loyal to the government, were out in large detachments around La Moneda, with several tanks at the entrance. Within an hour or so after my arrival, however, the situation changed dramatically. The police switched sides and withdrew the palace security guard, taking the weaponry with them. My conference with Allende was of the briefest. He was already deeply involved in organizing the defense of the palace against the impending attack. Though Allende asked all those inexperienced with firearms to leave the palace and try to carry on resistance against the junta on the outside, Almeida, as well as the brothers Toja, Carlos Briones, and Aníbal Palma, a top Allende advisor, chose to stay with the president. They removed themselves from the scene of battle because of their inexperience with firearms and walked down to the subterranean passages that connected the palace with the foreign ministry wing. There, in a tiny storeroom. 93. They remained for most of the bombardment. They heard the muffled detonations of the bombs and cannon fire. The earth and the building shook with every direct hit on the palace, but the basement they were in remained unscathed. Soon their phone connections with the main buildings, where Allende and his young guards hoped to repel the assault, were cut off by the destruction of the intercom system. Oddly, their phones to the outside world still functioned. They could talk now and then with their families, who sat mesmerized at their radios, and thus learned more about the state of La Moneda than they themselves could determine. The conversation among the 5 officials centered on the emergency at hand. This was scarcely the moment for us to undertake a deep analysis of the political situation in which we and the other Popular Unity people found themselves, Almeida says, smiling a little. We were involved with survival. Once the bombardment began, even though we were not in the direct line of fire, the smoke began to infiltrate our little shelter. We started to cough and choke. Then the junta pilots dropped tear gas bombs, so in addition our eyes became acutely irritated. We then decided to move from the storeroom to an office on the floor above, still in the foreign ministry. We were now exposed to shelling and instant obliteration had the junta military decided to make an attack on this side of the palace. But we really had no alternative. The smoke and gas in the basement were no longer endurable. Our phones to the outside stopped functioning, and it wasn't until late in the afternoon that we learned of Allende's murder. A junta patrol broke into our refuge. With guns and bayonets pointing at us, we were taken before one of the junta generals who had been directing the palace attack. At first his behavior and that of his officers was correct, even polite. We were then escorted to a personnel carrier and driven to the O'Higgins military school, where other high-ranking Allende people were being brought in. In the first day of the putsch, a lot of catastrophic, life-changing experiences were crammed into a matter of hours. I felt stunned, groping for leads to what the future held. The scene around us was horrendous. We were all in profound anguish. 94. But perhaps there was nothing more painful than to look out the windows of the military school and watch the continuous sorties by junta bombers over the working-class shanty towns as they bombed the defenseless populace. Again and again we saw them zoom in and unload their bombs and machine gun the streets. These attacks were followed by plumes of smoke rising into the thin blue sky, as the rickety shacks burst into flame like stuffed matchboxes set on fire. Hundreds upon hundreds of people, men, women, and children were put to the torch in this precisely organized exercise, so terribly reminiscent of the films of B-52 bomber attacks on the Vietnamese. The murder of Allende, the destruction of La Moneda, and the attack on the shanty towns continued to beat at Almeida's mind as he lay down on his bunk in his new home at Dawson and watched the little window in the ceiling streaked with rain. On September 11, the day of the coup, Professor Kerberg got up early, since this was one of the days when he would go to the school gym for a workout and relax in the sauna before starting his day at the university. Kerberg, about 6 feet tall, now in his middle 60s, walks with a firm step. His well-chiseled face with high cheekbones and a lofty forehead, lights up with a friendly smile when in conversation. But that morning there was little to smile about. At 6:45 the university custodian called to tell him that 5 men in civilian clothes armed with machine guns had broken into the administration building, overpowered the security guard, and attacked the university radio station, smashing the transmitters. It was a quick, hit-and-run operation, obviously the work of technically trained marauders, not merely mischief by a gang of hooligans. As they left, with some of the university night staff screaming and pushing toward them, they fired several rounds to intimidate the few pursuers. There was little doubt in my mind that it must have been the work of cadets stationed at a Marine base close to the university, Kerberg says. I immediately drove to my office, and soon afterward my wife joined me there. I was appalled at the violence with which the radio station had been ransacked and destroyed. One called the police and within minutes several officers arrived and in a very 95 business-like manner jotted down all the details and descriptions from some of the people who were on night duty. They promised to begin work on the case immediately. This was about 7 o'clock. Still shaken, I called the Carabineros again at about 8 with a few more details I thought would be useful in their search for the culprits. But no one answered the phone. I tried several times but there was no response. I didn't know that was the hour when the Carabineros had switched sides and gone over to the junta. Despite the early morning rumors and reports spreading across Santiago, confidence still prevailed that, as in previous attempted coups, the armed forces would stand fast and defend the government. The perils of bloody confrontation did not inhibit the thousands of students who came to the university that morning. Kerberg recalls, the students arrived in droves, probably the best attendance we'd had in months. Both curiosity and a desire to participate in whatever action there was to hold back the rightists were the motivating factors. At mid-morning Kerberg called a meeting in the administration building of representatives of the faculty, the student organizations, the employee trade unions, and the political party student groups. Even the Christian Democratic Party faction, whose leader, former President Eduardo Frei, had helped pave the way to the coup by joining with the extreme rightists in demanding Allende's abdication. They too wanted to be part of whatever fight the university was going to put up against the putsch. The meeting was tense, with many strongly expressed opinions about what to do. Some advocated making a stand at the university if the military attacked, but others pointed out that the buildings had enormous glass facades that could never hold up against gunfire. Our deliberations went on while contradictory bulletins were flashed on the radio about Allende's situation at La Moneda. And even when it was announced that the battle for the presidential palace had begun, it was not clear whether pro-Allende sectors of the army were helping to defend the government. Rumors also spread that pro-Allende forces had overwhelmed the pro-fascist military in other parts of Chile. R. 96. Mood would swing from hopeful optimism to profound depression, depending on the latest rumor. By about 4 o'clock, however, the junta's radio announcements made it abundantly clear that the popular unity government had fallen. And then the thunderclap: Allende was dead. Among the junta's first acts was to order a curfew, effective that afternoon, and to warn that anybody caught in violation would be shot. Many of the students began making their way off campus, filtering back home. About 1,000 students and faculty members chose to remain, some in the administration building, others in the arts building. At 5 o'clock a military patrol appeared at the university entrance. I met them on the steps. It's amazing how cocksure we were of the Chilean tradition that the university's autonomy was sacrosanct and could not be violated by the military. And, indeed, the commanding officer, although speaking sternly about observing the curfew, addressed me respectfully as professor. Since the curfew was already in effect, he told us to spend the night at the university. In the morning, he said, he would dispatch special buses to take us home. We settled down as best we could for the night. Some slept on benches and chairs, others on the floor. A watch was set up, with students taking turns. But as it turned out, sleep was out of the question. The night was shattered by continuous gunfire. It wasn't directed at the university itself, it was largely designed to terrorize us and the community as a whole. Come what may, Kerberg began the next day by making himself presentable. He shaved, changed his shirt, and was about to open the door of his office, when I was suddenly lifted off my feet and deafened by an enormous explosion. A cannon shell had made a direct hit into the communication telex room, only about 15 feet away from my office. This was followed by volleys of heavy machine gun fire, the staccato accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of splintering glass and the whine of bullets ricocheting from marble pillars. Both he and his wife dropped to the floor. Then, keeping his body as low to the floor as possible, since the bullets were coming close to the window level, Kerberg crawled to a small table near 97. His desk that held a phone and a directory. He found the number of the police and dialed. One was able to get through to the captain, who shouted insolently, "Rector, you and your rebel students better get out fast before you're all blown to hell / but, Captain," I argued, "we were told that we'd be bussed out of here this morning. Why this attack?" "Well, things have changed," he screamed and hung up. After that, the shooting continued to pin us down. Unless some move could be made to indicate surrender, everyone would be killed as more and more of the walls were torn away by the cannon and machine gun fire. Kerberg decided on one last gamble. He took off his shirt, tied it to a ruler, sidled to a window and lifted his improvised white flag of truce high enough to be seen outside. It seemed to work. The junta men shouted orders to come out of the building with the flag. As I walked out, I was stunned to see the concentration of troops and firepower scarcely 150 feet away from the buildings. Some of them were already demolished. There were cannons, heavy and light machine guns, and rifles. A military officer yelled, "I'll give you 5 minutes to go back and tell the rest of your miserable crowd to get out on the double. Everybody leave the building with your hands up." I ran back inside and started shouting to everyone I could find that we had a chance to survive if we left at once. I tried to call the other buildings, but the switchboard was out. The people there had no way of knowing what was going on because their windows faced the back of the campus and they had no idea of my negotiations with the junta soldiers out front. The 5 minutes were up and we had to leave. Some of the women among us were particularly brave. They were among the first to file out with my wife and me. Even though we did as we were ordered, firing was still going on, with bullets screaming a foot or so above our heads. As soon as we reached the gate we were ordered to drop to the ground, face to the pavement. I suddenly felt a heavy blow on my back and heard a voice bellowing, "So you're the university rector?" "Yes," I replied, as I half turned my face upward. There stood a colonel, gun in hand. "Now you'll see what an autonomous university looks like." As he 98 spoke, he swung the butt of his machine gun against my arm and started kicking me in the lower back. He then forced me to stand up by twisting my arm and pushing me against the wall. He stepped back and said, still bellowing, "Till give you 15 seconds to tell me where the hidden arms are stored. We know you have an ammunition dump somewhere. Now remember, only 15 seconds. I heard the sound as he cocked his rifle. I shouted back that there were no arms and no ammunition at the university. He ignored me and began counting out loud, 1, 2, 3. Suddenly he stopped, turned to a soldier and said, "I'm much too busy for this nonsense. If this man doesn't speak up in the next 15 seconds, you know what to do." The soldier was a youngster from the northern Sierra. Round-faced, dark, scarcely 20, he was obviously in dread fear of the colonel, overwhelmed by what was going on and basically gentle. Since he hadn't exactly been ordered to shoot, the soldier waited 15 seconds and then lowered his gun. I smiled and he smiled. But he didn't say a word. For a moment we were an island unto ourselves. On all sides officers were shouting orders, pistol whipping the students and professors. My sentry seemed relieved at not being forced to execute me. At the same time, he was unsure of what to do next. Suddenly we were approached by an officer, who said, "I know you, Professor Kerberg. I took some of your courses last year. I'm going to talk to my commanding officer and make sure you are looked after in keeping with your rank, as though I were a general." And sure enough, a jeep soon drew up with a lieutenant and an enlisted man in it. As I got in I glimpsed my wife and several other women walking under guard away from the campus. I was driven to an army post in downtown Santiago, where I was left in a small room with a sullen-faced soldier who kept his rifle pointed directly at me, not saying a word. After about half an hour the oppressive quiet was shattered by rifle fire that seemed to be coming from the courtyard. It was not the sound of guns used for target drills. It was the sound of maybe a dozen rifles going off at the same time, following a shouted command that I couldn't make out. It dawned on me that executions were going on just outside. 99. I was convinced that my turn would soon arrive. The resounding volleys were all too near, all too personal. I was overtaken with anxiety. Was I to be marched to the execution area? I tried to reason with myself that the ordeal would be brief, that I should try to be calm. But just how calm can one be when death is so close at hand? I didn't feel either chilled or hot, but my body was covered with perspiration. I had a compelling urgency to write a farewell note to my wife and family, but I had neither paper nor pen. And so I sat and waited, my sentry sitting opposite with cocked rifle in hand. Suddenly the door swung open and one of the captains who had commanded the shelling of the university walked into the room and said that the battle for the campus was still going on because the people in one of the buildings were still holding out. "But why don't you stop the shelling so they can get out?" I asked. "I can assure you," I insisted, "there are no guns at the university." He then asked whether I would talk to the students by loudspeaker to persuade them to surrender. "But of course," I said. "Let's go at once." He went off to get his helmet and pistol, saying he'd be right back. I felt momentary relief for two reasons: one was not to be shot right away, and I might help prevent a massacre at the university. But 5 minutes later the officer returned to say our trip was no longer necessary, the students had just given up. Shortly afterward I was taken by jeep, under guard, to the defense ministry. But as we got near the building a gun duel developed between the junta soldiers guarding the ministry and some sharpshooters on the roof of a higher building close by. Despite this fusillade, my guards said we were to make a run for the entrance. I dashed toward the door with 2 soldiers, pistols in hand, right behind me. Once again death was very near. I felt certain that either I would be shot in the back by my escorts or from the front by the resistance fighters, who could scarcely distinguish friend from foe at that distance. But I made it safely and was pushed and shoved through a subterranean passage into a room where I was ordered to stand with my arms outstretched and my chin against the wall. Within minutes I experienced a terrifying sensation of fatigue and body tension. Fortunately this 100 didn't go on long. I was taken into what looked like a cave, where a number of people were on their knees, faces touching the wall, each separated from the others by a distance of about 6 feet. I too was ordered to the wall, a nastily damp one. But in about half an hour I was on the move again, this time to the infamous stadium. There I was interrogated again and then again made to stand facing a wall with arms outstretched. It is an extraordinary sensation. As one's eyes focus on the wall, nausea develops and the body goes into spasms of pain. While in that position I heard a raucous noise at the door and saw from the corner of my eye a rather big man, a prisoner, shoved inside and brutally knocked to the floor. As he was being kicked and beaten with a rifle, but an officer kept shouting, "So you are the revolver-carrying bastard." Another officer burst in and, with a stream of profanity, proceeded to shove a pistol into the prisoner's mouth. He threatened to shoot him then and there, but for some reason he didn't. He allowed the prostrate, semi-conscious body to slump to the floor, and walked out. At about this time groups of students and professors began arriving from the university. Some already showed the telltale signs of junta treatment. Many had their clothes torn, their shirts ripped. Streaks of dried blood encrusted cheeks and foreheads. Because I was near the entrance, many of the arrivals recognized me and nodded sympathetically. Among them was Victor Jara, with his famous warm smile. Then, for the 4th time that day, I was suddenly grabbed by the arm and taken to a waiting jeep, and whisked to the O'Higgins Military School, which turned out to be the last stop before my journey to. And now, after the tumultuous events of the past 4 days, Kerberg lay back in his bunk and contemplated the future, as a biting wind howled outside and rain mixed with sleet beat down on the thin walls of the barracks. The following day the prisoners were startled by a furious banging on the doors of their barracks. Marine guards shouting obscenities unlocked the doors and ordered the prisoners to get dressed and get ready for work. As former Senator Hugo Miranda remembers it, at 6:15 at 101 was still very dark and beastly cold. A hard rain mixed with sleet swept down upon us as we stood outside, bewildered, shivering in our wet spring suits. Some of us pleaded with the guards to let several of the older men stay inside. They looked very sick, but the answer was, in their military jargon, negative / followed by shouts of no excuses, everyone out. Only Vergara, with the bullet in his arm, was allowed to remain inside and ordered to sweep the floor. Like soldiers we were ordered to fall into squad formations and answer to our numbers during roll call. In the meantime blinding searchlights swept across the prisoners. We had to do about 30 push-ups, as part of our physical fitness exercises. Our hands were blue from cold and the rain formed pockets of water in our shirt collars, then cascaded down inside our shirts. Still out of breath from the push-ups, we were told to begin jogging. We skidded on the muddy, half-frozen ground, slipping and falling while desperately keeping pace around the perimeter of the campgrounds. This was to go on for about half an hour every day. We were then ordered to sing the Hymn of the Americas / which was composed during the Second World War and contained the names of all the nations of the Western Hemisphere. However, we were forbidden to include the word Cuba / and instead supposed to hum Dashamarim at that spot of the script. This musical rendition over, we were marched to our dining room, a huge, drafty tent, where for about half an hour we had our breakfast, a cup of watery tea and a piece of stale bread. We then returned to the barracks to clean up and make our beds. Our workday began with welcoming remarks by the camp commandant. He said, you are to forget who you were. Look at what you are today. You certainly don't amount to much. One army recruit is worth 100 times more than all of you put together. Chile needs soldiers, not intellectuals like you. And we, 102, shall make soldiers out of you, no matter what the cost. And now to work. With that send-off we marched to our place of work, a 5-mile trek to a rocky beach where we crushed huge boulders with extremely primitive tools. These 5-mile marches, first in the morning to work, and again on the late afternoon return to the barracks, involved us in a struggle with 60 and 70-mile Antarctic winds. In between, we had no protection against the hazards that accompany rock-breaking operations. We had no helmets, no gloves, or goggles to shield us from rock splinters as we attacked the stone with mallets and pickaxes. The prisoners scooped up the crushed rock and carried it in bags on their backs to marked places where the telephone poles were to be erected. They had to dig the holes in the frozen ground, then dump the rock to prepare the foundation for the prisoners always worked under the command of armed Marines. 103. Heavy oak timbers they cut in the oak forests on the island. It was a backbreaking operation and the weather was an implacable part of it. Like everything else on the island, the forest too had an awesome, doomsday quality. An oppressive, deathly stillness hung over it throughout the year. The prisoners couldn't get over the fact that unlike the usual wooded area, the forest was devoid of any sign of life except for an occasional woodpecker tapping out its staccato solo. Otherwise they saw no rabbits, no other birds nor anything else suggesting the presence of animals. But the forest did offer temporary protection. It was considerably warmer there because the giant trees were a shield against the wind. This was a mixed blessing. This natural warmth combined with the speed up enforced by the yelling guards made the prisoners sweat profusely. But as soon as they left their wooded shelter, the abrupt drop in temperature produced an astonishing change. The sub-freezing wind transformed their foreheads, cheeks, and mustaches into icy, glistening surfaces. I am not ashamed to tell you that there were times when the cold was so bitter we were moved to tears, Benjamin Tepliski recalls. Of medium height, baldish, round-faced, in his late 40s, Tepliski was the vice president of the Radical Party which, despite its name, is a centrist party. An easy conversationalist, Tepliski's comments on his experiences voiced in a deep baritone adds a sobriety to his lasting sense of outrage. In the 8 months the prisoners spent on they put up dozens of telephone poles along 35 miles of the island's territory. They also built roads, dug tunnels, and hauled timber. The first few months were especially difficult. In addition to the hostile climate, the psychological disorientation, and the cruelty of the guards, there was poor nutrition and threatening hygienic conditions. Almost immediately the prisoners developed heavy colds and high temperatures. But most menacing was the water problem. The prisoners were dependent for their water, whether for drinking or washing, on a narrow little creek running down from a hill where the security guards were. 104. Quartered. And so at all times of the day, bits of fecal matter or soap suds would come floating down toward the area where the prisoners were billeted. It was a near miracle that we didn't have an intestinal epidemic, Tepliski says. No doubt there would have been if the Red Cross had not demanded a change when its officials visited Dawson several weeks after we had arrived. The food was so poorly prepared and so lacking in basic nutrients that most of the inmates suffered severe weight loss. Every prisoner lost about 55 pounds during the 8 months on the island. An extremely handsome man of 47, tall, slender, about 6'6", lost 60 pounds in the first few months. As his colleagues put it, he literally began to waste away. Tepliski remembers the food in painful detail. Our main meal, dinner, consisted of a sort of onion soup, hot water and a few strips of onion, but no cheese, a slice of bread, and a bowl of lentils. Scarcely a day passed without lentils. Twice a month our soup contained a sliver of meat, the size of a chicken liver, per prisoner. And there was also watery tea. Except for an occasional bit of fish which we were able to catch, thanks to a friendly guard, the above menu scarcely ever changed for the duration of our stay at Dawson. Former Foreign Minister Almeida again, from the outset was intended to be a kind of living graveyard. The junta may have been inhibited about killing us in one big swoop, nevertheless, our gradual annihilation was very much on its agenda. We were thrust into a world of harassment and terror, both physical and psychological. We were supposed to feel that we were forgotten, exiled to a kind of frigid vacuum, where the temperature averaged 20 degrees F, where even the sun, in the rare moments it would peek through the clouds, was cold and unfriendly. We were forced to give up our identities, no longer allowed to call each other by name. We had to address each other by our prisoner numbers. But most depressing was the fact that we were swimming against a tide of hate from our own countrymen. Most of the officers and enlisted men who had become our custodians had been brainwashed into thinking that we were murderers, traitors, conspirators. And they treated us accordingly. I doubt if I'll ever forget the young sergeant who pointed a machine gun at several of us and said with a venom that is absolutely indescribable, "God, how I hate you all." One see fear and hatred in your eyes too, but believe me, I hate you a lot more. It was not until some time later that we discovered that the guards who expressed the greatest animosity toward us had special anti-insurgency training in U.S. military camps in Panama, under special arrangements with the Chilean armed forces. 106. But still another factor contributed to this kind of animosity, something we were not aware of until some weeks later: the so-called Plan Zeta. According to the junta propaganda machine a few days after the putsch, this was a diabolical project conceived by the Allende regime that called for the mass assassination of the top officer corps of the armed forces, as well as thousands of private citizens suspected of being hostile to the Popular Unity government. Since it no longer had confidence in the military, the junta contended, the Allende coalition was determined to hold on to power by liquidating any group or individuals who threatened its existence. As Almeida later learned, the junta claimed that an elaborate strategy was laid out to launch the sinister plan on September 19, Chile's Independence Day. The junta charged that the car that was to carry the general staff to where the armed forces were to parade early that morning, was to have been blown up, thus beheading the leadership of the military. The question is, Littleyer subsequently asked, how could that have been possible, since I, as Minister of Defense, would have been expected to join the Chiefs of Staff and thus be inside the ill-fated car? Still another question: if this indeed was the plan, then why would I not have been discussing the preparations of such a parade with Pinochet or other high-ranking officers as late as 1 week before the plot was to have taken place? Littleyer has also pointed out that in the initial interrogation following the coup, both in Santiago and in Plan Zeta was never brought up. From every indication, he said, it would appear that Plan Zeta was a last-minute brainstorm by the junta to justify the putsch and to whip up hatred against the treasonous Allende supporters. And for several weeks it worked. Every day the junta-controlled newspapers published lengthy lists of individuals purportedly targeted for execution by the Allende people. Since there was no longer an independent press to question or reject these calumnies, the force of these disclosures had the desired calamitous effect. Readers were stupefied, outraged when they saw their names in print as potential victims had the putsch not taken place. The junta. 107. Newspapers, radio, and TV vied with each other in trotting out gory accounts about Plan Zeta under hysterical headlines, such as 600 families slated for execution in Concepci 6N or hundreds of civil servants slated for death in Valparaiso. When middle-class bank tellers, store clerks, or professionals who had been only marginally involved in politics read these stories, they naturally began to clamor for revenge, Almeida notes. Whatever initial sympathy they might have had for some of their co-workers or colleagues who had been hauled away to the junta's interrogation centers, thawed overnight. The junta played this macabre Plan Zeta game to the hilt for several weeks. But when foreign correspondents tried to pursue the story to its source, it began to fade away with the suddenness with which it first surfaced. But in its wake, anger and doubt, certainly among the upper middle class and the aristocracy, remained strong. The junta made special use of this maneuver within the armed forces, which helps explain the brutal and even murderous manner of many of the officers and enlisted personnel in their treatment of pro-Allende prisoners. On a number of occasions, Tepliski says, especially in the nightmarish first few weeks at Dawson, some of the military amused themselves by sneaking up behind a prisoner to box his ears repeatedly, but with such force as to damage the eardrums. Apart from the extreme physical pain, the victim vomited and would fall to the ground. It was what the guards called the telephone game. Several of the prisoners became partially deaf. Dawson personnel was given a lesson on how to treat us, Tepliski recalls, when a military intelligence unit flew in from Punta Arenas to reinterrogate us, a few days after our arrival. They descended on us like a storm late one evening, herding us outside the barracks like animals ready for branding. One by one we were ordered to undress, were frisked for hidden arms, questioned, and hurled bodily toward the entrance of our barracks. Some of the men smashed heavily into the walls or against the floor, bruising their bodies, wounding their heads and faces. As if to underscore what additional horrors might be in store. 108. For us, the goings-on in a barracks close to those we occupied were even more terrible. About 150 young men, some only 18 or so, were in this building, and they did not have the privilege of our dubious VIP status. There was nothing to inhibit the sadism of the torturers. These young men were political militants, workers, and students from the neighboring province of Magallanes, who were rounded up after the putsch and tortured continuously. Their cries and moans haunted us far into the night. From time to time we were able to catch a glimpse of them. Some had broken jaws and arms, many underwent electric shocks to their genitals and other torments that became accepted methods of torture in the effort to extract information about other pro-Allende suspects. To make sure that no camaraderie developed with the prisoners, the security guards were changed every fortnight. Thus the quality of their lives would depend on the degree of brutality of the commanding officer. Most of the time, especially at the start of their confinement, the junta command directed its energies at creating an atmosphere of imminent physical extermination. Many of the officers found great delight in setting up situations in which the shadow of death was omnipresent. One night, soon after the prisoners' arrival the barracks doors were flung open and a squad of Marines with fixed bayonets rushed in screaming insults and shouting, "None of you will get out alive." We stared at them, trying to make out what it was all about, Senator Miranda recalls. It didn't take long. Our sadistic captain, his mulish jaw opening and closing like a trap, strutted in screaming, "We know you made contact with the Soviet submarine that is now prowling about in the waters around us. This is your final warning. Anybody trying to make a getaway when the sub lands and begins the attack will be shot on the spot. You and your commie friends will never succeed. Our cannons are ready to blow them to pieces, and our reconnaissance planes are on the watch." And as he was speaking, guns emplaced on beaches close by opened up with roaring salvos, further intensifying our tension. Of course there were no submarines and there was no attack, but this crazy story served as yet another excuse to terrorize us. 109. Sergio Vuskovic, who joined his colleagues late in September, remembers a scene that would be more appropriate in the theater of the absurd. This happened one evening when we returned from work all half frozen, aching with fatigue and pining for our so-called supper, the usual lentil soup, tea, and a slice of bread. It wasn't much, but it was something to help get the chill out of our bones. As we entered the semi-darkened tent, our dining room, we saw our commander, justly called Crazy Valenzuela, sitting at a table, continuously throwing something and catching it as it was about to hit the floor. As our eyes became accustomed to the murk, we were able to make out that it wasn't a ball the commander was playing with. It was a grenade. Up and down it went, each time his hand darting out to seize the deadly object as it was about to land. We carefully sidestepped our commander on our way to and from the chow line, but our uneasiness was obvious and he enjoyed it. A missed catch and dozens of us would become casualties. Finally, no longer able to contain his anxiety, One of the prisoners walked over to the commander and said deferentially, "Lieutenant, may I have permission to ask you a question?" "Affirmative," the lieutenant barked in reply, and went on playing with the grenade. Would it be possible for the lieutenant to be tossing the grenade outside, perhaps at some distance from this place where so many of us are gathered? "Are you out of your mind?" the lieutenant shot back. "Don't you know it's raining and sleeting out there? Do you want me to catch cold?" he railed, still toying with the grenade. Then he shouted, "You are impertinent. You owe me 30. And so the supplicant set aside his soup and began doing 30 push-ups while the lieutenant went on tossing the grenade. There was an especially sadistic episode about 2 months after we got to Dawson, Vuskovic says. Our guard reported to the commandant that Osvaldo, Jr., the 19-year-old son of Osvaldo Puccio, and Tepliski had been overheard talking about using grenades for an attempt at a breakaway. They were taken to the camp headquarters and accused of mutiny. Regardless of their denials, for any such conversation would have been 110. Madness. They were told to expect a court-martial within the next day or two. In the meantime they were returned to the barracks. But about 3 o'clock that morning a detachment of Marines smashed into the barracks and ordered Osvaldo, Jr., and Tepliski to get dressed and proceed outdoors. As they left, the Marines shouted at the shocked prisoners, among them young Puccio's father, who has chronic heart trouble, that they would now understand that warnings of maximum punishment are not idle threats. When the 2 men were hustled out of the barracks, and the doors once again locked from the outside, the prisoners ran toward the thin walls, trying to listen to what was going on outside. We suspected that Osvaldo, Jr., Tepliski, and the guards were somewhere in a small scrub woods a couple of dozen feet from the barracks, and so we listened intently. For the first half hour or so the suspense was deadly. Several of us were sitting with Puccio, wordlessly sympathizing and hoping that somehow the outcome would not be what we all expected. But then we heard the clicks as soldiers cocked their rifles, and then the command, "Fire," and the ring of rifle shots. A shiver ran through the barracks. Puccio sat up on his bunk, mechanically running his hands through his hair, breathing with difficulty. We mumbled words of consolation to him, but there was no comfort, just mumbles. We sat quietly, thinking of these first deaths among our little group. Then suddenly the barracks doors were once again flung open and the commanding officer marched in with our executed fellow prisoners. The grinning commandant said, "As you see, nothing happened. But it is all for your own good, so no one gets the idea of taking up arms against us or trying an escape." Tepliski's side of the story is that he and Osvaldo were indeed taken to the little woods and each was tied to a tree. There were all the ceremonies of a formal execution. We were even offered a last cigarette. Then they blindfolded us and the soldiers stepped back to make up the firing line. Whether or not it was 20 minutes or 40 minutes before the shots rang out is hard to tell. But when you're tied to a tree and blindfolded you think a 111 century has gone by. Then there was the order to fire and the whine of bullets. And then nothing. After what seemed like another period of endless time we were untied and our blindfolds removed. We stood there stunned, scarcely able to take in whatever reality there was about us. But our captain and his Marine detachment were all smiles, telling us it was only a little private joke. They offered us more cigarettes and in a very kindly way one of them asked, "Why do you people hate us so much?" We feebly tried to dissuade them of that notion, and they continued to assure us that this little execution exercise was for our benefit. "Try not to get involved in any kind of mischief that might lead to such a disaster," the captain said. And he added, "And now let's not hold any grudges against each other." What always rattled our guards most was the way we handled their acts of provocation, Miranda says. We didn't panic and we tried not to ask for mercy when we were tormented. But our stony stares, our way of looking past their faces rather than meeting their eyes, our guarded, subtle, but unmistakable disgust, more than made up for the outward passivity we had maintained. This wasn't planned, most of us had that attitude from the beginning. Late one evening Captain Mario Zamora, one of the more sadistic officers, burst into our barracks demanding to know if Alejandro was the man who had given the clenched fist salute to a group of prisoners just arrived from Punta Arenas. "No, Captain," said Alejandro. "For not telling the truth you owe me 30, to begin with," said Zamora. Alejandro immediately began doing his 30 push ups. As soon as he finished, the captain said, "And for your attempt to stir up an insurrection among the new prisoners, you will spend the night in the punishment cell." Before Alejandro could open his mouth, two husky Marines grasped him by the arms and dragged him outside. The punishment box was about 3 feet square and a little less than 6 feet high. Some of us got to know it well. It was flimsily built with almost no protection from the brutal, cold winds. Since sleep was impossible, Alejandro kept himself from freezing by doing exercises. At 6 the next morning, the guard 112 told Alejandro that Captain Zamora in his compassionate way would allow him to rest an hour before work. "No thanks," Alejandro snapped, and he added, "Extend my appreciation to the captain for his solicitous consideration." With that, Alejandro joined the rest of the group in the national anthem and then marched off to cut timber for the rest of the day. Life took a minuscule turn for the better, for a short while, following a one-day visit by the International Red Cross several weeks after the prisoners' arrival at Dawson. But the chicanery with which the visit was stage-managed was sickening, Miranda says. Toward mid-morning we were told that we'd have a day off. As a matter of fact, we were told to go to the parade grounds and play soccer instead of doing our exercises. So there we were, running about on the soggy, frozen grounds but getting a definite lift. Suddenly a military entourage arrives with the Red Cross people and press photographers, who get to work recording our blissful life in pictures. The junta made maximum publicity use of this reportage abroad, but it didn't fool the Red Cross officials, especially when they examined us physically and noted the hematomas, bloody swellings on our bodies, evidence of beatings and torture many of us endured before being sent to Dawson. The Red Cross visitors listed our names and promised that the world and our families would learn of our whereabouts. This improved our morale substantially. Some part of our identities had been returned to us, for it was the first time since our incarceration that we were referred to by names and not by serial numbers. For several days after the Red Cross came, the men in charge here were more restrained in their harassment. But not for long. They soon came up with new ways to depress us psychologically. Since we had no access to newspapers, the junta command offered us newspaper clippings every few days. They always had stories with the names of those arrested and those executed, many of them are lifelong friends or colleagues. From time to time there were articles attacking us personally, as well as our 113 wives and relatives, for misappropriating government funds or black marketeering. Caged animals that we were, we had no way to defend ourselves against these obscene lies, and the clippings had their intended effect. Several of us were driven into a kind of depression. You could tell this was happening. People would sit in their bunks, in whatever free time they had, obviously brooding and reluctant to join in any kind of conversation. But somehow there was always a helping hand from someone else. Whoever was feeling stronger would dream up morale-bolstering activities to coax the melancholy ones to re-enter the group discussions. One time there'd be a birthday party, with funny takeoffs of alcoholic toasts, another time we'd celebrate a wedding anniversary, and so on. Miranda was smiling now. He was amazed, he said, at the cooperation and goodwill among the prisoners, considering the lack of creature comforts and the close quarters. The most impressive example of our concerned respect for each other was the total absence of political recrimination about why the Allende regime was overthrown. Despite the fact that all of us belonged to the Allende coalition, the Popular Unity Party, we were nevertheless members of parties with different political orientations. We also came from different professions, and for that matter even from different economic levels. But everybody joined the effort to avoid controversy that might divide us. Above all, there was an instinctive desire to help each other in every way possible. When the rare food packages would arrive from families or groups abroad, the recipient would divide the contents into halves, quarters, and even eighths, trying to have everyone in the barracks share equally. And on the positive side, I must mention the one member of the military who proved to be a human being. This was the army chaplain, Father José Luis. When he came to our barracks for the first time, in November, fear was written all over his face, fear that we would seize him as a hostage. Come in, one of us said as he hesitated at the door. Once he did venture inside, he seemed shocked to discover that we 114 actually belonged to the human species and were not the loathsome band of murderers described by the junta command. It was because of his intervention that for a short while the command began to allow us to conduct so-called cultural activities. In the little free time after work and dinner, we tried to rekindle the intellectual atmosphere long denied us by the junta captors. We actually set up what can be fairly described as lecture seminars. Fernando Flores, an internationally respected authority on cybernetics, discussed his subject and took questions. Dr. Edgardo Enriquez, a famous neurologist, guided us through the mysterious neural pathways of the cerebral area. Former Foreign Minister Almeida and Vuskovic exchanged views on the theories of knowledge. Dr. Giron introduced us to basic medical theories, and Professor Kerberg of the Technical University, who is also an electrical engineer, brought us the fascinating history of artificial illumination. Jamie Toha, former Minister of Agriculture, discussed Chile's forestry, and Orlando Leitlier exposed us to the skullduggery involved in international finance. Leitlier also conducted an English language course. French and German were taught by Sergio Bitter and Dr. Giron, respectively. For these classes, a junta officer always came to the barracks to make sure we didn't stray into any seditious or conspiratorial plotting. But the concepts were so much beyond his grasp that in the first quarter of an hour he'd begin to nod, and after that he usually fell into a deep sleep. Sometimes a lecturer would be moved to cite seditious theories, for instance those of Karl Marx. But that was easily handled by referring to Marx as the man with the big beard. And on the rare occasions when the officer was still awake, he took no notice because he had no idea what we were talking about. Late in December 1973, the prisoners were transferred to Rio Chico, the new concentration camp, appropriately enough one of the first public works projects of the fascist regime. This was a significant accomplishment for the command. Miranda explained. Leading members of the junta, with the press and photographers and even a few foreign correspondents, came from Santiago for the opening ceremonies. Modeled after a 115 Nazi concentration camp, Rio Chico was ringed by an electrically charged barbed wire fence, heavy machine guns were mounted on its 4 turrets, and, of course, it was equipped with enormous searchlights that poured their blinding beams across the compound. The visitors cheered mightily. Everyone enjoyed the prisoners' humiliation as they were marched into the new camp. One of the majors could scarcely contain his delight, Miranda recalls. We saw him rush over to a British correspondent, to the latter's obvious disgust, and gleefully exclaim, "Look at it! Look at the design, look at the fence. See the turrets? Exactly like the German camps in the movies. Isn't it marvelous? And we did it all ourselves." He did not mention what we had learned, that one of the chief designers of this piece of architectural grotesquerie was Walter Roth, a former Nazi Gauleiter. Rio Chico was somewhat more comfortable physically than the ramshackle Sheraton and the Tupeway whose guests were now under one roof. But it was also more depressing because it looked every bit the concentration camp. It had a quality of permanence, a foreboding of long-term incarceration. As it turned out, because the camp now also accommodated other groups of prisoners, the nucleus of former Allende officials were able to learn about developments on the mainland through occasional clandestine contact with the new arrivals. And when one such group brought them a small shortwave radio smuggled in from Punta Arenas, their spirits soared. They hid the radio in the top section of the chimney of the wood-burning stove that stood in the center of the barracks. Late in the evening they would take turns standing guard at the door in case of sudden junta spot check, while the rest hovered about the smoky stove. 116. Smothering their coughs and straining to hear the news. They could pick up broadcasts from powerful transmitters in London, Moscow, Bonn, Havana, and other faraway capitals that frequently mentioned events in Chile. In February 1974 the prisoners were stunned to hear that even in the United States, whose government was so closely identified with the creation of the junta, a congressional conference was held to discuss the junta terror. And when they heard congressional critics of the Nixon administration and American academic experts denounce the policies leading to the putsch, the excitement was heady. Locked away for months, with the nagging feeling that the world had all but forgotten them, this news flash bearing directly on their role in history and on their predicament, Kerberg says, rekindled hope in all of us. But except for the high moments of news from abroad, life dragged on as usual, the same lentil soup dinners, the same work assignments in the forest, on the road and on the rock pile. And the same bitter, unrelenting wind battered the prisoners every day as they trudged through the mud to and from work. Then one morning, about 8 months after their arrival at Dawson, they were wakened at 5 o'clock, told to pack their essential belongings, such as socks and underwear, and get ready to leave in 15 minutes. Whatever books such as novels they had been allowed to receive were to be left behind. They were given their usual breakfast and then told to wait, still with no explanation as to their destination. As an hour dragged by there were those who thought the whole episode might be one more cruel hoax concocted by the new commander. But not so. Suddenly they were ordered into formations and told to begin marching toward the airport, 10 miles away. Whatever the eventual destination, everyone held on to the hope that it would be a march toward freedom, and all proceeded with a spirited step. But it was still. Soon we were forced to walk through a long stretch of road that was partially flooded, Professor Kerberg says, and the worst was yet to come. We were ordered to take off our shoes, socks, pants, and underwear and negotiate a frigid stream with blocks of ice floating around us. 117. We made a kind of human chain, passing our bundled clothes and shoes from hand to hand until they reached those already on the other side of the river. While we were trying to hold on to each other, losing our footing, blue with cold, barely able to breathe, the camp officers drove by in large personnel carriers smiling and making obscene gestures at us. But we made it. Shivering, drying ourselves as best we could with handkerchiefs or extra shirts, we stumbled on toward the airport, now, of course, on the double. Once there we were put inside 2 small planes for the short flight to Punta Arenas, where we were reprocessed again, searched, then transferred to a Hercules transport. We were handcuffed and chained to the seats, and ordered not to talk. And this is how we made our 9-hour return trip to Santiago. We let ourselves dream of freedom, whatever that would have meant then, not able to imagine that once back in the capital we would all be split into small groups and sent to other concentration camps, some in the high Andean plateaus, others in the desert areas, some for 6 months, others for another 2 years. However, our stay had come to an end. 4. Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet. When Allende rushed from his home to the presidential palace, his wife, Hortensia, was still asleep. Though the early bulletins on the Valparaiso uprisings were ominous enough, Allende continued to be confident that the odds were still on his side. He therefore decided not to awaken his wife, who was still trying to restore her strength following a long flight from Mexico the day before. Señora Allende and her daughter Isabel had just returned from an official courtesy visit to Mexico to convey Chile's gratitude for Mexico's aid after the devastating earthquake of 1970. Señora Allende had been out of the country only a week, but she was confronted at once with a dramatic change in the political climate. When we landed at the Santiago airport on the afternoon of September 9th, she said in an interview in her modest apartment in Mexico City, we were met by my husband, several government officials, and a group of friends. Having been away, I wasn't fully aware of the latest developments, but I sensed almost immediately that my husband looked very tense, nervous, not his usual self. And as we walked through the airport lounge toward the exit, I was appalled to see small groups of young toughs, members of the fascistic Patria y Libertad organization, shouting at us, "Down with Allende." Hooliganism from this group, as well as other rightist gangs against the Popular Unity government, was something we had come to live with. But I had not yet seen them attack so close to the person of the president. Our security guards were about to scatter the hoodlums, but Allende signaled to ignore them. This close-up demonstration of hate was frightening, and in sharp contrast to the mood in Chile when I left the week before. 118. Hortensia Allende, widow of the slain President Salvador Allende, at a rally in London where protesters condemned the junta coup. She is seen here with a bouquet given her by sympathizers. Then millions of workers were preparing celebrations to mark the third anniversary of Allende's election on September 4, 1970. Economic sabotage and deterioration of the economy had been going on for many months, but there was still tremendous enthusiasm, almost euphoria, across the country, though mixed. 120 Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet with growing anxiety. I was in Mexico on the anniversary itself, but I knew there had been huge parades all over Chile. In Santiago alone 1 million people shouted slogans in support of the government as they marched by the reviewing stand where Allende and leaders of the coalition parties were standing. The airport scene was also painfully different from our receptions on the trip. In stopovers in Bogotá, Colombia, and Panama, large groups of newspaper reporters met us, all wanting to know how the Popular Unity government was faring and about the various social programs we had started. I realized from their questioning that the word Chile had become a symbol of hope for all of Latin America's forgotten people. I encountered nothing but genuine sympathy and applause when people heard how the Popular Unity government was bringing about a new deal for the Chilean people through constitutional, democratic means. The day after I got back, I held a press conference to report on my experience in Mexico and on the warmth and respect with which Latin Americans regarded Chile. The conference was very well attended, and everything seemed quite normal. That evening, the last time I was to see my husband alive, we had dinner at home. Allende arrived with several cabinet ministers and aides, to continue the day's discussion of immediate problems facing the government. Orlando Letelier, just shifted from foreign minister to defense minister, Carlos Briones and Augusto Olivares, among others, were there, as well as our daughter Isabel. One keep remembering one small thing that happened that evening. When my husband came home, I went with him to our bedroom where he changed into casual clothes. He put on a new sport jacket, which seemed to fit him very handsomely. One complimented him on his appearance. He looked at himself in the mirror, paused for a moment, and as if in reply said, "I wonder if they will let me wear it." Shocked, I asked him, "Are things really that bad?" He didn't answer, just thought for a moment and then said we'd better go down and join our guests. There was a bit of small talk as we sat down around the table, and then, inevitably, conversation turned to the governmental emergencies. At one point Allende said, "We have discussed my 12 proposal several times. But now I have to make a decision. I will be speaking to the Chilean people tomorrow on national radio and television. I am going to tell them there will be a national referendum, a plebiscite to allow them to indicate their support or rejection of our programs. The present situation cannot continue. And if the people respond in the negative, I shall resign." After dinner, Señora Allende said, the president and ministers went to the study to consult on the text of the speech that Allende was to deliver the next day. Since I was still exhausted from my trip, I said good night and went to bed. And I knew nothing more about succeeding events until the next morning, when Allende called me from La Moneda. He still expressed confidence in the outcome, but at the same time he urged me to phone our daughters and have them bring their children to join me at our home, which he thought would be the safest place for the moment. In that brief conversation, he urged me several times to speak to our daughters at once. A small group of security guards stationed at the gates of Tomas Moro Street around the clock, and a tank unit positioned at the entrance, did indeed add a feeling of security. But while I was talking, I didn't know that the military had already withdrawn both the tank and the guard. I immediately phoned my daughter Beatrice, but I couldn't reach her because she had already left for the presidential palace to be with her father. I did reach my younger daughter Isabel, as Allende had urged. But Isabel too felt that she should be with him. I tried calling a number of my friends that morning, but apparently some of their phones were already no longer functioning, and some of them were continuously busy. A little while later I tried to phone my husband. Every time I called, a different person would answer: the president is not at his desk, or the president is in conference with his ministers. I finally did reach the secretary of Daniel Vergara, who told me that Vergara was with the president. It somehow reassured me to know that Vergara was there. He was a very direct and valiant individual. And it was under his direction and that of General Prats that the earlier attempt at a putsch tank attack on La Moneda on June 122, Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet 29, 1973 had been put down, with all the assailants taken prisoner. As you can see, Señora Allende said, smiling bitterly, in the 3 years Allende had been in office, we had become accustomed to living with life and death emergencies. Only 2 days before the attack in June, the president's naval aide-de-camp Arturo Araya, whom Allende regarded with great affection, was assassinated. In the middle of August, there was another attempt at a putsch in Chillán. Perhaps you know this is the birthplace of the great patriot Bernardo O'Higgins, and several important government officials had gone there to participate in the celebration of his anniversary. The conspirators attempted to use Air Force units to behead the government then, but the coup was quickly squelched by loyalist forces. This time the situation seemed to me very grave indeed. I felt completely isolated, very much alone, and very uncertain what I should do next. But there wasn't much time to ponder. Suddenly the house was shaking as though from an earthquake. The junta's Air Force pilots were on a reconnaissance overflight. I called out to our driver and asked if the tank and the guards were in place. "Señora," he shouted back, "there is no tank, nor for that matter are there any military at the gate." He had hardly finished his sentence when the planes were over us again, and this time they were dropping bombs. In seconds our lovely house was engulfed in flames, rubble, and chaos. Coughing and choking from the pulverized masonry and staggering from shock, I recovered somewhat when our driver materialized at my side and said, "Let's get out of here immediately. This is an inferno." I owe my life to that driver. With him and a man from the guard contingent who had managed to stay behind out of loyalty to us, I left the house and the three of us drove toward the rear of the grounds adjacent to a neighboring nunnery. When we finally got out into the street, the driver turned to me and said, "Now, Señora, where are we to go?" He answered his own question by suggesting that we take refuge at an embassy, but I wouldn't hear of that. I wasn't going to flee to seek asylum abroad while my family and country were under attack. Instead I asked him to 123. Drive to the home of a friend who lived close by, the former president of the Chilean Development Bank. Except for my purse, one had left everything behind. I had no passport, no money, and no clothes except what I had on. As I was leaving the house I could perhaps have retrieved a few of the personal belongings, such as family photographs, but I could not convince myself that it was all over. Somehow I felt that just as in the past, this catastrophe too would be overcome and I would be back. On the advice of her friends, who called the Mexican embassy, and on the insistence of the Mexican ambassador who sent his personal car for her protection, Señora Allende did go to the Mexican embassy that afternoon. There she learned of her husband's death, which the junta announced on radio and television as a suicide. The following day, Hortensia Allende, with her daughters and a nephew, was allowed to accompany a sealed coffin that contained Allende's body on a flight to Valparaiso to bury the president in the family plot. The junta guard refused to open the casket, despite Señora Allende's insistence that she was entitled to see the body. The day after, she left Chile on a Mexican plane. From Mexico City, she carries on a campaign that, she believes, will one day lead to the overthrow of the Pinochet regime. While Señora Allende was desperately trying to reach friends from her home, a number of them were trying to reach her. Two who were very close to her, Moy Toja, wife of José Toja, and Isabel Letelier, the wife of Toja's successor, Orlando Letelier, were especially anxious when they heard that the Allende residence had been bombed. Despite overwhelming anxiety for their husbands, who they believed were with the president in La Moneda, each kept trying to contact Señora Allende, something which was no longer possible because of the bombing. Both women had already been traumatized by what they had experienced on the morning of the coup. The Tojas learned of the rebellion on the radio at about 7 in the morning. The Leteliers were alerted to the impending catastrophe by the president. As Señora Toja recalls it, as soon as we heard the 124 Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet news, José called La Moneda and talked directly to Allende. He then turned to me and said, "TM leaving for the palace at once." First he drove both of our children to his mother's home, which we thought would be safer than ours. He also left a small pistol there for me, with the appropriate permit. We Chileans have always been very law-abiding, Señora Toja added with a smile. Then he went on to La Moneda, and I tried all morning to get him on the phone. But ironically enough, at the time of the first bombing attack he called me saying that he and his brother Jaime, Briones, and Foreign Minister Almeida were still unharmed because they were in the Foreign Ministry wing of the palace, which remained unscathed. The brunt of the attack, he said, was on the area closest to the president's office. Then there was complete silence, and finally the phone went dead. I heard nothing more about what had happened to him and the others until 4 o'clock that afternoon. I tried calling several top-ranking officers of the military in the various departments, but to no avail. In the many months that my husband was defense minister, before he was forced out of office by the rightist majority in Congress, I had come to know admirals, generals, and Air Force commanders on a very personal basis. They and their wives were often in our house. But now I couldn't get past their secretaries. I finally did get to a Commander Merrick who said, "Señora Toja, don't worry, your husband is all right. He, Briones, Almeida, and Jaime are now safe and under guard in the Ministry of Defense building." And that was all. I continued my telephone assault on just about everybody that I could possibly have met during my husband's defense ministry tenure. It was not until about 11 that night that I finally reached Admiral Carvajal, who in a very friendly fashion addressed me by my first name, "Moy, don't be alarmed, your husband is perfectly well." I screamed at him, "But where is he? What is being done to him?" I demanded. Except for a few generalities I could not get any further information out of him. His replies were scarcely reassuring after what I had heard and seen earlier that evening, when the 4 leaders of the junta appeared on television to tell the people that they were now in command. 125. Señora Toja's eyes blazed with anger when she talked of personal as well as political betrayal by the people who seized the government. A strikingly good-looking, spirited woman in her early 40s, highly articulate, she sketched the personality changes of the junta leaders, people who had been her acquaintances and even her friends. "I swear," she said, "these individuals who I had come to know so well socially, who played with my children and who, so many times, showed such personal concern over José's pressure of office or about an occasional illness, were almost unrecognizable on television that night. It was not only because of their rantings, they seemed to have transformed physically. Their total appearance was different. They appeared demented, their eyes bulged, they shouted their wild charges against the Allende regime. Most vociferous was Pinochet, who really was like a madman. At times he was incoherent. It became obvious that his crazy accusations were. Moy Toja, widow of former defense minister José Toja, strangled to death by junta agents while hospitalized in Santiago, and Isabel Letelier, widow of Orlando Letelier, Toja's successor in the Allende cabinet, who was murdered by junta assassins in Washington, D.C. in 1976. 126 Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet attempts to justify his betrayal of trust. For every soldier killed by a Marxist/he threatened, there will be at least 10 executions/it was impossible to imagine these people as heads of any government. One assumes that in the launching of a new regime, its leaders would want to pacify the country, calm its inhabitants, bring about some kind of order as soon as possible. But the junta was doing just the opposite. Rancor, the venom of revenge, and the promise of death were the leitmotifs of the new order. The next day the Defense Department phoned to tell me to pack a suitcase for Jose, who, I was told, was about to be banished from Santiago. Late that night there was a knock at the door and an officer said he was there to pick up the suitcase. He also gave me a note in which Jose asked me to include a coat, some cigarettes, and some sweets. He said it was extremely cold where he was going and perhaps chocolates or sugar would help keep up his body heat. But where are they sending my husband? I demanded to know. The officer claimed ignorance and wanted to get on with his assignment. Early the next morning I finally heard from Señora Allende, who was safe at the Mexican embassy. She asked me to speak to the junta officials to authorize me to go to Tomás Moro to retrieve some of her clothes and medicine. The Defense Ministry agreed and the next day I was driven to the Allende home under guard an officer and 2 soldiers armed with machine guns. The Allende home was a sad war casualty, something out of a World War II battle scene. The trees in the garden were uprooted and the lawn was slashed open by the bombs. The house itself took 2 direct bomb hits and some of it was burned out, and yet sections of it were still holding up, including the staircase. The inside was littered with rubble. As I climbed the circular stairwell, I saw the remains of a beautiful statue, its head blown off and one of its arms hacked away. I learned that after the bombardment, soldiers sent to stand guard had ransacked the place. The Allende's clothes were literally bayoneted to pieces. Sleeves were torn off dresses, jackets, and coats. There was scarcely anything I could salvage that would be of any use. I went on to Allende's study, where Señora Allende had told me I would. 127. Find about $500 in a metal box. The box was there but the money was gone. Nearly all the works of art, a collection made up of gifts to Allende by admirers from many countries even before he became president, were broken or torn to shreds. Among the paintings that were totally destroyed were those by Diego Rivera, Picasso, and Gaia Salmon. Strips of canvas and broken frames fluttered in the wind that blew in from the smashed windows and the broken walls. All the bookcases were empty, many of the books were ripped apart and all were in mad disarray. A cloud of death and despair seemed to hang across the room. I leaned against the table, traumatized by the havoc about me, and looked around like a mourner at a wake. Somewhere I heard a noise like a moan. I picked my way across the rubble toward the adjoining room. And there, on what remained of a sofa, was a scene that put me in tears. There lay Allende's dog with a litter of newborn pups, whimpering and nestling close to it. In a way, my tears were tears of joy. Within this context of hell and death, there was an affirmation of life. I walked over to this little family, petted the pups and stood helpless, unable to provide them with either milk or food. I filled the suitcase with whatever I thought might still be useful, and we drove off to the Mexican embassy. The next day Señora Allende flew to Mexico as a guest of the Mexican government, and that was also the day my husband, and the others who were in the first contingent sent to concentration camp, left Santiago. Several of us whose husbands were in that contingent kept almost hourly telephone contact trying to find out where they were being banished. Isabel Letelier, frustrated like I was with the inability to reach any one of the former acquaintances who were now in power, said to me, "We must take a firm stand. After all, we were known as the First Ladies, since our husbands were cabinet ministers. Why don't we try to use what remains of that privilege to go to talk to Pinochet directly and find out once and for all what they are doing to our husbands? I quickly agreed. It scarcely occurred to us that we too would be running great risks by going to the junta headquarters. We were the wives of the top 128 Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet Allende associates, and that could have been enough to indict us as anti-junta accomplices. Already we were hearing rumors that many women were under arrest and some had been executed, but that didn't stop us. Before going to Pinochet, I suggested we try to see General Bonilla, whom I knew very well. He and his wife had been our dinner guests quite often. But when we reached his office at the junta headquarters, we were told that he could not be disturbed, he was in conference. I became quite impatient and told the receptionist it was imperative that he speak to us. The receptionist said, "Why don't you leave your phone number, we'll be in touch with you." I snapped back, "General Bonilla knows my phone number better than I do." At that moment, as we were about to leave, I suddenly saw Pinochet coming down the corridor. He hastened his step and rushed over to us with a big smile on his face. As he approached us, Isabel whispered to me, "Moy, I have a feeling he is going to embrace you." I was mortified. The waiting room was full of newspaper reporters and photographers, TV cameramen, foreign correspondents. I had the awful feeling that he would throw his arms around me as a photographer snapped the picture, and the whole world would see the junta chief embracing the wife of the former defense minister, now exiled to some god-forsaken hellhole. I took a kind of diagonal stance, with my hands in front of me to ward off that possibility. But there he was, strutting toward me like a king, with all the television lights on him. And once again Isabel said, "Moy, he's going to embrace you." And he did in fact fling his arms about me and even tried to kiss me. I forcefully held out my arms and threw myself back, and at the same time I said, "I have to talk to you immediately about Jose." Pinochet replied, "Don't worry, your husband is fine. I will see you tomorrow and we'll talk." There he was, as informal as usual, with the same affable smile, as though nothing had happened. The next day Irma Almeida, the wife of the foreign minister, joined Isabel and me. There was a change in the ministry guard from the day before. The soldiers did not know us and were quite arrogant as we were about to enter the building. 329. But when we identified ourselves, the names of Leitlier, Toja, and Almeida, which had dominated the headlines of the Chilean press for the past 3 years, had an electrifying effect. The lower rungs of the military still didn't quite know how to cope with the new situation and were confused about who was and wasn't persona grata. It was ironic how the guards' attitude changed on hearing our names. They snapped to attention and one of them shouted to the receptionist, "The wives of 3 cabinet ministers are here to see General Pinochet," and they saluted as we walked inside. When we were ushered into the presence of Pinochet, he seemed to be totally different from the day before, with none of the geniality he had displayed then and before the coup. At first he was aloof, a stranger. "Good morning, ladies. What is it you want?" he asked as though he were meeting us for the first time. "Well," we replied, "we came to talk to you about our husbands." "Your husbands are perfectly well," he barked. Then he suddenly went off into a harangue about our husbands' Marxist involvement. As he continued with what became a tirade, especially against Allende, whom he called that horrible creature now 6 feet under, he became more and more agitated. As Isabel Leitlier recalls that interview, Pinochet became quite abusive and shouted at us for about 20 minutes. The veins on his neck swelled, his face alternately turned red and purple. There was obviously guilt and embarrassment which he tried to mask with this rowdy scene. He was General Almighty. We 3, who had spent so many social evenings with him and his wife, now had to undergo the humiliation of being stopped and searched for weapons before being admitted to see him. He had all the planes, all the tanks, and all the firing squads. And we, his former friends, with our husbands in jail or worse, stood utterly defenseless. "I couldn't quite believe," Isabel says, that this was the same Pinochet who would fawn over his superiors, practically grovel before them. I remember Orlando telling me how uncomfortable he felt dealing with Pinochet. He said Pinochet was always obsequious, always rushing to help him on with his coat, or carry 130 Chile's first ladies at the mercy of General Pinochet his briefcase when walking through the corridors. Orlando said that Pinochet often reminded him of a barbershop attendant armed with a whisk broom, waiting for a tip. We didn't quite know how to react to his shouting /Señor Elite liar says. We were calm, but terribly apprehensive as he continued his diatribe. It's a shame the way Allende ran this country, the way he and your husbands ran it into the ground, the way they tore its economy to pieces. We didn't want to take over, but we were compelled to do it by the will of the Chilean people. Finally Moy gently interrupted him, saying, General, each of us here has an immediate problem which you can help resolve. Can we write to our husbands? And again he began to sputter and shout, no, no, no. His behavior was that of a psychopath. He continued to insult and berate Allende and his counselors. Even though the traitor is now buried deep in the ground, we're going to prosecute him nevertheless. He is not going to get away with it. Moy tried again. General, she said, my children, you know my little Jose pretty well want to send a letter to their father and would like to receive an answer. I believe she touched something of what remained in Pinochet that was human. He obviously remembered the times he had brought toy soldiers to the little boy when Toja was still his boss. At this point Pinochet, somewhat more controlled, said, all right. Bring the letters here to me and they will be forwarded to Jose. So Señora Almeida and I asked whether we too could send letters to our husbands. He grudgingly agreed. And we went further and said, how about all those others now jailed with our husbands, could their wives send letters to them? He snarled, enough, enough, and marched out of the room. We gathered as many letters as we could and brought them back to Pinochet's office the following day. And I must admit he kept his word. Almost, that is. They were delivered to our husbands 4 months later. 5. Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives. I am the Swedish ambassador. You're violating Swedish sovereignty. You're violating international law. This was Harold Edelstam, shouting at a dozen junta soldiers and policemen. They were beating us with their fists, and sometimes with their pistol butts, the Swedish diplomat recalls. We tried to fight back, but there were only 4 of us, myself, and 3 of my staff. This was one of Edelstam's many confrontations with the Pinochet government as he tried to rescue Chileans and foreigners from torture or execution. In this instance, the altercation developed when junta soldiers came to abduct a woman, a suspected anti-fascist, from a private clinic, where only an hour before she had had an emergency operation for a bleeding ulcer. Edelstam and the junta military agreed earlier that the woman was to remain under Swedish jurisdiction. Edelstam's first skirmish with the junta began with the very first day of the coup. As was his habit, he began the morning with a brisk walk from his home to the embassy. When he was about to enter the building, some of his staff members ran out to meet him. The army is marching towards Santiago, and Valparaiso is reported to be in the hands of the Navy, they told him. I could scarcely believe it, Edelstam said. Only 10 days before I lunched with Allende and we touched on the ever-growing political and economic crises in Chile. And despite the panicky feelings of many that the rightists were involved in all kinds of conspiracies to topple the government, Allende was confident that there were enough important generals within the military who would not permit this to happen. But now. 131. 132 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives. Obviously, the putsch was indeed here, with the generals and admirals in the forefront. The news of the junta putsch was broadcast at 8:15 a.m. An hour later the roar of military aircraft deafened Santiago. Helicopters were buzzing the city. Telephone and telex communication with the outside world began to break down. Edelstam was able to keep in touch with Stockholm by means of a powerful two-way radio. Strangely enough, in most of Santiago itself the local phone service was normal throughout the coup. At noon the junta radio began warning that a curfew would start at 3 p.m. and that anyone on the streets would face summary execution. Soon after these announcements the embassy staff began rushing home and Edelstam started to return to his house. But on reaching the immediate area he was stopped by soldiers who told him it was out of bounds. He protested vigorously, asserting his rights to get to his home. Finally allowed to proceed, he quickly realized that the dozens of armored personnel carriers and heavily armed junta soldiers were there to surround the Cuban embassy, only 2 blocks from where Edelstam lived. He was scarcely inside his own house when he heard machine gun fire. He hurried out again, and saw about 150 soldiers advancing on the Cuban embassy, some of whom were sporadically firing away. To his experienced eye it looked like an assault that would end in a massacre. Edelstam pushed his way towards the officer in charge, showed him his diplomatic credentials, and demanded to enter the Cuban embassy. There was a good deal of arguing, but Edelstam's 6 feet 4 inches height and his no-nonsense manner finally seemed to cow the officer who let him go through. Almost stereotypically a diplomat in appearance, or what people expect an ambassador to look like, Edelstam is a slender, handsome man. Although by nature a mild, serene person, with none of the pomposity so frequently associated with diplomats, he is also capable of presenting a stern, implacable facade which on this occasion got him onto the Cuban grounds. There Edelstam was confronted with a chaotic scene. The Harald Edelstam, Sweden's former ambassador to Chile, addressing a Stockholm meeting in support of junta prisoners. Edelstam was ousted from his Santiago post by the fascist regime because he gave asylum in his embassy to about 1,300 Chileans fleeing from junta terror. 134 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 300 lives. Embassy building was pockmarked with bullet holes. Embassy automobiles had been shelled and were now aflame in the parking area of the courtyard. Inside, the Cuban ambassador was at his desk with a huge bandage on his arm covering a gunshot wound from the first assault. Other staff workers had been cut by flying glass from shattered windows, or had less serious bullet wounds. Everybody, including those who had been hurt, was working destroying documents, packing suitcases, keeping vigil at doors and windows, and occasionally returning the fire with small arms. The shooting subsided, however, when Edelstam went inside. The Cubans asked Edelstam to get in touch with the junta leadership and remonstrate with them, reminding them that such a violation of diplomatic immunity was an act of war. For a starter, Edelstam went out to the military surrounding the Cuban grounds and warned them of the serious international consequences of their actions. Somewhat uncertain in the absence of instructions from the junta high command, they promised Edelstam there would be no more shooting. But late that evening Edelstam heard rifle fire again, and some of the stray bullets hit his own residence. Early the next morning Edelstam found the Cuban embassy surrounded by many more soldiers than the day before, and they now had cannon emplacements and armored cars. So I said to myself, Edelstam recalls, I really must do something to stop this impending carnage. The military were clearly preparing for a knockout blow. This time when I tried to get over to the Cubans the military kept pushing me back. It seemed as though most of my energy was being spent in persuading the Chilean officers to let me go through. Suddenly I recognized a huge bear of a man, an artillery captain I had met some months before at a reception. I succeeded in getting to him and saying hello. When he saw me the man's eyes almost popped out of his head. He practically screamed at me, "Are you crazy, Ambassador? Don't you know there is a curfew, and that we have the right to shoot you on sight?" His huge frame was shaking with anger. "Yes, I know all about it," I said. "But my Cuban colleagues are in danger and I have the diplomatic right and obligation to see how I can help." 135. Them. Angry but somewhat taken aback by Edelstam's persistence, the officer grudgingly agreed to let him through, on condition that he stay only a couple of minutes. He followed me to the door. Edelstam said. I knocked and the Cubans let me in and shut the door behind me. 15 minutes later the military began shouting, "Ambassador, get out." I shouted back that I had no such intentions. The officers were furious. They had actually been planning a cannon assault on the Cuban embassy. My being there prevented them from carrying it out. In the meantime the Cuban ambassador and Edelstam were discussing what to do next. Several hours went by without incident. Then at about 2 p.m. they saw a small man on the street, running toward the officers in charge. He waved a piece of paper and they made way for him as he ran up the stairs and knocked at the door of the embassy. There he waved the paper again and yelled that he was an official from the Junta Protocol office. When he was allowed in, he began without further ceremony to read a statement from the junta government that Chile had broken relations with Cuba and that the ambassador and all his staff were ordered to leave Chile by midnight. Buses would come for them precisely at 11 o'clock that evening to take them to the airport. Considering the fact that the Cubans had less than 12 hours to evacuate their personnel and whatever property, I told my Cuban colleagues that I would take charge of the Cuban interests even though I had not yet conferred with my government. But there was no other way to help defend the Cuban embassy from violence and vandalism, Edelstam explained, shrugging his shoulders to indicate that it was obviously the logical step to take. He had one of his secretaries drive over from the Swedish embassy with a huge Swedish flag, wrapped in paper, and placed at the entrance of the embassy. That night, as the Cubans began boarding the buses for the airport, the junta soldiers surrounding the embassy grounds were obviously preparing to move in and take over the premises. But as the last Cuban quickly lowered his nation's colors and ran with it toward the bus, Edelstam rushed out, alone, unfurled the Swedish flag, and began hoisting it up the flagpole in the courtyard. 136 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives. Stop that, stop it, the commanding officer bellowed at Edelstam. But here was this tall man, determined and impervious to threat, continuing to run up the flag and shouting back that this was now Swedish territory. As the Chilean officer made a move to enter the grounds, the Swedish diplomat warned him formally that he was violating Swedish sovereignty. The captain drew back, confused. The soldiers milled around, thwarted and enraged. With the chain of command not yet fully set, the officers at the Cuban chancellery didn't know where to get immediate instructions, and therefore didn't know how far they could go. I was quite alone, almost, that is. For with me was my first Chilean refugee, Max Marambio, a young man who had been with Allende at La Moneda the day before, and had managed to escape and find his way to the Cuban embassy. It was a dark night. Huge army floodlights were poking at the embassy buildings, constantly sweeping across the grounds or pausing for a moment at a door or a window, as though hoping to uncover some unusual development. And Max and I, for our part, were scurrying about inside, bolting doors and securing the shutters of the windows. And so that night passed without incident. Early in the morning Edelstam phoned his office and one of his secretaries, a sturdy, husky man in his 30s, volunteered to come to his relief. Edelstam then left for his own embassy, where he was greeted with the spectacle of nearly 200 people, mostly women, with a sprinkling of men and some children, all pressing against the locked gates trying to get in for asylum. Edelstam was in a quandary. Like most European nations, Sweden has no reciprocal conventions with other countries to provide sanctuary to political opponents of existing governments. At first Edelstam tried to persuade the crowd to go to the Latin American embassies, which do have such reciprocal arrangements. But both the Chileans and the anti-fascists from other with their histories of political instability and the frequency of government changes in their respective countries, asylum agreements among various countries have been convenient expedients for those fleeing from persecution. 137. Latin American countries argued frantically that they could not depend on the embassies of Chile's neighbors, with their reactionary governments. Even though he had not yet had time to confer with Stockholm about the diplomatic legality of offering asylum, Edelstam opened the doors of the embassy and the refugees piled in. It was a heartbreaking scene, the anxiety and terror on the faces of these people, many of whom saw their neighbors bayoneted, or were forced to look on as their relatives were beaten, kicked, or shot down before their eyes. Word spread quickly and dozens more refugees besieged the embassy pleading to get in. Many jumped over the fences surrounding the chancellery and forced themselves into the building. By the third day of the putsch, the embassy had become a hostel for some 300 people. We were making sandwiches all day, heating milk for the children and trying to improvise sleeping accommodations, the Swedish ambassador said. Edelstam had to account for these developments to the Swedish Foreign Office. It was, as you would say, the cart before the horse. I first allowed the refugees in, and then I cabled my superiors for permission to do so. The word from Stockholm came 3 days later. In effect, the message said, "We approve your refugee asylum action. But don't do it again, at least not before you confer with us." But by the time the message arrived, I had 200 more people seeking protection. Rescuing people fleeing from fascist dictatorships was not exactly a novel experience for Edelstam. His first such involvement dates back to 1943, when he was a junior member of the Swedish embassy staff in Norway. In a variety of daring operations, he smuggled Norwegian and Danish resistance fighters to the Swedish border and into freedom, since Sweden was neutral during World War II. The Swedish government yanked him out of Norway, and just in time. It was only a matter of hours before the Nazis raided the place in which he was. Only Mexico was helping in the first days of the coup, and the Mexican embassy was quickly swamped. The Mexicans were taking in hundreds of refugees each day and flying them out of Santiago on Mexican transport planes. Burlingame Public Library, 480, Primrose Road. Burlingame, California, 94010. 138 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives monitoring German radio communications. The Swedish press at once began to call the dark-haired diplomat the Black Pimpernel. His life was saved, but his career was seriously compromised. The Swedish Foreign Ministry took a dim view of Edelstam's anti-Nazi activities and reacted even more harshly to his own criticism of Sweden's neutrality as Hitler swept over Europe. This hostile attitude continued for some time, even after Edelstam was decorated for bravery by the Danish and Norwegian governments. Edelstam was broken in rank and relegated to performing routine tasks in the Home Office. But fortunes shifted, a new administration came in, and Edelstam was quickly promoted. He served as Consul General in Turkey and Poland, and then as ambassador to Indonesia, Guatemala, Chile, and Algeria. Despite the painful personal setbacks after his Norwegian exploits, Edelstam stuck to his credo, to extend a helping hand to those fighting against injustice. "I may be my country's official emissary, but I am also a human being." When he was in Indonesia soon after the CIA-supported takeover by the Suharto government, which slaughtered some 500,000 people suspected of being leftists, the Swedish diplomat once again was in the middle of things. Sometimes he would drive alone for 2 days across the huge island to keep a secret rendezvous and rescue somebody slated for execution. His Chilean activities exposed him to even greater dangers than he had faced in Norway or Indonesia. His efforts to provide asylum at the Swedish embassy could scarcely be kept secret, considering the scope of the rescue operations. In little more than 3 months, the Swedish embassy enabled some 1,300 anti-junta refugees to flee Chile and find a haven in Sweden and many other countries. His pro-Allende sympathies were a matter of public knowledge. This was not especially surprising. Even though Sweden is a monarchy, its government in the 70s was socialist, headed by Prime Minister Olof Palme, who is Edelstam's personal friend. When Edelstam came to Chile in October 1972, 139. A little less than a year before the putsch, Allende's reform programs received enthusiastic support in Sweden. Edelstam found his new assignment exciting. He felt he was to witness the transformation of a semi-colonial territory into an independent country with a socialist program. He felt particularly fortunate that his role was not only to be that of an observer but also of someone who could offer Sweden's economic assistance to help Chile fulfill some of its projects. On his arrival in Santiago, he was received by President Allende at La Moneda, where he presented his ambassadorial credentials. As he came out of La Moneda, a military band struck up the Chilean and Swedish anthems, but immediately behind the band, out in the open square some distance away from the palace, was an ominous portent of the future. Members of Patria y Libertad, which received financial and organizational aid from the CIA, were shouting obscenities and pushing forward to disrupt the ceremony for Edelstam. The police opened up with a water cannon to disperse the crowd, while the band began playing faster and faster to wind up the ceremony as quickly as possible. And as Edelstam was being escorted into the official car to return to his embassy, a strong gust of wind picked up some of the cannon water and dropped it directly on Edelstam and other officials. "This was my baptismal into troubled Chile," he recalls with a chuckle. During his first visit, Edelstam had asked Allende what in his opinion was the most important accomplishment in the first 2 years of his administration. Allende thought for a moment and then said, "The best thing I have done so far is to give every Chilean child half a liter of milk daily." Having done his diplomatic homework, Edelstam knew that Allende's preoccupation with Chile's infant malnutrition began when he was Minister of Public Health, many years before he became president. Allende said as early as 1940 that if ever he became president, the first thing he would do would be to provide children with free milk. The Swedish milk industry had developed a fish protein additive for milk that did not change its taste, and Allende told Edelstam that the first project he would 140 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 live asked the Swedish government to help with was building a huge dairy plant to produce special protein-reinforced milk for children. This was the great humanitarian side of Allende, Edelstam says. Among his primary objectives was to help children attain their full potential, and to place emphasis on human needs in general, with defense spending and other such commitments way down on the list of the nation's priorities. Considering his very special concern for Allende and the people around him, it was not entirely unexpected that Edelstam would throw himself into the rescue activities as energetically as he had. He and his staff worked around the clock organizing ways to feed their guests and devising plans to speed their departures under Swedish protection. To augment the normal embassy staff strength of 15 people, Edelstam enlisted the support of some 30 Swedish volunteers who were semi-permanent residents in Chile. The volunteers would venture out on various food patrols to forage for vegetables, flour, and bread, to feed the ever-growing refugee guest roll. Despite a rather spare diet, with fish or meat available on rare occasions, nobody went hungry. Because of the crowded quarters, people ate in groups of 20. Some did the cooking and some the serving. There were shifts of those cleaning the embassy and the kitchen. There were no petty squabbles over duties. Anxiety and grief seemed to cement the bond among the refugees. It was not uncommon, Edelstam recalls, for people to awaken from nightmares as they relived their horrifying experiences. But there were unexpected morale builders, too. When a baby was born to one of the Chilean women, the procedure went off without a hitch. There was no doctor but plenty of expert midwives. Even those who had seen their husbands or sons murdered, or seized at gunpoint and carried off in army vans, found some comfort in the symbol of continuity of life. The Swedes organized amateur concerts or even dancing parties. At times, Edelstam says, these terrorized people would sing and dance, while stony-faced junta guards stood high around the embassy listening, armed to the teeth, itching to blast us out of existence. It was not exactly a continuous party, of course. Ada Istarn's guests were in a state of constant mental anguish. From time to time there would be the dreadful news that someone's father, husband, or brother had been shot or tortured to death, or had simply disappeared. By the fourth day of the coup, the refugees were coming in droves. And so Edelstam converted the Cuban embassy and later the Cuban trade offices uptown into shelters, under Swedish jurisdiction. Edelstam depended on two expedients to lessen the refugee population pressure. One was to secure safe conduct passes from the junta so that he could have them flown out of Chile to Sweden. Since most of those at the embassy were Allende activists, Edelstam and his staff would dream up new names for them which were submitted to junta authorities for exit passes. It was slow going. The junta would provide only about 20 such passes a week. The other means of reducing the guest load was to transfer small groups, and sometimes only one person at a time, to friendly embassies which in turn would try to transport them out of Chile. By this time, in addition to Sweden and Mexico, Venezuela, Costa Rica, and Finland were also taking people in small numbers. But Edelstam's smuggling of the refugees to other embassies was a nerve-wracking procedure. Junta police and soldiers were ever on the lookout, searching automobiles and challenging passenger identities. Many people underwent dramatic cosmetic changes in the embassy before starting out on their trips. Men would frequently take on the appearance of women and vice versa. Clean-shaven youths would suddenly sprout beards and curly-haired women plastered down their hair with gel creams. That same week, Edelstam was confronted with yet another problem. He learned that about 30 Swedes were detained at what had become Santiago's House of Horrors, the football stadium jammed with thousands of Chileans as well as foreigners suspected of being pro-Allende. These Swedes were mostly young teachers, agronomists, or technicians who had come to 142 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives Chile to contribute their skills to some of the Allende government-sponsored development programs. When Edelstam hurried down to investigate, a Colonel Espinosa, who was in charge of the hastily set up interrogation meaning torture facilities, appeared flattered at having an ambassador call on him. He lied politely that there were no Swedes on the premises, and then tried to shake off the ambassador by making appointments, presumably for further discussions on the matter, at weird hours. Edelstam was obliged to show up at 7 a.m. or at 11 p.m. or just sit and wait in the reception area for endless number of hours. A few days later, while waiting for Espinosa, Edelstam saw some Red Cross people come in. So I walked over to these elderly Girl Scouts and said, "Look here. You must help me. This is indeed a scandalous situation. The Swedes have never done any harm to your country. You must prevail upon this man to see me and release my countrymen." The Red Cross people were impressed, went to Espinosa and eventually pressured him to respond to Edelstam's demands. The immediate result was that Espinosa discontinued the so-called interrogation of the Swedes and agreed to begin processing them for exit visas out of Chile. But this was done at the rate of 2 or 3 a day, so that Edelstam invariably had to spend a few hours each day at the stadium to speed the procedure. Burdened as he was with the growing refugee population in his embassy, and now taxed with the urgency to protect his own nationals at the stadium, Edelstam nevertheless became even further involved by trying to rescue individuals who were still at large but faced certain death if apprehended. Every day there were phone calls or messages from someone on the run urgently pleading to be picked up. After carefully evaluating each call with some of his Chilean guests at the embassy, Edelstam would take on these missions and go out with his chauffeur, a trusted and dedicated staff member. At times, to make sure he was not being followed, Edelstam would have 2 cars leave the Swedish garage at once, both at top speed, so that the junta guards would not be sure which car to pursue. If the trick didn't work and if the Edelstam car was followed, the ambassador would drive around 143. For a while, return, and then try the same thing all over again a little while later. Most of Edelstam's lonely forays were at night, through the semi-lit deserted streets of downtown Santiago. Shutters were drawn over storefronts and apartment windows. Chile's traditionally gay and cheerful capital was a ghost city. Occasionally the eerie stillness was shattered by the crackle of machine gun fire as junta troops raided a home or factory suspected of hiding Allende sympathizers. Every so often there would be the sound of shells exploding in the hilly outskirts of Santiago, evidence of pockets of resistance that refused to yield to the junta takeover. Once Edelstam was able to elude his pursuers, his car would begin weaving its way to some out-of-the-way rendezvous where a man or woman was hiding in a doorway or an alley awaiting rescue. Trigger-happy junta soldiers stationed at street intersections, brainwashed into believing that Cubans or Russians were about to invade their homeland, were only too ready to summarily execute anyone even faintly suspicious. Adelstam's only shield against such a finale was the slender Swedish pennant attached to the hood of his car, and his diplomatic credentials. Adelstam's explorations were usually successful, but the military were increasingly suspicious of him. They also precipitated a series of provocative situations, making Adelstam's life ever more difficult. There were at least 3 incidents in the very first week of the coup that resulted in international headlines concerning Adelstam's efforts in rescuing Chilean refugees. On the 5th day following the coup, Adelstam got word that there would be a new attack on the Cuban chancellery, now packed with refugees, protected only by the Swedish flag still flapping in the breeze. He felt that his only means of defense would depend upon the cooperation of some of his colleagues from the diplomatic corps. He asked several ambassadors, but only India's ambassador agreed to help. And so on the day of the expected assault, the Indian diplomat and his wife drove up to the Cuban embassy. In clear view of the Chilean soldiers, they were greeted by Adelstam at the door and escorted inside. The Indian couple spent the night in the embassy, thwarting the junta's plan to take over Adelstam's fortress. 144 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives. It was a very brave act by the Indian couple, Adelstam says. For that night, more so than usually, there were many hair-raising activities aimed at destroying the morale of those inside the Cuban compound. There was periodic shooting around the embassy grounds. Helicopters continuously buzzed overhead, and blinding army floodlights swept across the buildings. No sooner did he succeed in getting the Cuban situation in hand, thanks to the help he received from his Indian colleague, than he faced an ever more serious development in his own embassy, one in which his ambassadorial status was threatened. An attractive Uruguayan woman, about 30 years old, was among several dozen refugees crowding the embassy doors hoping to get asylum. Scarcely inside, she collapsed. She was running a high fever and in extreme pain. An attempt at first aid by the embassy staff didn't work. We thought her condition was critical, that she would not survive, Adelstam says. So I phoned various doctors, pleading with them to come quickly. It was a matter of life and death, I thought. No matter how I implored them, of the first 26 doctors that I was able to reach, none dared to show up. Finally, on my 27th try, a physician on the staff of a private clinic nearby agreed to make the call. Following a quick diagnosis, the doctor said she was suffering from an acute ulcer accompanied by massive hemorrhage. Immediate surgery was imperative. After an hour of thorny negotiation, Adelstam and the captain of the junta security guard stationed at the embassy reached an agreement to extend Swedish jurisdiction for the woman, while she remained at the clinic. So we placed her in my car and drove to the clinic, with a military jeep right behind us. The junta officer in charge, Adelstam explained, actually thought the woman would try to make a getaway. However, the junta broke the agreement scarcely an hour after the surgery was completed. Adelstam received a telephone call from someone at the clinic, who in a hushed, panicky voice said that a group of soldiers had arrived to arrest the patient. Adelstam and 3 of his staff raced to the clinic. A heated verbal exchange between the junta soldiers and Adelstam and his aides over custody rights soon took on a more physical character as the 145 soldiers attempted to wheel the bed, with the patient on it, into the corridor on the way to a police van outside. We were trying to hold on to the head of the bed, Adelstam says. The soldiers and policemen were at the other end, straining to drag the bed out of the room. Sometimes they managed to get the bed out into the corridor, but we then succeeded to drag it back. While this bizarre tug of war was underway, the ambassador managed to place a number of phone calls to other members of the diplomatic corps to come to his aid at the clinic. But this being Sunday, many of his colleagues were not to be reached, and those who were refused to cooperate. The Peruvian ambassador said he was about to go to the country for the day. The ambassador of the Vatican said he would not engage in anything as undiplomatic as what Adelstam proposed. No, he told Adelstam, I cannot get mixed up in this. This would be meddling into the internal affairs of Chile. Edelstam tried the Chinese embassy, but there too he was turned down. The Chinese would have nothing to do with refugees because we are not allowed to do so, Edelstam was told. We have instructions not to become involved. And he couldn't look to the Soviet or other Eastern European socialist countries because they had already severed diplomatic relations with Junta Chile. The only diplomat who responded to Edelstam's appeal was the ambassador of France. As he entered the room he beheld a drag-out fist fight between the Swedish ambassador and the junta police. His serene, mild-mannered colleague was exchanging blow for blow with the soldiers. "You can't do this," the Frenchman shouted at Edelstam. "Ambassadors don't fight with soldiers." But at that moment Edelstam fell to the floor and several of the soldiers jumped on top of him. This so enraged the French ambassador, Edelstam recalls, that he completely forgot about his own diplomatic reservations and he too jumped into the fray. Now it was the French diplomat who was shouting at the Chileans, "You can't do this, you are not allowed to beat an ambassador." Infuriated, totally forgetting diplomatic niceties, he chased some of the military into the corridor. This reinforce. 146 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives meant from the representative of the Republic of France seemed to stun the soldiers and their officers, who suddenly left the clinic to seek further orders. It was something of an anticlimax, Edelstam recalls with a chuckle, when the Frenchman, still breathing hard, sweat glistening on his forehead, suddenly ended the scene with, "I am really tired and put out. I think I'll go home now and have some lunch." But Edelstam and his aides remained at their ward's bedside. Sooner or later, they thought, the junta people would come to their senses and realize the folly of their tactics, but meantime the Swedes held fast. The small room in which the patient lay, anxious, pale, in considerable post-surgical pain, was now crowded with terrorized doctors and nurses. The respite from the battle was brief. Suddenly the parking lot in front of the clinic became alive with noise. 3 jeeps with Chilean officers and a huge army personnel carrier full of soldiers drove directly to the entrance of the clinic. Their captain rushed into the room. He was like a tiger. His face was purple, apoplectic with rage, and he threatened to shoot us right then and there if we continued to block the arrest of the woman. I still tried to argue, when he suddenly lifted his machine gun and pointed it directly at my chest. "We've come here to take this woman," he screamed at me. "You can do nothing about it. If you try to resist, we will shoot you." We were physically exhausted, nursing painful bruises. But above all, the barrel of the machine gun made all further conversation useless. There was nothing more we could do. The representative of the UN Commission on Refugees who had come soon after the French diplomat left stood in the corridor and took no part in the arguments. He was a man with a big stomach who smoked a heavy pipe and said nothing. The junta people took the woman out of the bed, threw her 147 into a jeep, and took off. One of the Swedish embassy staff jumped into his car and followed the convoy, which eventually came to the women's prison where the patient was carried inside. Frustrated but not beaten, Edelstam immediately called a press conference and telephoned the major newspapers and wire services across the world, informing them of the incident. The press abroad reacted vigorously. The Swedish Foreign Office filed a protest with the Pinochet ambassador in Stockholm. This led to a prompt junta response. About a week later Edelstam was informed that he would be issued a safe conduct document to enable the woman to get out of Chile. This latest incident scarcely improved his already strained relations with the Pinochet government. Soon afterward, however, Edelstam was involved in an action which topped in audacity and daring all his previous Chilean exploits and which, incidentally, led to his expulsion as ambassador. This operation took place under the nose of Colonel Espinosa, the sadistic Gauleiter of the Santiago Sports Stadium concentration camp. Edelstam's visits to the stadium to negotiate the release of some 148 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives of his fellow Swedes and other prisoners, had almost become routine. He would wait in the vast reception area where dozens of women were milling about, weeping, wringing their hands, as they tried to get information from brutal-faced officials about the fate of their relatives. Often they were ignored, sometimes they were told to report to the city morgue to reclaim the body of someone shot while trying to escape. Busloads of newly arrested people were jostled into the stadium by rifle butts. Other groups were shoved out into trucks to begin the trip to remote concentration camps near the Antarctic, or an isolated outpost in the Andean highlands. Unable to help, Edelstam watched, horrified, as hundreds of people were processed each day. He became even more horrified when he learned of the tortures that went on in the subterranean passages of the stadium. By now it was an open secret that many of the prisoners were hooked up with electronic gadgetry through which electric shocks were administered to the nostrils, nipples, or genitalia. Others were mowed down by machine guns, individually or in groups. This had become a daily occurrence. His long hours of waiting for a meeting with Colonel Espinosa made it possible to strike up an acquaintance with a Major Lavandero, who was directly in charge of incoming and outgoing prisoner traffic. He seemed to be quite pleasant personally, Edelstam says, and he appeared to be doing the job with little enthusiasm, more like a soldier forced to carry out orders from his superiors. Occasionally Edelstam and the Major would exchange bits of conversation. One day as Edelstam stood about in another hopeless wait, while the usual crowd of anxious relatives crowded the reception area, a man walked over and asked him for a light and at the same time offered him a cigarette as he winked. An old hand at spotting a signal, Edelstam took the cigarette and went into the lavatory, where he carefully unraveled the wrapper and, as he had expected, found a message. Written in a small, shaky hand, the word was that 54 Uruguayans were scheduled to be shot the next morning. Edelstam carefully crumpled the piece of 149 paper, flushed it down, and walked back to the main corridor to collect his thoughts. The prospect of the scheduled mass slaughter of 54 young people was more than Edelstam could bear without taking action. But how? It was already late in the afternoon, there was not much time to decide. His first plan was to approach the people at the highest level of authority. After all, he had got to know Pinochet quite well during the Allende period. On various occasions they had met to work out details of a visit to Chile by Sweden's Army Chief of Staff. Edelstam had also enjoyed a friendly relationship with two others now in the junta, Air Force Marshal Lee and Admiral Montero. The idea of reaching them was tempting, but Edelstam had to dismiss it. Once the putsch took place, the junta leadership had cut off all communication with him, they would not help him now. In his typical spontaneous, fearless fashion, Edelstam walked over to Major Lavandero's office and asked to speak to him. The two sauntered toward the corner of the vast corridor adjoining the reception room, and there Edelstam took the gamble. He put it to him directly. "Look here, Major. I don't think you are particularly happy with your job. Suppose I can help make it a bit less odious by relieving you of a group of 54 people who are to face a firing squad tomorrow morning." The Major was speechless. He drew back as though from a madman, eyes riveted on the graciously smiling face of the diplomat, who continued to argue the matter in his softest voice. Tall and lean, wearing a tweed sports jacket, Edelstam towered over the muscle-bound officer, who ironically looked as if he were about to go into disorderly retreat, side arms and all. But Edelstam kept pursuing the issue. He wasn't trying to beguile the Major with phony rhetoric, he explained. He honestly felt that Lavandero was not so much a villain as a cog in the military machine, that he was simply carrying out orders and was therefore open to reason. "There are some 7,000 prisoners in the stadium," Edelstam said. "With all the goings-on, with all this traffic, your commanding officer Espinosa will never notice the absence of a 150 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 300 lives few dozen people. At first, Lavandero was positively outraged when he heard Edelstam's proposal. Grudgingly he began to listen. Edelstam went on and on and on. Obviously he had made an astute judgment of Lavandero, for the major began to weaken. Believe me, he admitted, I really don't enjoy killing people. But I am a soldier, so I have to do what I am told to do. But you are right. Espinosa will probably never miss those Uruguayans. I'll do my part. And good luck to you if you can get away with it, once they are outside these walls. While Lavandero was making out the appropriate release documents for the 54 Uruguayans, Edelstam telephoned his embassy and told one of his assistants to get a bus and drive to the stadium at once. As he had predicted, the huge traffic of army trucks and vans arriving and departing with their doomed human cargo made the transfer of the Uruguayan group all but invisible. One of the group, a nun, was approached by Lavandero, who said, "Please pray for me." Half an hour later the Uruguayans were safely ensconced in a 3-story building, the Cuban Trade Center, in Santiago's uptown area, over which the Swedish government had extended its jurisdiction. Before he left the stadium that afternoon, Edelstam had the distinct impression that if he went back the following morning Lavandero would turn over to him another group, this time half a dozen Brazilians who were to be executed the next afternoon. Early the next day Edelstam arrived at the stadium, almost ebullient at having saved the Uruguayans and looking forward to rescuing 6 more people. But as he entered the reception area there stood Colonel Espinosa. This time it was Espinosa who was waiting for Edelstam. At the sight of the ambassador, Espinosa burst out at the top of his voice, "You've overstepped your bounds as a foreign diplomat. You thought you were so smart. But you know what you did? By persuading Lavandero to release these criminals, you had him break the rules. And I had him punished accordingly. This morning, an hour ago, Lavandero, together with the 6 Brazilians you were going to sneak out of here, were executed by a firing squad. And now, Mr. Ambassador, leave this place immediately and do not dare to return." Aping the Nazis, junta soldiers began purifying Chilean culture through book-burning sprees. In this instance, not only books but also a poster of Escobedo Guevara went up in flames. Edelstam managed to salvage many valuable Chilean works by shipping them out through his diplomatic pouch. 152 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives. For days afterward Edelstam struggled with his guilt at having been directly responsible for Lavandero's death. Arithmetically, perhaps, it could have been an acceptable equation, 1 death weighed against 54 young people who survived. But as Edelstam remembers it, this logical calculation was no solace for the soul. Under ordinary circumstances Major Lavandero might have been a perfectly decent fellow, and he had lost his life directly because of Edelstam. About 2 years after the coup, Edelstam was on a worldwide lecture tour raising funds for the Chilean refugees. In Mexico City, when he finished speaking to a small gathering, a young woman in her early 20s rushed up to him and said, "I am the daughter of Major Lavandero. May I have a word with you?" Edelstam excused himself from those surrounding him and stepped aside with Lavandero's daughter. "Please tell me, was my father really bad?" Edelstam looked into the anguished and yet hopeful eyes of the girl and said at once, "You should be proud of your father. You should always honor his memory for what he did for the 54 Uruguayans." The young woman breathed a sigh of relief and left abruptly. He later learned that she, along with her mother and brothers, were now living in Mexico as exiles. In the 3 months that Edelstam carried on with his rescue operation more than 900 people were either spirited out of Chile to Sweden or else to other embassies for exile to Mexico, Costa Rica, or Europe. 400 more refugees were evacuated by the Swedish government after Edelstam had left Chile. By the 3rd month the junta was determined to get rid of him one way or the other. The anonymous telephone threats became more frequent, and one day the Paraguayan ambassador, an avid supporter of the junta, suddenly paid a call. He had word from responsible sources, he said, that leftist elements were planning to assassinate Edelstam. "Why the left?" the ambassador asked. The Paraguayan was somewhat confused. "Why indeed? It was obvious that the threat came from the junta. In the meantime, whatever contact he had with the new regime was one of recriminations. The junta foreign minister repeatedly complained to Edelstam, charging him with behavior. Santiago National Stadium, where many thousands of pro-Allende suspects were tortured and executed. Victor Arrow was among those who was murdered here. 154 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves 1,300 lives inconsistent with the role as ambassador. His heresies were many. Via his diplomatic pouch Edelstam managed to ship out of Chile books by Chilean writers and historians which otherwise would have found their way to the junta book burnings, a fiery ritual designed to purify Chilean history, which the junta copied directly from their Nazi precursors. Edelstam even sent out some film footage of the junta storming of the presidential palace, which was later used in the famous documentary The Battle of Chile. The junta's charge was that Edelstam was involved in conspiratorial arms smuggling, which was not the case. Ugly encounters with the police and the military were becoming ever more vexing. The junta never tired in its attempts to invade the former Cuban embassy grounds, and with every such incident, in which the Swedes held fast, Edelstam was called down to the Foreign Office. Then one day the junta's protocol chief phoned to say he was on his way to see Edelstam at the embassy. Immediately on sitting down, Edelstam says, the man took out a document from his portfolio which declared that I was persona non grata and that I was to leave Chile immediately. No formal explanation was provided. No charges were lodged against me. After some negotiating, the junta allowed me to stay on for another week to wind up my affairs. And so Edelstam, to the very end of his stay, made sure that the remaining refugees on his premises were either flown to Sweden or transferred to such friendly embassies as those of Mexico, Finland, Venezuela, or Costa Rica. It was a near miracle that throughout his Chilean rescue operations there was only one serious incident involving his refugee guests, and that took place after Edelstam had already left Chile. Allende's Minister of Culture was hit by a sniper's bullet through the window in the Swedish embassy. Though seriously hurt, he eventually recovered when treated at a hospital in Stockholm. Agile, continuous screening made it possible to eliminate infiltration by provocateurs. There was one occasion when a 155 Chilean was suspected of wavering and becoming an informer. Somehow he was talked out of it. When Edelstam left Santiago International Airport on December 9, 1973, there were only 3 foreign emissaries to see him off, the charge d'affaires of Finland, and the ambassadors of India and Romania. Immediately after Edelstam left, the newspaper La Tercera named him the most degenerate of the year, but lauded Pinochet and Henry Kissinger as the most outstanding. Chile's most prestigious pro-Pinochet newspaper, El Mercurio Y, said that Edelstam's interventions on behalf of the anti-junta people made it clear that he was mentally unbalanced. His actions, it went on to say, were obviously in violation of the most elementary norms of international conventions. It was a different story at home. This graying Black Pimpernel was lionized. He spoke about the Chilean tragedy before a packed house in the Swedish parliament, and most of Swedish society considered him a national hero. Premier Palme, labor leaders, artists, writers, and human rights representatives praised him. He went on a national fundraising tour to aid the anti-junta resistance fighters, and one of his most gratifying moments was when he, with Premier Palme, headed a mammoth parade through the center of Stockholm honoring Allende. This was climaxed with Palme's handing over several 100,000 kroner to Allende's daughter, Beatriz, for the support of the Chilean refugees. These contributions came mainly from Swedish trade unions. While awaiting reassignment to another diplomatic post, Edelstam traveled to many lands to describe the Pinochet atrocities and to stimulate solidarity with the opponents of the dictatorship. In the United States, in February 1974, he accepted an invitation to take part in a congressional conference titled Chile, Implications for United States Foreign Policy. The junta's ambassador in Washington, who was to appear as his regime's spokesman, withdrew from the conference when he learned of Edelstam's participation. Instead he issued a press 156 Sweden's heroic ambassador saves L. 300 lives release damning Edelstam for the acts for which he had been commended throughout the world. Edelstam's heroic undertakings in Chile were in sharp contrast to the half-hearted efforts of most of the other ambassadors when called upon to offer their protection to the besieged refugees. It certainly was shockingly different from the attitude of the United States mission, headed by Ambassador Nathaniel Davis. It not only ignored the pleas of men, women, and children who were targeted for extermination, but also backed away from giving protection to some of its own nationals. Americans who made it safely home have testified on numerous occasions to the shabby treatment they received at the hands of the embassy staff. There were instances when some of them would push into the embassy in panic after having received death threats, asking for temporary haven at the embassy or for help in getting out of Chile. What they got was the cynical advice to take their complaints to the Santiago police, who at that very moment were hounding and torturing foreigners as well as Chileans. Most tragic were the cases of Charles Horman and Frank Tarugi, two Americans who were murdered by the junta because of their sympathies for the Allende regime. The U.S. authorities not only failed to assist Horman and Tarugi but may also have been implicated in their destruction, according to recent charges by Horman's father. Both Edelstam and Davis knew each other quite well. Both served as ambassadors in Guatemala at about the same time, shortly before being assigned to Chile. Both got to know each other even better when Edelstam happened to be on the same ship with Davis and his wife, while on a cruise to the south of Chile. The trip was pleasant and leisurely, with conversation for the most part non-political. Once, however, the two emissaries discussed the Chilean situation. Edelstam maintained that the Allende program, if successful, was not only of local significance but had worldwide ramifications. Using a democratic process to change a capitalistic system into one that was democratic socialist Edelstam contended, would open a new page in world history. Davis disagreed. Allende will not succeed, he said. Since it is not likely that Davis was totally ignorant of U.S. 157 plans to establish the Popular Unity government, he was obviously in a better position than his colleague to predict the future course of events. Following the putsch, relations between the two men were not only strained, they simply didn't exist. Edelstam received only one telephone call from the U.S. Embassy in the 3-month period before being forced out of his post in Chile. That was to inquire about the identities of 5 Americans whom Edelstam had managed to put aboard a plane on a flight out of Chile. Edelstam acknowledged having helped some Americans escape, but he would not disclose their names. Thus Edelstam, the representative of a kingdom the Swedish monarchy tried to help the Allende regime establish a socialist economy. And Davis, the emissary of the United States, the first country to become a democratic republic and break away from a monarchical form of government, was involved with an all-out effort to destroy the Allende regime, paving the way to the seizure of power by a fascist dictatorship. Edelstam came from a Swedish noble family. His father was chamberlain to the Swedish king, and young Edelstam spent much of his youth in the royal court. Davis sprang from a middle-class family in New Jersey. It is true that Edelstam received backing from the prime minister of a country whose policy it was to favor Allende and, later, the victims of the junta atrocities. But it was basically Edelstam's own code of ethics, his conscience with regard to injustice, that impelled him to stick his neck out, regardless of consequences, whether in Chile, Guatemala, Indonesia, or Nazi-occupied Norway. Davis simply followed his government's policy. 6. The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand. On the day of the putsch I found myself crying like a baby. The man saying these words looked old, burnt out, although he was only 40. His eyes were deep pools of pain and fatigue. He spoke haltingly. From time to time a hacking cough parted his lips to reveal 3 missing teeth. A souvenir from my junta torturers, Felipe Hernandez explained. I just could not accept the fact that our government, I could say my personal government, was no more, so I wept. For me the Allende regime was like a fairy tale come true. but then it went crashing down on me and millions of other Chilean slum dwellers who crowded the country's poblationese, and who, for the first time, got a taste of what it is to be human. It is not only that we began living better, having regular jobs and real pay, and that our kids went to school on a regular basis. It is not only because we were able to see real doctors at free clinics, not some quacks as before, simply because we couldn't raise the money to pay a trained physician. Perhaps most important was that for the first time we began to count for something. Not only did the newly organized neighborhood committees listen to our complaints and suggestions about our living conditions, but we could actually go to La Moneda, the presidential palace, and discuss our problems with high government officials. Until Allende, we were not even a statistic. Nobody came around to find out how many of us lived in the poblationese. We were always referred to in approximate numbers. I was just a cipher. So on the first night that the junta seized power, the people in my poblation rushed out into the main street to build barricades, as though this little pocket of resistance. 158. 159. Would help stop the enemy. We piled up boxes, chairs, tables, bags of pebbles, and rocks. Everybody took part in this so-called defense, men, women, children. It was a desperate effort to hold on to something that was so dear to us, something as personal as breathing. It was a last-minute attempt to hold off an enemy made up of fellow Chileans who were fascists. If they could do away with Allende, we knew they would kill us just as easily. We kept scurrying about, shoring up our flimsy defenses under the cover of night. When you think about it, this was not really resistance. It was tantamount to a kind of decision, though we didn't vote on it, to commit mass suicide rather than surrender and die without a fight. Although in the back of our minds there was also the faint hope that some of the military would not go along with the junta and put down the revolt. There were no commanders telling us what to do and how to do it. We just did it. Hernandez said, early the following morning about 20 army vehicles, including a few small tanks, appeared on the road leading to our shanty town. A voice from the lead armored personnel carrier rasped through a loudspeaker. It ordered us to leave our homes, and all our belongings, and promptly report to a registration center immediately outside of the town, while the junta soldiers conducted a house-to-house search for guns. Our response was immediate, as though on command. It was a fusillade from several dozen pistols, rifles, and shotguns, some dating back to World War I. It all sounded like a bunch of firecrackers going off at the same time. But some of the bullets did reach their mark. Several of the armored cars tried to smash through the barricades. But because the street was narrow and crooked, they made their way slowly. For the next half hour or so they contented themselves with spraying the whole area indiscriminately with machine gun fire. Dozens and dozens of our people were killed or seriously wounded in the few hours of resistance. Others, however, still continued to blast away at the enemy that was methodically routing our makeshift troops. Men and women were dropping like clay figures in a shooting gallery. On either side of me in a shallow hole that was supposed 160 the shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand to pass for a trench. 2 of my neighbors were hit the moment the soldiers opened fire. 1 died instantly. The other, a mother of 7 children, mortally wounded on her right side, her face twisted in pain, managed to hand me her gun, saying, "Give it to them hard, hard," and died a minute later. As our skimpy resistance fighters fell back, some of us filtered through the debris and made our escape to an adjoining poblation where better fortified slum dwellers were putting up a stiff fight against the military. After contributing our bit there, we made our way to a wooded area where we joined a small group of men and women who were already at work planning clandestine activities against the junta. But my clandestine involvement lasted only 2 days. On September 14, I felt somewhat proud that I was able to distribute about 100 leaflets calling on workers not to lose heart. The leaflet was headlined, "Friends, workers, the battle is not over, Allende continues to live. For us he will never be dead." I was proud for the simple reason that I was not caught. I had only one leaflet when I ran into a bit of bad luck. I was suddenly caught in a brief crossfire between junta police and a group of resistors whom I did not know. I quickly turned to get out of the area, crumpled the last leaflet in my hand, and began chewing on it as fast as I could. Hardly done with my last swallow when two policemen grabbed me and began pulling me toward a wall of a building adjacent to a hospital complex, while others made ready to raise the machine guns for the execution. At that very moment I heard shouts, "Why don't you let him go? Why don't you let him go? You're a bunch of assassins." I looked up and saw dozens of nurses and other hospital employees standing at the entrance of the hospital defiantly shouting at the police. For some reason the junta men wavered, gave me a hard shove, and let me free without even frisking me, which was lucky because I had a gun in my pocket, a sure passport to execution. I made my way around to the rear of the hospital grounds where several of the hospital staff led me into a cellar hideout. I stayed there in very cramped quarters several days because the area was under constant surveillance. It was frustrating, I was impatient to rejoin my group. But even more oppressive, now. 161. That I was out of the battle itself, was my anxiety about my wife and son who remained at home. I finally decided I would take my chance. I re-entered my poblaton at night and made my way through the mountains of rubble to my house, which miraculously was still standing, and found my little family inside. The joy of seeing them suddenly triggered within me a feeling of overwhelming fear that this reunion wouldn't last long. While I was under fire at the barricades, and then in the woods, I somehow was too busy to think of fear. But now in the presence of family warmth and love, the reality of danger enveloped me, immobilized me, and for good reason. Scarcely an hour after my return there was a deafening rumble of military vehicles invading the night. Within minutes junta soldiers armed with machine guns broke open the door, seized me without even asking my name, pushed aside my terror-stricken wife who was holding our infant son in her arms, and drove me to a small plaza where I was transferred to a waiting helicopter. I soon arrived at a prisoner collection center on the grounds of the former International Fair in Santiago. I was led to an office on the third story of a building where I was questioned for about an hour. I was told to remove my clothes and then forced to run down the 3 flights of steps and across the fairgrounds, and then up the stairs in a kind of warehouse which was half opened at the ceiling. There, completely naked, I spent the night shivering. The following day junta guards threw me some dirty clothes, ordered me to dress and then took me to the headquarters of the Air Force building. A woolen sack was thrown over my head to blindfold me. And now the questioning was accompanied by savage threats. Again and again these questions: so where were you in the days that you were away from home? What resistance group were you with? What were the names of the others in the group? Again and again, for about 6 hours this interrogation continued. I was then pushed onto a chair where my clothes, my shoes, my socks were removed. My hands were tied to the armrest of the chair. Wires were hooked up to my chest and the electric shocking began. This went on for maybe a half an hour while one screamed and screamed. At different intervals the current. 162 The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand was turned off and the questions rained down upon me like bullets. What was my role in the resistance, and who were my accomplices? I gave them my name, told them where I had worked, but denied having anything to do with resistance activities. After shocking me several times more and getting the same answers from me, it seemed as though my interrogators might have become weary of me. But one of the officers had second thoughts and argued that it was important to question me in greater depth. They now put me into a spread eagle position on a kind of metal bed that had no mattress, inserted an electrode into my anus, and began shocking me all over again. This time, the pain was much worse, absolutely unbearable. In between the shocks they'd resume the questioning, and always the same: where did you go into hiding? Where were you in the 2 weeks that you were away from the house? I can't tell you how long this torture went on, whether an hour or 3 hours, but it was horrendous. I lost consciousness many times. I began to hallucinate. I remember seeing a huge swimming pool filled with beautiful azure water, that I was reaching out for it, but never getting to it. Every night since that experience, after 2 or 3 hours of sleep, I wake up with a nightmare, reliving the torture and the swimming pool episode in which I'm never able to reach the beautiful azure water. My tormentors removed the electrodes and threw me to the floor from the improvised bed. I must have been seriously injured because when I came to I was in a hospital, where I remained for nearly 2 months. But this was not a hospital to help me get well. As soon as I began to feel somewhat better, they began torturing me anew. At times they injected air into my veins and eventually succeeded in precipitating a thrombosis. After a so-called recovery, they tried something new. They forced me into a small closet with a metal floor and half-filled it with water. I had to languish there several days. Toward evening they would take me out and threaten to execute me. One night they stood me up against the wall and somebody who was dressed in a cleric's habit said to me, "Look, my son, you are about to go to the other world. So why don't you confess?" 163. Everything. Tell me of your sins, of your accomplices in the resistance against the junta, and I promise I will pray for you and help send you off into a better world. I am blessing you now in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I must admit that I was near the breaking point. I wept and I could not control my bowels. And yet, at the same time, I looked to death almost with pleasure, as a way out of my hell on earth. Not having succeeded in getting out of me the information that they thought I might have had, and somehow sure that they would eventually extract it from me, they proceeded to subject me to even greater torture. This time they inserted an electrode into my penis. Until then I was able to hold out and not name names, but at this point I must confess I did name names, but of people I knew were dead. For a few days they let me be, while they checked my confession, but then they came at me with a savage fury. On discovering that I had fooled them, they gave me more of the electrode treatment. By this time I must have lost approximately 80 pounds. I was just wasting away. Probably because of that I was transferred to the care of the security police where things were a little better. There was no more shocking. All they did was beat me and punch me directly in the mouth while they were interrogating me. But they did not blindfold me. And to this day I remember each one of my tormentors and I know their names. And one day they'll hear from me. I remained there for 15 days and at no time was I or any of the other 500 prisoners allowed to wash ourselves. From there I was transferred for about 6 months to a concentration camp in northern Chile. I was no longer tortured, but the effects of the lacerations on my genitalia produced a serious infection with continuous discharges of pus. I was taken to a local hospital and there I underwent surgery for removal of tissue section from the penis. In order for me to have a normal sexual act, I have to prepare for it 3 or 4 months in advance, mostly psychologically. But I don't want to discuss it. Following my hospital stay I was transferred to a prison. After a 4-month stay there they decided that one could go free since they could produce no evidence that I had taken part in the Burlingame Public Library 480, Primrose Road, Burlingame, California, 94010. 164 The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand. Resistance against the junta. This was at the end of 1974, nearly 15 months after I was taken prisoner. 7 days after I went home, they went looking for me again. They took me to the Marine Corps headquarters in Valparaiso. But they had second thoughts. They saw that I was in a pretty hopeless, battered state and probably would die if pressed any further. My legs were swollen, my body spotted with hematomas, my metabolic system all askew. So they let me go and I took refuge in the Italian consulate. For the present, I'm living here in Italy with my wife, my son, and my mother. I cannot do any heavy work, my arms ache constantly, my legs don't seem to support me for longer than a few hours at a time, and I have constant, unexplained crying spells. There is scarcely a night that I don't have a nightmare. People tell me that I look amazingly well considering the horror that I've experienced. But I can assure you that inside of me I'm like a rock. I feel very little. Well, not quite, he half smiled, as his very sad eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I feel strongly about wanting to get back to Chile. I want to return there and denounce the people who tortured me and thousands of my comrades. But I want to get back because Chile is my country and not the junta's. I'm not that educated, so I can't tell you how Allende should have dealt with the United States when they were engineering the overthrow of my government. But I can tell you what the Allende regime meant for me and others like me. I'm a true son of Chile's poor. I was born in a shanty town, and I was raised there, or maybe I should say I managed to survive there. My mother was born in Italy and she came to Chile in the early 30s, to escape Mussolini fascism. She married a poor Chilean laborer. They settled down in a shanty town near Santiago, and she began producing a lot of children, 11 all told, 7 of whom died as infants because they starved to death. One began to work at the age of 6 as a shoeshine boy. I did other things as well. I'd rush to wipe windshields on cars while the drivers waited for the lights to change. I also delivered and carried packages for women who were marketing. I had only 1 year of schooling. A scene typical of shantytown life near Santiago or any Chilean urban center. My father died when he was 35 years old. Cirrhosis of the liver got him. I remember him always looking for work, always preoccupied with how to feed the family, working hard at all kinds of jobs, such as loading freight, or anything else that came along. But there was never enough work, and out of desperation he would rush to a bar and drink up the occasional wages he would earn. We were always hungry. At times the only way I could still my hunger pangs was by rummaging for pan duro. Other times I begged for food, but I must admit that I did some petty thieving. I would steal a knife or a spoon and then try to sell it. I got my first regular job at the age of 9 in a glass factory. It was very hard work and hazardous to one's health because boys like myself had no shoes and had to walk barefoot on floors covered with splintered glass. There were no protective devices covering the cutting machines and so the air was full of fine ground glass dust. I worked at this job and others like it until I was about 15, and the wages were less than enough to keep. 166 The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand. One alive. But then I had a break. I became an apprentice in a machine shop. The men there were very kind to me. They were politically conscious and tried to explain things to me in a way that made me aware of why I, and others like myself, were so hard up. This was in 1949. Because it was a union shop, my salary was quite decent. It seemed wonderful to me. It made it possible to help my family get out from a very primitive type of existence. We never had any furniture. The table, the chairs were boxes. The house itself was made from flattened tin cans and pieces of wood and stood on an earthen floor. From time to time we had coffee cups, but when some broke, we took turns in using those that were still serviceable. Of course, on many days it didn't matter whether one had a coffee cup, or a plate, for food was not always available. I can say that I seldom had breakfast with which to start the day when going to work. The lunch and dinner were always the same. If we were lucky we had a piece of bread and some beans and maybe some coffee, but we never saw any milk. It was in this machine shop that the older workers began to open new windows into the world about me. It was through them that I began to understand something about the politics of the country. Until then my life's concentration was on survival, sheer personal survival, how to try to get food from one day to the next, without stopping to think why life was so hard. It is strange that although my mother had suffered so much under Mussolini repression, especially because several of her brothers and sisters were either killed or were in prison, she scarcely ever discussed fascism with me. She was in dread fear that political involvement of the other children would lead us to the fate that befell her family in Italy. I made considerable progress on my job. I now worked only 8 or 9 hours a day. To improve my earning power, I would remain at the shop for an extra 2 hours to learn how to operate a lathe. But more than that, I began to thrive on politics. I was now a member of the trade union. I took part in political discussions, I became very active in the Socialist Party. And I began to read a lot, although slowly and with a lot of difficulty. And at the age of 33 or so, I married, and believe it or 167. Not, my bride was an elementary school teacher. I married late because I had to help with the family. My life until one became a lathe operator was not very different from those around me in the Poblacionese. Any of the people in the Poblacionese who were able to eat 15 days out of the month were considered lucky. But in addition to that, we didn't know anything about nutrition, we had no idea as to the importance of whatever food was available. Seldom did we have meat throughout my childhood. On rare occasions, we'd manage to buy some beef bones to make soup. What struck me in Italy was that bones which we had to buy in Chile at what seemed to us a considerable cost are thrown away here as garbage. Fish was more available, but we didn't know enough about it and scarcely developed any taste for it. With what little earnings we had, many of us would go to the local bars and take 2 or 3 glasses of wine which would somehow still our hunger but gave us very little nutrition. With a few salary raises our lifestyle improved considerably. I bought my mother a couple of chairs, some forks and knives, and regular plates and soup bowls. Things really began looking up. We never had a mirror until then. Of course, the important change in our lives came with the arrival of the Allende regime. We had a good wage rise. Children in the Poblacionese began getting daily a half-liter of milk. Don't forget that we had thousands and thousands of children who had never tasted milk until the Allende election. Poor children began attending school regularly and in great numbers. And not only that, they had their notebooks and textbooks supplied to them free if the parents hadn't the means with which to buy them. To us, all this was a miracle and Allende made it happen. He said that going to school was not a privilege, but everyone's right. But it wasn't only the children, older people like myself grabbed at the opportunity, for hundreds of classes were open to adults. But there were also other miracles as far as we were concerned. Lots of new housing was going up and it was for poor people at very low rent. And as I said before, we ate a lot better and lived a lot better. 168 The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand. But all this began skidding downhill because of the intrigue from the Chilean oligarchy and their friends in the United States as they tried to torpedo our little miracle. It sounds contradictory. With Allende we had more wages and more opportunity, but as time went on, life began getting harder and harder because of the scarcities of food and other goods. But despite these difficulties and despite the fierce propaganda against Allende and the popular unity government, faith in Allende among the people would not be shaken. And so in the March 1973 congressional election, when the rightists were confident, cocky in their belief that they'd get enough congressmen elected to guarantee a vote to impeach Allende, the poor and the working people stuck by the regime. Not only were the rightists stopped in the move to impeach Allende, but our side increased its vote. Allende, in many ways, was a father to us. We never had a president who was not only respected because of his high office, but who was actually loved by at least half of the population. But many of us feel that Allende made a big mistake when he would not give arms to the people to defend themselves against the possible coup. Allende argued, and so did many of his advisors, that by giving arms to the people the putsch would have arrived even sooner. He thought that we would have never had a chance, even if we would have had rifles and machine guns, standing up against an army that had cannon and bombers. He thought hundreds and thousands of us would have been massacred. But I feel that I would rather have died fighting than become a prisoner as happened to me. Yes, I think it was a big mistake. But I don't think it is all over. Allende has become one of our greatest heroes. And the people in the Poblacionese will never forget what his government did for them. Carlos Echeverria, another Poblacion resistance fighter, came through his ordeal with the junta in much better shape than Felipe Hernandez. He seems physically restored, and, as he says, I'm even okay psychologically, as his genial, attractive, bronzed face breaks into a friendly smile. Oh, sure, there are times when I wake up in a cold sweat as I relive several of the simulated executions that I was forced to go through. But it's 169. Only a nightmare. He again grins, as though to reassure me that his state of health is good. Like Hernandez, he got his early education in the Poblacion School of Survival. But because he went to work in a large plant sooner than Hernandez and was, therefore, exposed to labor consciousness early, he became worldly wise early in life. Because of his attractive personality and natural gifts of oratory and organization, he received special attention in his trade union. He rose quickly as a union spokesman. By the time Allende became Chile's chief magistrate, Echeverria had been elected one of the vice presidents of a union local at the Sumar textile complex, which employed approximately 6,000 workers. Sumar was one of the 80 large monopolies that were nationalized by the government. After nationalization, much of the management responsibility was handed over to the employees and their unions. On the morning of September 11, at 7 o'clock a.m., Echeverria recalls, I was already at my place of work. At 8 o'clock we received a phone call from CUT that there had been a Navy rebellion in Valparaiso, and that we should remain at the plant and await further instructions on how to defend ourselves against possible attack from the rightists. Men and women were congregating in small groups, talking, questioning each other, all quite dazed. In the attempt to ease the deepening anxiety, we called a meeting. Several of the union speakers were still holding forth on the possibility that, as in previous attempts at a coup, some of the army divisions would refuse to go along with the rebels and thus turn the tide. For a short while there were murmurs of hope. People wanted to be optimistic even though reality was increasingly discouraging. Since there is a remote possibility that things may return to normal once the putsch is put down, a union leader said, why don't we take this opportunity to discuss how we can expand our textile production and improve the distribution? I must say it was somewhat bizarre. While our real world was tumbling and the sound of gunfire was growing closer. 170 The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand. We were talking about better efficiency and expansion of textile output. But this talk was becoming quite ridiculous. Some of those at the meeting shouted, let's cut out this nonsense. Where are the weapons? How are we going to fight? And let's get the women out of here. The move to get the women out of the plant took on urgency. There were a number of women there whose children were being taken care of in the daycare areas of the plant. And even though some of the women were fierce in their demand to participate in the defense of the plant, they were finally persuaded to go home. All of us at the plant, men and women, felt strongly about our factory complex since it was nationalized. We carried out a variety of improvements which had a direct effect on our lives. We introduced daycare facilities for the children of the working mothers. We installed machinery safeguards. We issued work uniforms rather than expose our normal wearing apparel to dust and dirt as before. We also opened an infirmary staffed with doctors and nurses on the premises. All these changes boosted worker morale tremendously, and as a result Sumar increased its production output to unprecedented levels. By 1:30 p.m. it was evident that the likelihood of getting armament or getting word from our union was most remote. So we held another meeting at which it was decided that those who wanted to leave the plant were free to do so, and as quickly as possible. Soon nearly all the workers began making their way to their homes or to those of their friends in the immediate vicinity of the plant. Only about 40 men, mostly union officers, remained, still hoping that reinforcements would arrive. Then, to our great surprise, at about 2 p.m., a minibus dashed up the driveway and hastily unloaded about 30 rifles and a few machine guns. The two drivers were in a great hurry to get on to their next destination, and all they could tell us was that a few of the shanty towns were putting up a stiff fight. But they had no idea of the overall situation in Santiago. We looked at our arsenal. It was a paltry haul indeed. Some of us felt that any attempt at resistance would prove suicidal. We had little time to ponder the matter because, as though on cue, an army helicopter began buzzing our plant. Once it spotted our 171 Lone Guard atop a water tank, it began spraying the area with machine gun bursts. We returned the fire and a few of us actually scored direct hits, but the copter kept coming back again and again. Then it suddenly flew away, probably to refuel, but we decided that it was our first combat victory and we practically jumped for joy. Our triumph, however, was short-lived. We learned that an infantry unit with tanks was headed our way. This time we were quick to agree that we didn't stand a chance. A getaway was clearly indicated. Most of the group departed for neighboring Lalagua, which was known for its strongly disciplined adherence to the Allende program. Its inhabitants were all working people, always at the forefront of those calling for greater militancy in defending the government. From a distance the noise from Lalagua sounded like ominous thunderclaps, but as we neared the town, we could distinguish the sound of cannon and machine guns. We took a circuitous route and presently were in the battle zone. It was a sight I shall never forget. The entire population seemed to be on the firing line. Men, children, and even women, some obviously pregnant, were rushing about with machine guns, rifles, and pistols, firing away at the military who seemed to be stuck at the entry gates of town. It was amazing to see housewives, elderly men, and even 12-year-olds suddenly emerge as warriors. Except for the younger men who saw army service, these people had no previous experience with weapons. Our Sumar group quickly joined the defenders of Lalagua. Some of us took up positions in the firehouse. Others were in the small church rectory. It was a ferocious battle with many casualties. The junta forces armed with heavy weapons took a heavy toll. The streets began to look like an open grave. I was traumatized for days after having seen so many of the dead and so many rivulets of blood that seemed never to stop flowing. I've read a lot about Nazi concentration camps and about the horror of people being exterminated. But it is another matter when you yourself are part of so gruesome a scene. Lalagua's population, between 4,000 and 5,000, relatively well armed with light machine guns and rifles, continued to 172 The shanty town dwellers make a last-ditch stand resist the military successfully for nearly 3 days. But then the town's defenders ran out of ammunition and the junta soldiers broke through. People were shot down right on their doorsteps. Entire families, children, wives, husbands, were killed with bursts of machine gun fire. Those who remained alive were ordered out of their homes, which were vandalized or in many instances set afire. On the first day of the Battle of Lalagua, in which I and the others from Sumar took part, the fighting lasted until dark. It then came to a sudden halt with scarcely any exchange of fire. Several of the Sumar group, including myself, took advantage of the lull and left to find shelter and perhaps something to eat. We were exhausted, battle-weary and terribly hungry. Carefully making our way in the direction of Sumar by way of side paths, we found some deserted chicken coops and settled there for the night. Early the next morning we decided that somehow we must get some food. We hadn't eaten for 24 hours. One of our group went out on a reconnaissance mission in the direction of Sumar. He soon came back and said that, as best as he could judge, the plant was not occupied. He and others urged that we shanty towns that resisted the junta were treated savagely. Here 2 youths suspected of being snipers were thrown to the ground by army soldiers and then taken for interrogation, followed by jailing or execution. Note the soldier pulling the youth's hair. V and 173. Get back to the plant, sneak into the kitchen cafeteria and grab what we could from the well-stocked refrigerators. We toyed with that proposal for only several minutes and agreed to take the chance. About 20 of us made our way to the factory. And just as we settled down to what looked like a hearty breakfast, the military broke in and began taking prisoners. Several of us were able to elude the roundup and get out of the area. Our adventure was obviously foolhardy regardless of how hungry we were. But in a crisis all kinds of utterly senseless things are done by perfectly normal people. Since the Sumar plant was still unoccupied, we somehow felt that we had a chance. When I was out of reach of the military, I waited until nightfall in a clump of bushes, all the while holding onto my machine gun. And then I began feeling my way through back roads to my house, which was about 5 miles away from the plant and in the opposite direction from Lalagua. When I arrived, my family was virtually in mourning. My father was convinced that I was dead. My wife and children were in tears. I immediately hid my machine gun outside the house. By then I had grave doubts whether FD ever be able to use it against the junta. The dark shadow of the new era had already thickened, and the reality of our defeat was fast growing upon us. I remained at my house until September 18th. It was somewhat of a miracle that I was not arrested right away, because the neighborhood, including the local police officer who had known me ever since I was a child, knew of my union activities. Obviously something of the human, interpersonal relations still remained with him, for he made no effort to finger me. I remember sitting with my father at the TV set listening to one of the 3 top junta generals, Gustavo Lee, saying all Marxists, all leftists shall be dead. There's no better commie than a dead commie, as he pointed his finger at the audience. I broke into a nervous guffaw and said to my father, "My God, it looks as though he is pointing at me." Day after day the junta decrees were read over the radio and on television. Among these was an order that all workers report to their respective plants. I knew that I probably would be arrested. When workers were ordered to return to their factories following the coup, they were stood up against the wall, searched for weapons, and then questioned. Once I showed up at my plant, but I decided to go nonetheless. Why? Because I felt fully responsible as a union leader. After all, there were many rank-and-file workers from my plant who were already behind bars, many who had depended upon me and other union officers for direction and guidance. I felt that they would find it strange that I was out of jail while they were in. It may have been foolish on my part to present myself for what looked like certain imprisonment, but it was a matter of conscience, so I went. A number of other union leaders did the same entirely on their own, without previous agreement among them. In general, workers began to present themselves to the new managers of the plants where they had been previously employed, although many would have preferred to continue resistance against the junta. But the clandestine operations were still uncoordinated, so they had no idea where to go. Also, many labor and political leaders had already been executed or thrown into concentration camps. Workers felt that there was very little else they could do except report back to their places of work since 175. Failure to do so would have been interpreted as insubordination, leading to quick arrest and possibly the firing squad. When I presented myself at the Sumar plant, I decided there was no point in trying to deceive anyone, so I identified myself and also my status in the union. After some preliminary questions, I, together with about 65 others, were told we would have to undergo further interrogation. The questioning was along the classic junta lines: are you a communist? Have you helped hide weapons and munitions so as to fight the junta? What underground activity were you involved in? Give us the names of your accomplices. And so on. For 2 days and 2 nights this questioning went on, with the accompaniment of beatings by soldiers armed with rubber clubs. Every denial on our part elicited intensified assault. I was clubbed across the body and across the face. My nose was broken on the first day of questioning. I lost consciousness several times. Each of us was questioned separately and ordered to inform on the others. From time to time they'd stop the beating and suddenly very solicitously ask, "Why are you stupid? Why don't you talk? You'll be dying for naught. You're protecting people who have fled and are in hiding, while you are here taking the rap." But we kept mum. I must say that the orientation we received from the union before the putsch, in anticipation of the questioning which we were undergoing, proved helpful to us. Not everyone, of course, was willing to abide by the pledge not to name names. But many of us did. After 3 or 4 hours of torture and interrogation, each of us, separately and totally nude, was led past the others who were next in line for this ordeal. Late the first night, we were told General Benavides, who supposedly was the man who gunned down Allende, was coming. "And he will shoot you all, you bastards," one of the officers threatened. Exactly at midnight, General Benavides arrived. When he was told that we would not turn informers, he let loose a stream of profanity. He screamed, "You'll not be long in this world." He was outraged at our determination, despite the obvious signs of torment that we had already undergone, such as torn faces, broken jaws, broken noses, blackened eyes. His big, pimply, hostile face turned purple, and his heavy frame quivered. 176 The shantytown dwellers make a last-ditch stand as he harangued us with insults and threats. There was a smell of death about him. "For the last time," he said, "is there anybody here who will cooperate?" And when our response was stony silence, he ordered that our executions should begin immediately. He pointed at me as the first to be executed. I was pushed to an adjacent room which was separated by a thin wooden wall from the room in which the others were waiting their turn. I was shoved against the wall under a platform loaded with sacks of salt. Once again I was asked whether I was going to talk. And when I said no, the preparatory steps for my execution got underway. They tied my hands in the back and put a blindfold over my eyes. And in my case, at least, it was very much like what I've heard or read about the last moments of a person who is about to be shot. My entire life seemed to rush by as though on a film. I saw my father, the anxiety and tension that he always showed when coping with the family's poverty, much of my early life, and the courtship days with my wife. But then I heard the guns being cocked, the order to fire, and then the rifle shots. There was a rush of what seemed like splinters against my face. Actually it was the salt into which they fired which came tumbling over me. It was indeed a strange sensation. I seemed to feel nothing, anesthetized. I knew that I was not dead, that I was alive. However grim, my situation was not as bad as those of my comrades who heard the shots and knew they were next to be executed. And the thing that made it especially ghoulish was the death cry, which was simulated by a soldier standing close by. I was then led away with my friends standing in deathly suspense in the next room. One by one, they went through the same harrowing experience. But that wasn't the end of it. The military staged the execution scene 3 times to each of us on the next 2 nights. In the second and third go-around, they threatened to shoot us en masse. Once again we were blindfolded and put against the wall. And mind you, this was in addition to the constant beatings. What clothes we had clung to our bloody, battered bodies like torn sails on a mast, yet we did not give up, we did not talk. On September 21st, they took us to the Estadio Nacional, which was turned into the infamous Con. 111. Centration Camp. Here we entered a protracted period of electronic torture, beatings, and psychological terror. I was in the Estadio Nacional for 2 months. I was then transferred to another camp in northern Chile, where I was imprisoned for a year. There was no torture there. The camp was used as a showplace of acceptable conditions of servitude to impress visiting Red Cross groups and other human rights agencies investigating prison conditions in Chile. I was then set free. Here in Mexico we found a warm welcome as refugees. I have a pretty good job as a technician and I'm also studying at night. We're all studying, my wife, and my 2 children, a boy of 13 and a girl of 11, who take their schooling seriously. We want to get as good an education as possible because when we get back to Chile we want to be useful in lifting the country out of its fascist morass. I don't know how soon we'll be back or how we'll get there. But I know that the junta is not going to last for too long. I'm convinced of that. I promise you, we will be back. 7. Chile's women divided. The supporters of the coup versus the jailed resistors. About a week after the coup, when the junta ordered everyone to return to work in factories, stores, and offices, 23-year-old Carmen D. decided to go back to the law office where she worked part-time. A senior at the law school at the University of Chile at Valparaiso, Carmen was an enthusiastic Allende supporter and student activist, but had no party affiliation. She was stunned when a detachment of 6 Marines surrounded her as she went into the office building. "Why are you arresting me, and where are you taking me?" she asked, a bit scared but indignant. The officer in charge said that everything would be explained when she went with them to naval headquarters. She had known that going back to work might be risky. All pro-Allende people were suspect now. "But after all, I wasn't a political big shot, or for that matter even a little shot," she says with a wry smile. A tiny woman, maybe 5 feet tall, with deep, dark brown eyes, she talked to me in a small town in southern France, where she is now living in exile. Sure, I was involved, but as a representative of the student association, working with the faculty to revamp our very antiquated curricula. The Marines hustled her into a jeep and drove off. I still thought my detention would be only a matter of a day or two and then I'd be released. When we got to the naval base out at the edge of town, an officer took down my name, my address, and the fact that I was a law student. He said I was to be interrogated about charges that I was involved in smuggling arms and helping subversive elements resisting the junta. Before I had a chance to reply, I was 178. 179. Pushed out of the office and into a big room to await my turn for the questioning. It was a dimly lit room and it smelled of vomit and blood. Dozens of men were lying on the floor. Some were moaning. Their clothes were torn, blood-drenched, their hair disheveled. Some were motionless. I couldn't tell whether they had fainted or were dead. Toward the far end of the room, a half-dozen women were sitting on canvas chairs. The guard shouted to me to sit with them. Some of the women held their heads in their hands, they were tense, none of them were talking to each other. As I picked my way across the room, careful not to step on the broken bodies of the men on the floor, and got closer to where the women sat, I saw one middle-aged woman with her hands pressed against her ears. Her eyes were drowned in tears and she was swaying from side to side. When I sat down on the one remaining chair, which happened to be next to hers, a piercing cry came tearing through the wall from the next room. The voice was that of a young boy. With each scream the swaying woman would groan from deep down in her body. There was another blood-curdling cry and then a gush of sobs, uncontrollable sobs accompanied by husky men's voices. "Now will you tell us?" The boy being interrogated in the next room, a woman sitting next to me whispered, was 14 years old. He was the son of the weeping woman. The military were trying to force the boy to tell them the whereabouts of his father, an important Allende advisor who had gone underground. The torture had been going on for a long time. When I arrived it was almost over. Soon the limp, moaning body of the boy was dumped at his mother's feet. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, some of his teeth were knocked out. The mother flung herself toward the boy. One of the guards at the door let her go to the lavatory nearby to wet her handkerchief to wipe off some of the blood. Some of us tried to help her, but there was an ugly shout from the other guard. "Back where you belong. You'll get your turn." I was now convinced that my future would be a lot more gruesome than I had anticipated. I was bathed in cold sweat as 180 Chile's women divided imagined the horrors in store for me. At the same time I was worrying about Sergio, my husband. They might give me a very hard time, but I was a woman, I thought, so they probably would not hurt me physically. But the condition of the men in the room filled me with deepest anguish. Was Sergio also detained? Was he also being tortured? Suddenly the door to the room where the boy had been swung open and a soldier roared out my name and ordered me to follow him inside. I stood up but found walking almost impossible. There were only about 10 steps to the door, but each step seemed like a mile. My feet, my legs seemed to be weighted down with heavy rocks. I was breathing hard, sweating, and my heart was beating like a runaway animal's. But somehow I made it. As I entered, someone from behind dropped a dark cloth bag over my head and immediately grabbed my arms to keep my hands from going up to my head to remove it. I was completely blindfolded. There was a slit at the mouth but no opening for the nose. I had to suck in the air at the mouth. Evidently I was about to faint, for I was being helped to a chair where I was told to sit up and not try to touch the blindfold. I was scarcely seated when a gravelly voice shouted, "We know all about you. So you'd better cooperate. Who did you give the guns to?" Still struggling to get used to the darkness and to the bag over my head and face, I managed to reply in a skinny, muffled voice that I never had anything to do with the transfer of guns to anybody. I was suddenly jolted by a hard object in my back, I guess the barrel of a gun, and a loud command to speak up. I tried hard to steady my voice and repeat that I knew nothing about gun traffic. The words were barely out of my mouth when a heavy blow on my back threw me right off the chair. The pain was sharp and quickly enveloped my body. I flailed about blindly, trying to steady myself. Again I was lifted and placed on the chair. "Look," my inquisitor again demanded, this time in a milder tone, "we've told you we know all about you. Are you going to deny your activities with the student organization?" I thought for a moment, remembered that my name was often on leaflets and letters as one of the officers of the association, and decided there 181 was no point in denying the obvious. So I said yes, I was in the student organization. "Fine," my examiner growled with a hint of friendliness. "Now if you'll just get wise and cooperate, we'll let you out of here in no time. So you also know Pedro Diaz and Jamie Acuna." Their names also appeared on the student association letterheads and often accompanied my signature on various communications. Again I felt there was no sense in making denials. "So in addition to Diaz and Acuna, who were the others to whom you handed over the guns last week?" he asked in a softer voice. Quickly I replied that I knew nothing of such activities. But before I finished the sentence I was suddenly thrown out of the chair and my captor's fists were pounding my back, chest, and breasts to the accompaniment of curses and obscenities. Totally blinded, unable to use my hands to ward off the attack, I screamed and screamed. I don't know how long this assault continued because I lost consciousness. I remember coming back to life through a kind of blackened haze and then quickly back to reality as my tormentors were at it once more, telling me that this was only a foretaste of what was to come. This time I must have been on a different chair, with my arms tied down to armrests, obviously to prevent my falling to the floor if I fainted again. My body was all pain, the left side of my head ached with needle-like jabs at the temple, probably from the fall. But despite the throbbing physical distress and the oppressive darkness of the blindfold, I do remember clearly that I felt somehow I would survive. At the same time a deep state of depression began to come over me. Would this torment kill my unborn child? I was in my 3rd month of pregnancy. Up to that day, despite the shroud that the junta had spread across Chile, one must confess that I had continued to feel a certain euphoria. Was it because of the non-specific, biochemical changes that make a woman with child become optimistic, anticipatory of good things to come, expecting things to right themselves somehow? I never probed the reasons for my attitude, but now I was seized with despair, with fear that the other life within me would be snuffed out. These waves of anxiety were woven into my thinking even as I 182 Chile's women divided braced myself to fend off the unending questions. What kind of guns did you deliver? Who were your contacts? Where are they hiding? Again and again these questions, occasionally accompanied by a punch to the head or the chest. I have no idea how long this session went on. An hour? 3 hours? When it finally ended I heard someone shout that unless I came across with the information I would be charged as an accomplice to an insurrectionary movement against the junta, I would be tried before a war tribunal which might sentence me to the firing squad. My arms were unshackled from the chair and I was led away. I could scarcely keep up with my guards, as my blindfold made it impossible for me to have the slightest idea of direction. I was constantly tripping and bumping into furniture. With every misstep a stream of insults and curses came pouring out of the mouths of the torturers. Once outside the building, however, the crisp spring air revived me. I was pushed into a jeep, and after about an hour's drive over bumpy roads I was deposited at an old freighter, which, I learned later, was the infamous prison ship Lebu docked at the far end of the Valparaiso harbor. There I was held in a small cabin for 5 days, always blindfolded and fed bread and watery coffee from a tin cup. The days and nights merged into endless continuity. I didn't know until my blindfold was removed that my solitary confinement had lasted for 5 days. The only thing that sustained me, kept me from going mad, she said, were my memories of the 2.5 years of the Allende regime, the wonderful things that happened to me in that time. I would relive my wedding with Sergio, an engineering student. It was a simple little party with only a few relatives and close friends, but there was gaiety and a warm glow of confidence in the future. The Allende years were hard, with the economic sabotage and all kinds of uncertainties, but there were also important changes for the better. We all felt a euphoria that most non-Chileans probably could not understand. At the university Carmen worked on committees to help poor 183 and working-class students get textbooks and hot lunches. The Allende regime took open admission seriously, she said, so that universities and high schools had massive enrollments, requiring lots of remedial aid for those desperately trying to keep up with university standards. Notwithstanding my continuous darkness, Carmen said, the images of my recent past were extremely vivid. Like broken records, playing themselves again and again, they shifted from my personal experiences to social activities. For instance, I thought over and over about our anti-illiteracy drive. We worked oftentimes well into the night. Some of our most rewarding experiences were connected with helping the illiterate in the shanty towns and the countryside. Every 2 weeks Sergio and I went with the educational brigades nationally. There were some 200,000 teachers, students, and professionals of all kinds fanning out across the country to help the rural peasants and the men and women of the urban shanty towns learn the 3 R's, and to rouse them to improve their living standards. The brigades program, which called for a bi-weekly contribution of 2 hours by each volunteer, paid off handsomely, Carmen recalls, as Chile's illiteracy rate dropped from 20 to 12% in 3 years. They grasped their newly discovered clues to the 20th century with great enthusiasm. My friends, my husband, and I were heady with excitement. Her soft voice is elated. It was no longer a matter of theory. We didn't sit around in the cafes, the way we used to before Allende's election, arguing what could or could not be accomplished once a people-oriented government came into power. We were actually doing it. We were directly involved in changing society and seeing the results of our effort. Those shanty town people, half-starved and demoralized, suddenly sprang to life. There was less despair, less drunkenness. They began to eat better, or more often, I should say. There is a statistic I always remember about the disparity in food consumption between the poor and the rich. During the second year of the Allende administration, 550,000 breakfasts and 700,000 lunches were served daily to students in various educational institutions. 184 Chile's women divided in our country, Carmen said parenthetically. In 1968, 2 years before Allende took office, 60% of the people, the low-income Chileans, ate an average of 6 chickens per family per year. 10% of the population, the high-income group, ate 96 chickens per family per year. With the Allende program, the grinding poverty of the have-nots was eased very quickly. They began to earn regular wages because of government-supported job opportunities. But this didn't last very long. Rightist produce distributors, local manufacturers, and of course the foreign multinational corporations began to strangle the economy by creating an artificial scarcity of goods. So there developed what you North Americans call a catch-22 situation. The urban workers and peasants had more money to spend, but there were fewer and fewer things they could spend it on. And while we young activists felt that we had a role in transforming society, we became aware that we too were undergoing a transition. We became less preoccupied with ourselves as individuals, with our personal hang-ups and frustrations. The notion of finding ourselves, the do-your-own-thing concept, which we heard was of great concern to our contemporaries in the United States, didn't seem to fit into our thinking. Our emphasis was on the idea of being socially useful in the community you lived in, or the organization you belonged to. Carmen describes herself as from a lower middle-class background. She is one of 5 sisters and brothers. When the children were grown, her mother worked as a secretary in a hospital, her father was a manager of a small business. Carmen believes that it is this mixture of memories, Sergio's love, her work in law school, the anti-illiteracy campaigns in her beloved countryside, that made it possible for her to remain sane. But there were also flashbacks that brought melancholy and deep remorse. Why hadn't she and Sergio gone into hiding or tried to take refuge at some foreign legation? And where was he now, she asked herself inside the blackness of the blindfold. Carmen first learned of the coup early in the morning of September 11, before the junta stormed La Moneda. The overthrow of the Popular Unity government actually began in Valparaiso. When Carmen and the rest of the city's 300,185 inhabitants awoke that morning, they discovered that naval detachments had cut off the roads leading to the downtown areas. And when they ran to turn on the radio, they were greeted with a barrage of announcements that a coup was underway. Everyone should stay indoors and await further orders from the junta. While Valparaiso took on the image of a city at war, the TV from Santiago showed that the capital was still normal, except for a flurry of excitement around La Moneda, where cabinet ministers and other government members were going into the building to talk to Allende. Is this really it? Is the dreaded coup really upon us? Carmen and her husband asked each other anxiously. Was this a nationwide rebellion, or was the mutiny confined to the Navy, and would it, therefore, blow over? After all, Chile had experienced a similar shock only 6 weeks earlier, in what was known as the June 29 Tancazo incident, when a tank battalion tried to storm the presidential palace and install a rightist government. But the uprising was put down in a couple of hours. Was the Valparaiso rebellion equally doomed to fail? With all phone connections cut, Carmen and her husband decided to try to find out what was happening in downtown Valparaiso. They took a circuitous route, walking alongside paths and back roads. There was panic in the air. Despite the roadblocks, the streets were filled with people queuing up at bakeries and groceries, hoping against hope to stock up on bread and other foodstuffs before the supplies gave out. Marines and sailors, bayonets fixed to their rifles, displayed their machismo by threatening people, ordering them to return to their homes. The junta military, drunk with power, would fire into the sky to scare those who weren't moving fast enough. And then loudspeakers on marine trucks began announcing a noon-hour curfew, warning that those still on the streets after 12 would be killed then and there. Carmen and her husband got back to their house just before the curfew. By then the news flashes from Santiago showed La Moneda in flames, and later in the afternoon came the announcement of Allende's death. As the day wore on, the radio and TV delivered a steady diet of junta decrees, interrupted only by martial music. 186 Chile's women divided for the next several days. Carmen and her husband kept close to home. It was a dreadfully lonely period. Only occasionally were they able to make contact with a friend in a back alley or a secluded house. They grieved over Allende and over Chile, and became increasingly apprehensive as rumors multiplied about arrests and detention of prominent figures in the Popular Unity government, but it still did not occur to them that they too would be vulnerable. These memories of the recent past gnawed away at her and at the same time kept her busy reliving them. On the 6th day of her stay on Lebu, her hood was removed and she was led down to the hold of the ship, into a sort of moldy storage area, where I joined about 50 other women prisoners. It was an airless hole. The stench from unwashed bodies, garbage all over the floor, and the doorless toilet was overpowering. The smells, combined with the motion of the ship at anchor, made a number of women seasick. As depressed as I was, aching all over, worried about my husband and the state of my pregnancy, the release from my blindfold gave me a momentary feeling of exhilaration. It took me a while to adjust to the world of the seeing, but it was a wonderful experience until I began to make out what I was seeing. All of us looked ghastly, hair uncombed, clothes rumpled, torn, some in shreds. As my eyes became more accustomed to the semi-darkness, I recognized a few who were well known for their leadership in the women's campaigns in support of the Allende program. As I looked more closely, I began to realize how relatively light my ordeal had been compared to that of most of the women around me. There was an exceptionally attractive young woman, about 19 or 20 years old, who sat in the corner, crying and moaning softly. From time to time she mumbled, "I want to die, I want to die. I hope they'll kill me. I won't bear a fascist child." The woman had been picked up in a raid on a group of young communists who were caught mimeographing leaflets attacking the junta. For 2 days she was raped repeatedly, and then tortured with electric shocks to her vagina and breasts, as the 187 junta tried to get her to reveal the names of her accomplices. She remained steadfastly silent. Some of the women, half dead themselves, tried to comfort her, to convince her that if she was indeed pregnant her baby would be an extension of herself, not of any of those who had violated her. But she went on whispering, unable to respond to them. In the 5 days that I remained with these women I couldn't help being impressed with their courage. And so my morale improved considerably. Some of the prisoners were mere teenagers, others in their 40s. Some were well-known political activists, communists, socialists, or members of the ultra-left Mir group, especially singled out for brutal treatment. Most of the women had black and blue marks across their arms, faces and bodies where they had been beaten. Some had livid cigarette burns on their breasts and abdomens. Many had infected wounds, untreated of course, and seeping pus. They tried to wash their wounds with the thin stream of tepid water from our one faucet in the lavatory. There was one woman who could scarcely move. Her hands had been tied to her legs and she had been left hanging from a bar for 3 days. Whether her blood circulation was permanently damaged or some of her bones were dislocated or broken, none of us knew. The slightest touch to her body would send her off into whirlpools of excruciating pain. Another woman was obviously in a complete mental breakdown. She was a young Mir member who, after being raped in the presence of her husband, was thrown into a tank of human excrement and retrieved just as she was about to choke to death. She looked out with unseeing, haunted eyes, wells of pain. She never made a sound, never responded to our attempts at conversation, never ate. She just sat there dying. But most of the women somehow retained a kind of brooding defiance. And because we were guarded by a young Marine corporal who seemed to be doing his job out of fear rather than pleasure, the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed. He stood at the door with gun in hand, asking us politely not to talk too loudly, more concerned about the threat of an officer bursting in to take 188 Chile's women divided us by surprise than by any dreams of escape we might have. On the 4th or 5th day in these cramped surroundings, where we were forced to eat our prison fare sitting on the floor and sleep there as well, I began to bleed heavily. Hours went by before a doctor came down to look at me and, after a very cursory examination, decided upon the obvious that I was having a hemorrhage. At what seemed like a slow-motion pace, I was taken to be processed for temporary release from the ship and then shoved into a jeep for an hour's ride over bumpy roads to the Naval Hospital. The bleeding was stopped and I didn't abort the child, principally because of a friendly nurse who whispered encouragement and tried her best to get me nourishing food. On the 3rd day of my hospital stay, a prosecutor from the military adjutant general's office showed up and began to question me all over again about the charges that I had helped smuggle arms to resistance fighters around Valparaiso. The questioning this time was quite formal, with all my denials tape recorded. I was told that I would stand trial for high treason. The following day I was again taken to the ship Lebu, where I was alone in a cabin for nearly 3 weeks but blindfolded only occasionally, depending on the mood of the guard on duty. I was then told that I had been tried in absentia and given an indeterminate prison sentence. I was transferred to a women's prison north of Santiago. It was a complex of old, dilapidated structures. Masonry and other debris from the earthquake of 1970 still cluttered the grounds. Grime, litter, torn newspapers were everywhere. Most of the plumbing was out of order. But for me the removal of the blindfold was equivalent to 189. Paradise. The compound I was assigned to was separate from the rest of the prison, reserved for the junta's political opponents. There were 50 of us, 10 women to each dormitory. We felt fortunate because it was a traditional Chilean women's prison, which meant that our jailers were nuns. They were hard-bitten, and except for a few of the younger ones were severe and non-communicative. But because many of us were university students, and some came from upper-middle-class families, the nuns were grudgingly respectful. Most of these nuns came from rural Chile, with impoverished origins and only a smattering of primary education. Thanks to their inferiority complex we got better treatment than the other prisoners. I gave birth in the 6th month of my imprisonment. After 3 days in a city hospital under guard, I returned with my child to my dormitory. I remained with my baby behind bars for another 6 months. Needless to say, this was not an easy period for me. I don't know what the outcome would have been if not for the continued support of my prisoner friends. I named the baby Felice and she became a sort of lifeline to hope and to the future for all of us. She suddenly acquired 10 mothers instead of only one. Even some of the frozen-faced nuns thawed when near the infant, and late at night there would be a little ritual. A few of the nuns, at considerable risk to themselves, would creep along the dimly lit corridors carrying bottles of hot water inside their black robes. With the aid of a flashlight or a candle, enough light was shed on a makeshift tub to enable us to bathe my baby. All the women shared in the ceremony. Fortunately the baby had no special health problems. I nursed her and did what I could to give her fresh air. But we were limited to only an hour a day to walk about in the prison yard. I'd bundle her up with pitiful rags and try to expose her face to the wan shafts of sunshine that filtered through the barbed wire on top of the brick walls that fenced us in. Perhaps it was the torrent of love from all of us that girl not only survived but actually thrived. One day, without previous notice, the prison administrator summoned me to the office and told me to pack my belongings. I was to be released that very hour and return to Valparaiso. 190 Chile's women divided. Perhaps some of the international organizations had pressured the junta to let me go because of my baby. I could never find out. Altogether I was incarcerated for 1 year and 2 months. 2 weeks later Carmen applied for permission to leave the country. She was given a passport and received a visa from the Swedish consulate. She is now in France with her husband, who eluded the junta police by hiding out in the hills and then making his way to the Swedish embassy in Santiago, where he remained until he left for Europe. Another graduate of the Freighter Lebu has asked me to call her Clara, to protect the safety of her relatives still in Chile. She too is a native of Valparaiso. Clara was held in another part of the ship, away from the hold that Carmen lived in. For most of the 45 days she was aboard, she remained blindfolded and endured a daily barrage of abuse and torture. The cloth bag blindfold was inflicted on almost all prisoners, Clara says. It was designed to terrorize the captives and, at the same time, to shield the inquisitors from recognition. Its use was tantamount to an admission of the shameful, sadistic atrocities that the junta was involved in. Implicit also was the cowardice of the torturers, the fear that should they face a day of reckoning, that the survivors of the Inquisition would turn against them and, as in the Nuremberg trials, demand retribution. Clara's Gauleiters ordered her to lead them to the hideout of her husband, who had been a high-ranking Allende official. Clara wouldn't oblige for 2 reasons, because she couldn't conceive of herself being an accomplice against a man she loved and respected, even if they tortured me to death, and second, I actually didn't know where he had gone to continue organizing the resistance. A handsome, firm-looking woman in her late 30s, with a mobile, expressive face, copper-colored skin, and deep-set black eyes, Clara was a high school teacher in Valparaiso. Perhaps because of that training she speaks very clearly and with a strong rising inflection when stressing a point. Her manner is not that of a teacher but that of a passionate arguer, with a very personal involvement in the outcome of a discussion. Clara belonged to no party, but she was active in women's organizations that worked for better housing for Shantytown. 191. Dwellers and organized women to press for more jobs, which were basic goals of the Popular Unity Program. When the junta struck, Lucho, my husband, went underground with other pro-Allende activists to make plans to preserve what was left of the parties of the left and to mount a resistance. This was no surprise to Clara. As the political situation began to deteriorate in the last months of the Allende administration, both Clara and her husband had agreed that if a coup occurred he would have to continue his political work, even if it meant separation from his family. Like many other Chileans, however, they had not foreseen that the junta would be as brutal and far-reaching as it was in its reprisals. Clara was as shocked as the younger Carmen at the junta's long arm. When Lucho took cover on the day of the coup, Clara remained at home with their 3 children, but early in the afternoon Lucho sent a message that she too was in danger and that she and the children should take shelter in some friend's home. By coincidence, soon after the message came, a couple that lived down the block came to visit Clara. These were conservative people, critical of Allende, although they took no part in politics. But when they saw on TV the junta storming of La Moneda and the massacre of hundreds of people on the streets of Santiago, they were appalled. Quickly realizing that tragedy could overtake Clara's family, they had come to tell her that she and the children were welcome to stay with them for a few days. Late that night, fortunately moonless, Clara and her family sneaked down the street to the neighbor's home. The next day word spread that the junta dragnet was extending into the whole area, and Clara's hosts made contact with several similarly conservative friends who were also horrified by the reign of terror. And since they were least likely to be suspect, their homes became Clara's one-night havens. Clara was amazed at the generosity and courage of her protectors, since they too could have become victims if accused of harboring enemies of the state. There was one especially close call for her and her benefactors in her third refuge, a big 2-story house with many rooms. Clara and her children were lodged on the 2nd floor, near 192. Chile's women divided what used to be the servants' quarters. They were having a snack and being very quiet when suddenly they heard loud knocking on the front door. Their host, an elderly man, was heading toward the door, but he evidently wasn't fast enough. The door was smashed open and a gang of 10 Marines stormed in, shouting they were there to search the house. At that moment the owner's pet, a cocker spaniel, began barking fiercely and baring his teeth, but before the dog could even hope to leap to attack, a Marine put a bullet through its head. Then the search began. Clara and her children huddled together in deathly stillness, paralyzed with fear. They heard the shooting and the loud stamping of the military in their hobnailed boots as they made their way up the stairs. Miraculously, Clara says, they missed opening the door of the room where she and the children were crouching in a closet. The soldiers left and we remained in the house until dark. Then, on our way again, we whispered our thanks to our hosts. When the junta took over, decades of Chilean democracy and liberty went into eclipse. Even the words Viva Libertad were flushed away. 193. And apologized for being the cause of trouble for them, particularly the loss of their pet. This time we were picked up by a doctor whose MD insignia gave us a fairly safe passage to his home, whose basement was his laboratory. We spent the night surrounded by boxes and cages full of rabbits and guinea pigs. We hopped about from one friendly refuge to another for nearly a week. In the meantime things began to quiet down. The junta snuffed out what remained of the pockets of resistance around Valparaiso. The house-to-house searches abated somewhat. Long lists of names of people wanted for hearings and questioning were posted on billboards and rolled out on TV. My husband's name was included but mine was not. Our transient existence was hard on the children. Gloria was 11, Pedro was 9, and Jorge 8. And even though our immediate future was still murky, I felt that since I was not on the wanted list the junta would probably let me be. So we went back home. A heavy-handed normalcy descended on Valparaiso. It was a tranquility edged with dread. Nevertheless, stores began to reopen and commercial activity was encouraged. And about a week after we returned, the junta issued a decree that all schools should reopen. I was faced with a momentous decision: should I go back to teach or should I make myself scarce? A few friends whom I was able to see occasionally suggested that my absence from the job would probably call more attention to me. Also, I was now the sole breadwinner for the family. My job was going to make the difference whether we would eat or not eat. For the first few days back at work, all went well. But on the 5th morning the police came to the school looking for me. They walked right into my classroom, with the worried principal alongside, and told me I was under arrest. They then drove me to the levee and handed me over to the junta's Marines. I was astounded to see that one of the officers was a young lieutenant who had once been my student. Perplexed, embarrassed, he tried to get out of the situation by leaving the room. But his superior officer called him back, and so there he was, a crimson-faced, perspiring young man asking me about my profession and other questions, and politely addressing me as 194 Chile's women divided maestra. But that took only about 10 minutes and then a curtain of darkness fell down to separate me from the rest of the world. I wasn't allowed to communicate with my children or anyone else. For the next 45 days one was continuously blindfolded, beaten, abused, all to make me reveal my husband's hiding place. The torture was unbearable, but somehow it became more endurable as I began to challenge myself on how much pain I was able to tolerate. Clara was flung to the ground and kicked every time she denied knowing where her husband was. She was stripped naked and burned with lighted cigarettes on her breasts and back. When pain overwhelmed her and she fainted, the junta officers revived her by jolting her with electrodes applied to ears and temples. They would then force her to get up, and prod her with clubs to walk fast. Not being able to see, she says, I'd stumble against tables, chairs, trip, and fall down, frequently hitting my head against the tile floor. And as soon as I was back standing again they would order me to sit down. Often, as I began to sit down they would pull the chair from under me. As I fell back with a heavy thud, pain engulfing my spine, they'd howl with laughter. It was all a joke. There were times when I sincerely wished I'd die. But for the most part there grew within me a hard sullenness, a defiance, and a dedication to holding out, regardless of the humiliation and the torture. My very survival, I felt, was an act of reprisal against the junta. Shortly before my release, my blindfold was removed. What it feels like to escape from continuous darkness is impossible to convey to anybody who has not had at least a temporary bout with blindness. But my exhilaration was tempered immediately when I saw my reflection in the cracked mirror in the ship's lavatory. 45 days of no air, sun, soap, or water had taken their toll. My skin was blotchy and coarse, quite unpleasant to behold. Probably motivated by a desire to mask their sadism, my captors sent a naval doctor to give me some creams and oils. I now shared a huge improvised dormitory with about 100 women, all veterans of the junta terror. Bruised and tormented, each of them wore that indelible look of people 195. Whose physical and psychological traumas will mark them for life. Because of their condition and because our lot improved somewhat, rumor spread that we were soon to be set free. As it turned out, except for a handful of us, the rest were shipped out to concentration camps for further torture. Several were released because of protests from abroad. For me and 2 or 3 others, I am sure it was the intervention of some highly placed relatives in the armed forces. Military careers were a tradition in my family, and one of my cousins was a naval commander. Some of them must have pulled the necessary strings to get me out. Carmen, Clara, and many of the other women on the levee were typical of women who surfaced as activists and leaders in the Popular Unity Party campaigns. Clara believes that their competence as organizers is what made the junta go after them with such ferocity. In the eyes of the generals and the admirals who seized the government, these women represented a powerful reservoir of resistance that had to be stamped out. In the 3 years of the Allende government, she explains, women became involved politically and organizationally as never before. They set up neighborhood watchdog committees to curb black marketeering, and they pressured deputies and senators to vote for legislation to improve housing, schools, and health services. With Allende's specific encouragement, they drew up legislation to abolish the label of illegitimacy and to give women the right to divorce. Allende tried to push through a bill to create a ministry of the family to be headed by a woman with cabinet rank. This was turned down by the rightist majority in Congress, but a national secretariat for women, with less power, administered by a committee of 6 women, was established. Women like Clara and Carmen have distinguished forebears. In his campaign speeches Allende said, "For Chilean women we want equality under the law, equal opportunity, equality of rights under the law. We want equality for their children. No persecution of the unmarried mother. There should be no illegitimate or natural children, all children shall have the same rights. That the horizon of culture and education be opened up to women. That there be thousands upon thousands of day nurseries for the children of these women of the people. We want the working woman to know that we regard it as a right that she also have security as a housewife." 196 Chile's women divided in Chilean history. Women's participation in Chile's political and social confrontations is not entirely a 20th century development. It is rooted in women's dissatisfaction with their status as second-class citizens, very much as in other nations, though actions to redress these conditions along Chilean lines has been rare in the rest of Latin America. As early as 1886 Eloise Diaz was able to crack the walls of Chile's most aloof preserve, the medical profession. She was the first woman to be graduated from a Chilean medical school and given a license to practice. 6 years later another closed establishment, the legal profession, was breached when Matilda Throok became the country's first woman lawyer. At about the same time women workers in the garment industry became openly restive because of unequal wage standards. At the turn of the century Chile was shocked when women joined their male co-workers in Valparaiso and marched in a May Day demonstration to demand better working conditions. Maybe it is only a romantic notion, Clara says with a smile, but many Chilean women feel that their readiness to put up a fight against injustice, or for things they believe in, evolves from a long historical tradition. 300 years ago, when the Spanish conquistadores invaded what is now Chile and tried to subdue the local Araucano Indians, the women fought side by side with their warrior husbands to defend their lands. In chronicling the events of that period the Spaniards recorded the names of at least 2 Araucano women, Fresia and Guacla, who distinguished themselves as fighters against the invaders. In more modern times Chile's women became ever more assertive along social and political lines, increasingly active in battles to improve overall economic conditions. As in other countries, some women complained that their husbands, though of the same political outlook, were insensitive to their need to get out of their kitchens and become involved in the world about. Chile presented a lopsided picture as regards women's rights from the 1930s on. Women won the right to vote in municipal elections in 1934, but not in national elections until 1949, after 10 other Latin American nations had already granted universal suffrage. At the same time, educational and professional opportunities were wide open, especially to middle-class women. 197. Them. They quipped that their husbands were full of socialist consciousness the moment they got outside the door of the house, but had little of it left when they came back through the door on their return home. Other women, however, including Clara, thought that in view of the tensions during the Allende days, when the country was moving from crisis to crisis, pinning the women's liberation flag onto an anti-male platform per se, as is frequently done in the United States, would have been inappropriate. Our approach is somewhat different from that of the women's movement in the United States, she says. We certainly want to rid our country of the ugly, discriminatory practices associated with the traditional male chauvinism that has pervaded every sphere of our lives. But we don't see our emancipation in terms of a power struggle against the male sector of our society. In a semi-colonial country such as Chile, with so many indignities heaped upon the working man, it may perhaps be more comprehensible that the attainment of a better life for men would also help raise the living standards of women. Only by understanding our plight in the context of the political and economic structure of our society, and the realization of the need for joint actions by men and women against those holding the reins of economic and political power, can true liberation of women take place. By way of example, Clara cited an incident dating back to 1910, when the wives of nitrate workers urged their husbands to demand pay increases to meet the soaring cost of living. Go on strike, or do something to get your employers to give you better wages for this killing work. Strike, they warned, or we won't. Cook your dinners / however simplistic the threat, it worked. The men shut down the processing plants until they got their wage increase, and the participation of women in that episode heightened the men's respect for them. As Clara told me the story, I remembered that in interviews with Chilean men now in exile, I had noticed that many referred to their wives as compajera, rather than the conventional esposa. The Allende regime's innovative programs attracted many foreigners eager to participate in their implementation. Some were economists, others public health specialists, still others were agronomists and teachers. They came from Sweden, Denmark, Spain, and other parts of Europe. Some were exiles escaping the tyrannies of the military dictatorships of Uruguay, Bolivia, Brazil, or Argentina. One foreigner turned out to be Señora Joanna K., an Argentine by birth, of British parentage, who came to live in Chile with her Chilean husband, a Protestant minister. Their 3 children were born in Chile. About 2 or 3 weeks after Allende's inaugural, Señora K. remembers, I heard a radio announcement asking women to attend a meeting in downtown Santiago to discuss ways of solidifying support for the Allende administration. This was my first introduction to any kind of political movement. Most of the discussion centered on ways to rebut the rightist attack against Allende. A hysterical campaign had been launched charging that the Allende government would plunge Chile into economic chaos and would turn the country into a communist state. And since about 75% of the press, radio, and TV was controlled by the right, a good deal of this propaganda had an impact. The basic program of the Popular Unity Party called for fundamental social and economic reforms that for the first time in Chile's history would enable the disfranchised sector, a very sizable part of the population, to eat decently, to provide better care for their children, thus reducing one of the highest infant mortality rates in the world, and to benefit from greater educational opportunities. All this was not to be done by decree but by parliamentary legislation. The challenge, therefore, to 199. Those who supported these reforms was finding ways to reach the public with the facts, above all, how to get the information to those who would be the greatest beneficiaries, the impoverished. A variety of committees were set up to broaden media and other kinds of publicity. Some women volunteered to work with the women of the shanty towns, and I joined that group. Among other things, because of my training as a nurse, I felt I could be useful in helping people improve their hygiene and nutrition, 2 areas which Allende, as a doctor, was emphasizing. A serious, practical-minded woman in her late 40s, Señora K., says, it's hard to understand how anybody would have opposed the government's efforts to ease the plight of the shanty-town dwellers. But the multinational corporations, their Chilean surrogates, as well as the landed gentry, saw the proposed changes as a threat to the status quo. This polarization along class lines, she says, was reflected sharply among Chilean women. Those who may have been moderately conservative now rallied around the extreme right. Women of progressive or liberal orientation moved to the general left. The women who belonged to the aristocracy or to the upper middle class saw their station in life infringed upon. Under the Allende program, for instance, they would have to surrender what they regarded as their privilege to hire or fire their domestic help at will. They were now to be constrained in such actions by legal requirements to show cause. These women could not countenance the idea that their children would sit side by side with those of their maids in the high schools or in the university. And they could scarcely conceive of the possibility that they would be sharing the fancy beaches around Valparaiso with the families of the shanty town poor whose vacations were to be paid for by the state. What was especially revolting, Senora K says, was the devious attempt by women of the aristocracy to terrorize their proletarian sisters who began to hope for a new day thanks to the Allende government. These stylishly dressed women appeared in the shanty towns pretending to be census officials. "How many children do you have? How many are boys? What are their ages?" they asked the mothers standing at the doors of their rickety 200 Chile's women divided hovels with their undernourished, unkempt children tugging at their skirts. These impoverished women, most of them illiterate, looked with mistrust and fear at the fake census takers. And when some of them summoned enough courage to ask about the purpose of the census, they were told that the incoming regime wanted a head count of all children. Many of them, they said, would be sent to Cuba and other socialist countries for indoctrination. This rumor swept Santiago's slum areas like wildfire. Mothers began hiding their children at the mere sight of suspicious-looking strangers on the block. The census hoax came to light with the disclosure that 2 children had died of suffocation when their panicked mother pushed them under pillows and bedclothes to hide them from 2 smartly dressed women who knocked at her door. This was the political climate, Senora K says, that enveloped Chile at the start of the Allende administration. She was happy to see, however, that although the rightist acts of sabotage intensified with each day, in some ways they began to backfire. For once some of the government's social reform programs were set into motion, pro-Allende sentiment mushroomed, particularly in the shanty towns. The variety of legislative bills proposed by the new government was a Magna Carta for Chile's women. Some were pushed through in quick succession, others were held up in endless debate or rejected outright by the conservatives in Congress. Some had already been approved by previous administrations but never put into effect. But if not all the bills were implemented right away, the blueprint for the future was there. In a speech early in 1972, President Allende declared, "The woman fighting against the discriminatory practices of her boss should not stand alone, certainly so far as pay is concerned. It shall also be the obligation of all workers not to permit, not to tolerate, and not to accept the greater exploitation of the woman." One law declared that men and women must get equal pay for equal work. Another ruled that pregnancy was no longer to be a threat to job security. Whenever a woman factory or domestic 201 worker was ready to return to work after giving birth, a job similar to the one she had held before confinement was to be made available to her. Moreover, if she decided to nurse her baby, the new work regulations allowed her to stay at home with full pay for as long as a year. And in cases when a child was not sick enough to be hospitalized, but required special home care, the mother was permitted to stay away from the factory at full pay until the child was 2 years old. Although some of these regulations, especially those concerning servants, could not yet be fully enforced, the handwriting was on the wall. Government-funded nurseries and kindergarten programs got started even before Allende became president. But they were few in number and poorly staffed. With the Popular Unity administration, Senora K says, there was a big push to help mothers with the care of their children whether they were at work in the city or in the agricultural regions. The law entitled all working mothers to have their children attend these nurseries to the age of 3. All factories, offices, and business enterprises with 20 or more employees were obliged to set up nurseries where mothers could visit with their children during lunch or coffee breaks. In a matter of months, Senora K recalls, many women responded enthusiastically. They shed their timidity and emerged as a grassroots auxiliary of the government. This was reflected in congressional elections of 1973 when despite the tottering economy the pro-Allende vote rose significantly. When Señora K began working in the shanty towns, she was positively shocked to see the misery in which the inhabitants lived. She thought it outrageous that Chile's previous governments had been so neglectful of these people. Their knowledge of hygiene and of basic nutrition was virtually non-existent. When the Allende government launched the daily free milk distribution for children under 15, mothers had to be taught how to prepare the milk, which came in powdered form. Volunteer health workers told them how to keep utensils clean and why the milk should not be left exposed to the sun or dust and insects. The women of the shanty towns required little prodding to accept these aids to better health, according to Señora K. They hungered for this enlightenment. Lack of health care and scarcity of food made death a constant companion in their midst. As late as 1968, only 2 years before Allende's election, Chile's infant mortality rate was 86.6 per thousand compared to 16 per thousand in the United States, which itself does not have an enviable rating in this regard. Chile also had a 30% maternal death due to induced labor. And because of malnutrition, many thousands of children suffered from physical and mental retardation. By early 1971, the new health measures produced dramatic results. Infant mortality dropped by 10.5% and maternity death went down to 17.6%. In the first several months of the Allende government, Señora K says, salary increases and more jobs led to a surge in the consumption of meats, potatoes, sugar, milk, and eggs. But this development was short-lived because many rightist meat ranchers and other large-scale farmers cut back on production to embarrass the administration. To offset the scarcity, the government undertook to popularize meat substitutes, such as fish and vegetables. Ironically, despite the long Chilean coast and the availability of a rich fish supply, most Chileans never cultivated a taste for fish. And apart from greens used in salads, the Chileans were also unaccustomed to such vegetables as spinach. So we volunteers started classes on how to cook fish and vegetables so they would be accepted at the family table. As the price of staple foods skyrocketed, another women's meeting was held in Santiago. After a frank presentation of the facts, Pedro Vuskovic, Allende's Minister of Economy, said, "We would like to have your ideas on what should be done to cope with this deteriorating situation. After all, it is the women who are bearing the brunt when trying to get food to the table. It is you who are directly responsible for feeding the family." After 203. A lengthy discussion, there emerged the idea of organizing what soon became known as JAP, Juntas de Abastecimiento y Control de Precios, in rough translation, a committee to oversee price control and fair distribution of food and other products. The JAP was to operate in the neighborhoods. Women volunteers took an informal community census and set up a basis for rationing such items as sugar, rice, and bread. It was an unofficial operation, a kind of populist pressure action, to try to substitute for the anti-black market law that Allende tried and failed to push through Congress. The legislation would have imposed stiff fines on store owners hoarding food and confiscated the seized merchandise. Blocking this regulation was exactly the same thing as formally legitimizing black marketeering, as Señora K saw it. The JAP was quite successful in the shanty towns, she says. As soon as a truck was spotted unloading at a grocery or a butcher shop, the JAP committee alerted the neighborhood. Men, and especially women, queued up and bought whatever goods were delivered, to make sure the store owners didn't stash them away for under-the-counter shenanigans. By the beginning of 1973, there were 1,500 JAP committees across the country, including 900 in Santiago. More than 2/3 of JAP members were women. But the JAP idea did not catch on as much in the middle-class areas as in the poorer ones, because many of the women there associated themselves ideologically with their economic betters and wouldn't do anything that might help the Allende government. In a way, they were cutting off their noses to spite their faces. For the fact is that the very rich were able to stuff their larders at whatever price, while the others spent more and more time on longer and longer food lines with very little to show for it. All too often when their turn came, the shelves were already swept clean. Their frustration was directed at the Allende government, however, not at those responsible for the crisis. Seizing upon this rising disquiet, the right intensified its anti-Allende campaign in terms of consumerism, that is, that the economic hardships, which it had helped to create, was Allende's doing. The media campaign was quite successful in blurring the 204 Chile's women divided distinction between upper-class women, who were stockpiling their pantries from the black market, and the empty-handed lower middle class and the poor. The rightists' propaganda proclaimed that it was an all-women's problem, since it was the housewife who bore the brunt. It was not an issue between classes, rich and poor women suffered alike. More and more Chile appeared to be headed toward a collision course with itself. On the one hand, there was a mounting demand for the expansion of programs that had a touch of the rosy future, something which until then seemed beyond the rainbow. On the other hand, those in opposition did everything in their power to hold the country back. But the Allende people continued to press forward with their reforms. For instance, a pilot project was started in Santiago to free working mothers from the chore of preparing the family dinner after a day in an industrial plant. Meals were cooked and attractively packaged in a central kitchen and then distributed by a fleet of trucks to the various factories participating in this experiment. Each of the women was given as many dinners as there were members in her family, all at minimal prices. At the outset, some 8,000 women were involved. For the year 1973, the plan was to provide 40,000 women with this service. But perhaps the most dramatic achievement designed to brighten the lives of women, especially poor women, was the regulation to give them and their children annual vacations free of charge. As Señora K describes it, the very idea of so many factory workers as well as domestic servants getting time off with pay strained one's credulity. But in addition, to have these women avail themselves of a 2-week vacation, with all expenses paid, was simply an echo of paradise. The Allende government began putting up large hostels with dormitories and dining rooms at seaside resort areas. It is a sad commentary, Señora K observes, that many of these people saw the splendor of the Pacific for the first time in their lives, despite its proximity to most of Chile's cities. Chile's coast is nearly 2,500 miles long, from the Peruvian border in the north to the Strait of Magellan at the Antarctic. Nowhere is the country more than 125 miles wide. Though the beaches are easily accessible by rail, 205, or bus, few poor people could afford the fare. And even if they could have made the trip, where would they have stayed? The vacation program won instant acclaim from Chile's shantytown dwellers. The well-born and well-to-do did not share their elation. Some of these people were outraged at the sight of hordes of children running by the sea, shouting gleefully at the sight of the rolling waves. The quiet elegance of Vina del Mar and other choice spots on the Pacific was besieged by the ebullience of the underprivileged. The aristocracy had never expected to have to share their private playgrounds by the sea with the children of their parlor and scullery maids. Enthusiasm for the government's programs was on the rise in early 1972 and was reflected in the March congressional elections, when more than 40% of the votes went to pro-Allende deputies. In return, the right worked hard at fanning anti-communist hysteria. The specter of communism was portrayed through images of horror in posters plastered on billboards, in newspaper and magazine articles, and in soap operas that pursued the housewife via the transistor radio while she did her chores from room to room. As the political crisis deepened, the women's magazines of Paula and Vanidades, the latter produced in Miami and printed in Chile, became more militant. While the Allende people were calling on women to participate politically to safeguard the legislation that fortified their basic rights, the right was agitating for women to become activists in bringing down the Allende regime. Society women began to show their muscle. They abandoned their Wednesday and Thursday afternoon tea parties and threw themselves full force into spreading discontent, and dramatizing their opposition by mobilizing street demonstrations. One of their much publicized actions was the March of the Empty Pots and Pans, which they began organizing at the very beginning of the Allende administration. It was ironic, Señora K says, that these well-fed ladies belonging to the extreme rightist parties were the ones who launched the food shortage protest. It was ridiculous to see society women, with their carefully coiffured hair, their made-up faces, and dressed in 206 Chile's women divided, smartly tailored jeans, arrive in chauffeur-driven cars which were discreetly parked several blocks away from where the demonstrations were scheduled to take place. They would strut down to the meeting place, take out their pots and pans, and begin banging away as they shouted accusations at Allende for having brought Chile to the brink of starvation. These demonstrations made front-page news in the local press and received a good deal of publicity abroad. The Allende supporters responded with counter-marches. What was striking, Señora K says, was that pro-Allende women brought along their children, unlike those of the right who left their children behind with the maids. The poor had to take their children with them because there was no one to leave them with, not even a neighbor. The neighbors wanted to participate too. The pots and pans marches evoked a variety of satiric commentaries. One of these was a song made popular by the famous Quilapayún folk singers. The right has two pots. One very small. And one very large. The first is beaten in the streets. The second is to hoard and accumulate. Women of the nation's social elite were also called upon to do their bit at whittling away the morale of the military. It was important to the reactionary forces of Chile to provoke officers in the armed forces to turn against the government which they had sworn to defend. A favorite tactic for the women was to humiliate military officers in public. At parade formations or other public functions, as the officers stood at attention in their resplendent uniforms, women would break through the police cordons and spray the men with chicken feed, symbol of their being chicken, gutless in their hesitation to topple the government. In a country traditionally machismo-minded, these assaults on the male ego found their mark. One of the most savage attacks along these lines took place a few months before the coup. Wives of many of the high-ranking officers completely broke with protocol to picket the residence of 207. The Army Chief of Staff, General Carlos Prats, shouted insults at him, and called him a coward for his support of Allende. Prats resigned within a day, believing he no longer had the confidence of the officer corps. Once the coup took place, the pro-junta press proclaimed the return of the good old days. Señora Pinochet, wife of General Augusto Pinochet, went on the air to hail the Chilean women whose suffering, humiliation, and heroism saved the hope of freedom for Chile. Señora Pinochet heralded the rebirth of Chile a few hours after the murder of Allende, and at about the time the Pinochet forces began rounding up men and women in shanty towns and universities alike. In a matter of days the junta swept away almost all legislation for the protection of women's rights. Once again, pregnancy can be cause for dismissal from work. Most kindergartens and creches in factories and out on the ranches are shut down. The daily distribution of a pint of milk to every Chilean child, Allende's special weapon against infant malnutrition, has been discontinued. Hospital care is no longer free to those unable to pay, not even emergency first aid is given unless the patient has a minimum of 100 pesos in hand. Child labor laws are ignored. Youngsters of 12 can be seen working in plants and factories all over Chile. And though they work full shifts, they get half the pay of their adult co-workers. Prostitution has made a big comeback, and those forced into plying this trade because of mass unemployment are mere juveniles, some as young as 14 years of age. With the overthrow of the Allende regime, Señora K says, not only were our wonderful social programs destroyed, but women had all doors slammed in their faces. We were told to get back to our houses or to our hovels and to stay there. The women are now shut out completely, except for those who continue to resist the Pinochet dictatorship. But that's another story. Señora K's husband was imprisoned in April 1974. Because of pressure from international church organizations, he was released soon afterward. He left Chile in May of that year, and Señora K and her 3 children followed him to the United States 2 months later. 8. The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara. One see the sobbing in the coal at Lota and the wrinkled shadow of the beaten-down Chilean pick away at the bitter vein in the core, die, live, be bomb in the petrified cinder bent over, fallen as if the world could arrive like that or leave like that among black dust, among flames, and all that would come out of it would be the cough in winter, the step of a horse in the black water, where a eucalyptus leaf has fallen like a dead knife. Pablo Neruda from Hunger in the South. He died without knowing why they riddled his chest with bullets, struggling for the right to a place to exist on earth. Victor Jara's commemoration of a police massacre in the town of Puerto Montt. Pablo Neruda was Chile's most illustrious man of letters. Victor Jara was Chile's most popular folk singer. Each held the other in high esteem. Neruda's father was a railroad worker. His mother died of tuberculosis early in his childhood, before I could have a memory of her. His father remarried and took the family from 208. 209. The town of Parral, where Neruda was born in 1904, to Temuco, a kind of frontier city in the southernmost part of Chile. There, in a hostile climate, where a cold, needle-sharp rain swept down from the frigid Antarctic for weeks at a time, Neruda received his high school education. There too he found encouragement for his writing, which he began at about age 12, from Gabriela Mistral, then a schoolmistress and later, like Neruda, a Nobel Prize winner for poetry. Neruda went on to the university in Santiago, where he launched his career as a poet. Neruda's name was Neftali Ricardo Reyes Basualto. But when he published his first poem at the age of 15, he signed it Pablo Neruda, a pseudonym which remained with him for life. For some unexplained reason he picked up the new surname from the Czech writer Jan Neruda. Neruda's prolific outpouring of poetry and the singularity of his creativity established him as one of the world's great literary figures. Even in translation his work moved critics to describe it as volcanic, overwhelming, dazzlingly original. Some have called him a surrealist who is never out of touch with reality. The major poet of today. Certainly in the Spanish language he is considered the most important poet of the century. In Latin America writers and poets were sometimes appointed to diplomatic posts once they have achieved recognition, on the theory that these assignments gave them the financial means to continue their creative work. From 1927 to 1932 Neruda lived in Rangoon, Colombo, Singapore, Batavia, and other parts of Asia and Oceania. He was then shifted to Buenos Aires and in 1934 was assigned as consul in Madrid. It was here, when the Franco legions, with the help of Hitler and Mussolini, assaulted the legitimate government of the Spanish Republic, that Neruda became politicized. Neruda did everything possible to help the loyalist forces in his official capacity as consul. But the Chilean government frowned on his activities and he was recalled. However, instead of returning to Santiago, Neruda went to France, where he helped organize a series of fundraising campaigns in support of the anti-Franco forces. Despite these frenetic activities, Neruda was able to continue. 210 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara. Writing at his regular pace. However, his approach to poetry changed. He never abandoned his awe of nature and his involvement with verbal imagery, but he did move away from some of the romanticism and surrealism which characterized his famous earlier works, such as 20 Poems of Love and A Song of Despair. As the poet Luis Mungio has written, Neruda now sought above all things to communicate, to abandon whatever might tax the understanding of his reader. Neruda's wish is to understand and to be understood by all. In The Grapes and the Wind, Neruda openly committed himself to this purpose. I don't write to be imprisoned by other books or the lilies' incarnate apprentices, but for simple sojourners whose need is the moon and the water, the immutable bases of order, bread, wine, and schoolhouses, guitars and the tools of their trade. When all's known and each is made equal, one write I write with your life and my own. There were those who predicted that once a poet takes a political stand, his work will deteriorate, become hard-bitten and lose its lyricism. Others, however, such as the American poet Robert Bly, felt that this did not apply to Neruda. In his view, Neruda has written great poetry at all times of his life. One of Neruda's greatest epics, Canto General, a sort of poetic, geopolitical celebration of Latin America, consisting of 250 separate poems in 15 cycles, was written as he escaped from his native land in 1948 following his denunciation of the reactionary regime of President González Videla. Referring to this work when citing Neruda for the Nobel Prize, the Congress of Swedish Academicians said it was poetry that, with the action of elemental force, brings alive a continent's destiny and dreams. Jara's beginnings were even more humble than Neruda's. Jara. Pablo Neruda receiving the Nobel Prize for Literature from the King of Sweden. Born in 1938, was a survivor of crushing poverty. What meager earnings his father was able to eke out, first as a plowman in the countryside and then as a day laborer in Santiago, he spent on alcoholic sprees to drown his despair. It was his mother, an unusually vital person, who kept the family afloat. And when she died as Jared turned 13, the family quickly fell apart. Despite the succession of harrowing experiences throughout his adolescence, he not only managed to stay alive but to develop a warm sensitivity and empathy for people in despair. He could have become embittered and brutalized in reaction to the destitution forced upon the have-not sector of Chile's population. His meteoric rise from the lowest rungs of Chilean society represented an affront to Chile's aristocratic elite. In Jara's triumph, Chile's establishment saw a challenge to its claims of superiority and, therefore, to its legitimacy to power. Here was this upstart who began life with a family that shared a one-room hovel with a few pigs, some chickens, and river rats in one of the 212. The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Fara. Miserable poblationese that ringed Santiago, and who later put to ridicule with his sardonic, infectious with some of the most powerful representatives of Chile's landed gentry and its industrial complex. He wrote his own lyrics and music, and, accompanying himself on his guitar, took his strong, brilliant one-man performances to country towns as well as to city concert halls. What is perhaps even more miraculous is that from the time he first savored the romance of the theater, when he was about 20, to the time of his murder, when he was in his middle 30s, Jara had become one of the most successful stage directors, an actor, and above all the rage of Chile and many other Latin American countries as a folk singer and composer. Neither Jara nor Neruda ever forgot his origins. Both had the deepest concern for the plight of Chile's down-and-out sector of the population. Jara's songs again and again bewail the lot of the shantytown dwellers, a lot he shared in his childhood, or that of the copper miners, trapped for life in the barren highlands of the Andes. And Neruda's majestic verses, so frequently focused on the same themes, cascaded down upon the conscience of the nation with the force of landslides unleashed by the ever-present tremors in Chile's mountainous terrain. As he grew older, Neruda became even more conscious of the social and political inequities, whether in Chile or other parts of the world. He perceived his role as that of a partisan in the struggle against reaction. In his poem I Come from the South, he declared, I was bombed to sing these sorrows to expose destructive beasts. I stir up the grief of my people, why I incite the root of their swords, I caress the memory of their heroes, I water their subterranean hopes, for to what purpose my songs, the natural gift of beauty and words, if it does not serve my people to sing and walk with me? 213. Their concern for Chile's poor, and for the whole nation's well-being, endeared Jara and Neruda to millions of Chileans across the board, whether intellectuals, students, peasants, or laborers. In 1972, when Neruda returned to Chile from France, where he had been Allende's ambassador, an ecstatic crowd of 10,000 admirers showed up at the Santiago Sports Stadium to listen to him read his latest poems. Both Jara and Neruda rallied to Allende's popular unity program. In the election campaign of 1969 and during the tumultuous years of Allende's presidency, the two were tireless in promoting hopes for a better future. Both traveled extensively, making personal appearances in cities, towns, and hamlets to explain in song and poem the significance of Allende's New Deal. In many ways Jara and Neruda were more of a threat to the anti-Allende forces than the oratory of its political opponents or even armed resistors. A speech can rouse hundreds and thousands, it can become central in the national political debate. But with time it becomes an echo. When published, it becomes a document. A machine gun is as good as its supply of bullets. Without ammunition it is useless, dead. But a song that catches fire or a poem that takes wing can stir people indefinitely. Music and verse can become a part of a continuing present. They can be hummed or recited in the privacy of one's home or among friends. And the images they bring to life each time can inspire and reinforce personal dedication. In effect, even posthumously Jara and Neruda were able to reach over the heads of the junta generals and catapult their message of defiance to those chafing under the repression of the Pinochet regime. Naturally, the junta went after Chile's two greatest artists with special ferocity. Jara was seized the second day of the coup and taken to the detention center at the Santiago Sports Stadium. He was immediately singled out by the junta tormentors, who beat him, applied electric shocks, and then broke his hands. Victor's hands were unusual not only because of what they were able to bring out of the guitar, his widow Joan recalls. His hands were unique because of their sensitivity, their expressiveness. The palms were square and wide but his fingers were long and agile. 214 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara. Like those of a Hindu dancer. His hands were soothing and caressing. Our daughters would run to Victor to have his hands make good whatever little injuries they suffered while at play. It is interesting, Joan says, that Jara himself was fascinated by hands, working hands, friendly hands, hands that brought in the harvest, hands that fashioned art objects, hands which laid brick. He devoted several poems to the subject of hands. The same week the junta soldiers assaulted Jara, they also laid siege to the Isla Negra home of Pablo Neruda, near Valparaiso, where the poet did most of his writing. 4 busloads pulled up to the door, and the captain in charge shouted that a search for weapons was underway. Bristling with machine guns and bazookas, some of the men took up positions around the house, while the rest burst inside and ransacked everything in sight. They broke open the wardrobes, they rifled Neruda's desk and writing table, they even suspected a heavy, leather-bound volume of Rimbaud's poems, lifting it off its special stand to see whether it was hiding a secret weapon. And they ordered Neruda out of bed, where he lay gravely ill with cancer of the prostate, so that they could pick through the bedding. For the next day or two every window of the house framed the head of a junta trooper, who, with gun in hand, peered menacingly into the house, including Neruda's bedroom. The poet was fully conscious, and his close friends say that the shock of the coup, the murder of Allende, and the invasion of his house hastened his death. He began to fail rapidly, and 3 days after his house was searched he was taken by ambulance to a Santiago clinic, over 120 miles of mountain roads. Neruda needed medication to ease the pain of the journey, but his doctor was no longer available to give him a prescription. He had been arrested as a pro-Allende suspect. The trip seemed endless. The ambulance was stopped and searched at every junta command post. In the few days that remained of Neruda's life, the Chilean poet drifted between semi-consciousness and spurts of energy during which he tried to read and even to dictate the last paragraphs of his autobiography. Close friends who visited him. 215. Speak of his indomitable will to survive. He was determined to tell the story of Chile's tragedy to the world. Neruda's spirits brightened when he was told that the Mexican embassy had a plane ready to fly him to Mexico City any time he felt able to make the trip. But his condition deteriorated rapidly and he died on September 23, 12 days after the coup. Neruda was spared the humiliation and brutality visited upon Jara and thousands of others, but he too was made to suffer more just before he died. On September 20, his home in Santiago was attacked. Junta police and members of Patria y Libertad smashed to bits everything dear to him and to millions of Chileans. The vandals tore to shreds the books in his fine library and the manuscripts of his yet unpublished works. They broke the water pipes on the second floor, flooding the rooms below, and tried to set the house afire. When the coffin containing Neruda's body was brought home, it stood in the waterlogged living room. Torn pages from his books and manuscripts littered the damp floor and blew about in the desolate courtyard below. Rubbish and little heaps of ashes were everywhere. The windows of the house were broken, the jagged glass protruding like crazed abstractions. The venerable grandfather clock that Neruda had brought home from Switzerland no longer ticked away in its imperious fashion. The looters had eviscerated it and smashed its face. It stood there in the living room empty of life, a mute testimonial that time in Chile had come to a halt. The great room was now barren of everything that had made it an oasis of geniality, as Professor Armando Casagali, a close friend of Neruda's, remembers it. It was difficult to imagine that this room had once been decorated with the myriad art objects that were so dear to Neruda's heart. The striking portrait of his wife, Matilda, painted by Diego Rivera, was gone. Vanished were the wonderful collections of folk art, stuffed animals, and dolls, which Neruda had lovingly assembled on his numerous visits to Guatemala, Spain, Sweden, the Soviet Union, Indonesia, and so many countries of Africa and Asia. This was the room, Casagali says, which in happier times resounded with laughter, with animated discussions on every 216 the agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara. Thing from poetry, literature, and art to the politics of every part of the world. In addition to his dedication to poetry and his keen political awareness, Neruda was intensely interested in a variety of subjects, including the natural sciences and botany. He was blessed with a great sense of humor and enjoyed practical jokes. He loved to talk, but he would not play the prima donna. He listened readily to other people's views and opinions. On the morning of the funeral, this devastated room was the reception area for those who were still free and had the courage to risk their freedom by paying last respects to Neruda. At the far end of the room sat Neruda's wife, Matilda, ashen gray, her eyes filled with tears. She stared silently at the coffin. At her side was Neruda's sister, Laura Reyes, quiet and stunned. Dozens of people made their way inside through the broken door. Ambassadors, students, workers, and a few peasants, who had walked many miles from the country, shuffled past the bier, mumbling words of grief to Señora Neruda and her sister-in-law. All the Chileans in the room had braved the scrutiny of the junta police and photographers outside. Meanwhile, the streets near the house had begun to fill with men and women waiting for the funeral procession to start. They shuffled about in a kind of a macabre charade. Resolved to show their love and admiration for their beloved poet, they were at the same time haunted by fear of the police, who were everywhere. Some were stationed in large army trucks, others were patrolling with submachine guns slung from their shoulders. And of course everybody knew that the DINA plainclothesmen, the Chilean Gestapo, were everywhere. In their attempt to achieve anonymity, some of the mourners stood staring at store window displays as though contemplating a purchase. Others queued up at a bus stop, seemingly awaiting transportation. Many were dressed in their Sunday best, not only to honor Neruda but hoping to look middle class and respectable. The coup had already brought the conservative look into fashion. Long hair was out, crew cuts were in. Casual clothes, especially jeans, made one a leftist suspect. As more and more people crowded the street, military and 217 police cars prowled with greater energy. Occasionally they stopped someone and demanded an identity card. Tension thickened but few people left. Then the coffin was carried out and the procession got underway. Neruda's home is in the foothills of Cerro de San Cristobal, only about 15 blocks from the Santiago Cemetery. Immediately behind the hearse walked Neruda's wife and his sister, escorted by several close friends. Alongside were Joan Jara, Fernando Castillo Velasco, Dean of the Catholic University, Radomiro Tomic, a leader of the Christian Democratic Party, Martinez Corbala, the Mexican ambassador, Harold Edelstam, and several well-known writers and poets. And then, behind them, people in the street began falling in, at first hesitantly, looking over their shoulders to see whether the police would lunge at them. Then more and more people dropped their pretense at window shopping and other disguises. Suddenly, as Casagali describes it, there was a huge, packed mass of mourners like an enormous dark stain spreading across the entire width of the street. There were thousands in the line of the procession. At first this ever-growing multitude marched silently, heads bowed in mourning. Low-hanging, leaden clouds swept overhead as a biting wind buffeted the marchers. Men and women wept openly, grieving for Neruda, for their murdered friends and families, grieving for Chile. Then somebody shouted, "Neruda, we salute you." The cry was picked up by others. This outburst sent shockwaves through the crowd. It began shedding its paralysis of fear, despite the sullen glances of the military. Fortified by the Neruda salute, a few people shouted pro-Allende slogans, and these too were picked up by the marchers. By the time the river of humanity reached the cemetery gates, the procession had become a political demonstration against the junta. Ignoring police orders to disperse, some of the marchers began singing the Internationale while others called out vows to remain true to the memory of Allende and Neruda. As the coffin was lowered into the grave, a young man was lifted on the shoulders of another. He made a brief farewell speech and read a 218 The Agony of Pablo Neruda and the Murder of Victor Jara. Few verses from Neruda's poem Canto General. The police began pushing the mourners out of the cemetery. Once again the awareness of the deadly peril confronting them returned, and so the crowd melted away quickly. When news of Neruda's death was flashed to the world, every major country responded with condolences from its most prominent citizens. Cables to his widow came from Georges Pompidou, then the President of France, from Vargas Llosa, the famous Peruvian writer, from Yevgeny Yevtushenko, the Russian poet, and other literary figures in the Soviet Union, from Gabriel Garcia Marquez, author of the internationally best-selling novel 100 Years of Solitude, from René Nahua, the Director General of UNESCO, and from many other world notables. But in Chile the news of Neruda's death was at first unreported, presumably because of the fear that it might spark violent political reactions. On the day of the funeral, however, the newspapers carried an oddly worded one-paragraph notice. Today marks the end of the third day of mourning for Neftali Ricardo Reyes Basualto, the poet Neruda. The junta was eager to blot out the Neruda legend, especially because of the poet's identification with Allende, and because he was a member of the Communist Party. But how could it disown a man who had brought this little nation of 10 million people into the world's limelight, if only because of the Nobel Prize? Domestically the junta tried to have the Chileans ignore Neruda's death, but, to the rest of the world, it bowed its head in sorrow, as it were. And when news began to leak out about the assaults on Neruda's homes, the junta charged that they were the work of leftist provocateurs hoping to smear the good name of the junta. Such professions of innocence were very much at variance with what foreign correspondents were witnessing. A la Nazi Germany, junta mobs, aided by the military, broke into bookshops and libraries, seized thousands of books which they decided were leftist in character and fed them to the flames. Up in smoke went copies of the works of Neruda, as well as those of such giants as Garcia Lorca, Pio Baroja, Unamuno, Walt Whitman, and John Steinbeck, to mention just a few. Not even Matilda Urrutia, widow of Pablo Neruda, at his funeral with thousands of the poet's admirers. Defying the threat of mass arrests by the junta police, the mourners burst into the singing of the Internationale as they reached the cemetery. 220 The Agony of Pablo Neruda and the Murder of Victor Jara. The writings of such liberal Catholic educators as Ivan Illich were spared. With Jara it was different. There was no need for the junta to shed crocodile tears over Victor Jara for the benefit of world opinion. Some 30 years younger than Neruda, Jara was still unknown to Europe or to the United States. But he was decidedly a thorn in the side of the Chilean establishment. His repertoire was made up of songs to which Chile's shantytown dwellers responded heartily. Jara's songs breathed fire and protest against political and economic injustice because he knew the misery of the poor only too well. Alcoholism, disease, gang warfare, and violent death were the ingredients of his early life. Jara probably escaped delinquency because of his mother, a strong and vivacious woman who saw to it that Victor continued at the parish school even though, long before she died, he was working as a parcel carrier at the public market, where she ran a vegetable stall. He may have owed her his musical talent as well as the will to persevere. Completely self-taught, his mother played the guitar and sang in what her son remembered as a sturdy, appealing voice. She augmented her meager income from the market stall by entertaining at weddings, wakes, and whatever festivities the shanty towns could organize. Victor did not remember singing in his childhood, although he responded to music with warm interest. His mother apparently had no time to teach him any music. It was a neighbor who taught him to play the guitar. After his mother's death, young Victor found temporary shelter with a neighbor's family, but the parish priest prevailed upon the local church authorities to have Victor enrolled in the seminary. He felt that the boy's alertness and interest in studies made him promising material for the clergy. Victor remained in the seminary for most of his high school career, but the strict, confining routines were not in keeping with his temperament. He missed the freedom, such as it was, that he had had as a delivery boy in the vegetable market. He would not bend to the discipline of the seminary. And even though he enjoyed singing. 221. Liturgical music in the seminary choir, it didn't satisfy his need for the strong, direct folk songs he had heard from his mother. When he was about 16, Victor ran away from the seminary, and after floundering at various jobs he signed up for 2 years in the army. It was one of the bleakest periods of his life. His army years were filled with suffocating constraints and with demands for blind obedience to senseless orders. But he gritted his teeth and tried to make the most of it by taking whatever educational courses the army offered. Despite his visceral resistance to army life, his commanding officers gave him high grades for his military performance and urged him to enter officers' training school. Victor, however, breathed a deep sigh of relief when his 2 years were up and he was again free to search for the elusive job that would feed him and at the same time give him a purpose in life. He slept in shanty-town rooming houses and ate irregularly, but somehow he still looked at life with optimistic curiosity. One day he happened to walk by a theater which was advertising a mime performance. Although he had never been to the theater before, the advertisement intrigued him. He had just enough money to buy a top balcony seat. This first exposure to mime opened up a totally new world for Victor Jara. Soon afterward he found himself at the University of Santiago applying for admission to its drama school. He lacked a year of high school to graduate, but he was persuasive enough to be allowed to audition for several roles, and acting talent was one of the requisites for acceptance. The examiners were so impressed with his auditions that they waived the high school diploma requirement and accepted him as a fully matriculated drama student. From then on Jara threw himself into the study of theater technique, and he soon overwhelmed everyone with his innovative, imaginative approach to problems of directing and acting. The drama school provided another turning point in Jara's life. Soon after he enrolled, he met his future wife, Joan Turner, an Englishwoman who had lived in Chile since the middle 50s. Joan was a ballerina who had trained as a dancer since 222 the agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara childhood. After a brief encounter with academia at the University of London, where she considered majoring in history, Joan turned to dance as her profession. She became a member of the Ballet Juice and other ballet companies. On a visit to Chile she was invited to join the Chilean National Ballet as a prima ballerina, and decided to stay. She also became a member of the faculty of the drama department of the University of Santiago where she taught body movement. Jara was one of her students. Joan recalls the early days of her acquaintance with Victor with a warmth and enthusiasm that breaks through her usual reserved manner. A handsome woman, with searching brown eyes and a friendly, animated expression, Joan depicts Victor as a very industrious student, a very talented person. He was intensely interested in every aspect of theater acting, producing, staging, and directing. but it was as a director that Jara first made his mark. In his first year of drama school he and a few other students formed a theater group that began producing plays from both the traditional, classical repertoire and the moderns such as Brecht, as well as some plays by a member of the group, Alejandro Chavkin, who later became an important playwright and is now living in exile in Costa Rica. Their presentations, with Jara as director, were much above the expected level of a student amateur group. By the time Jara was completing his third year at the university, the group had made an impact on professional theatrical circles in Santiago and was sent on a very successful tour to other Latin American countries. Victor took his final examinations in December 1962. A month after graduation he was working at two jobs, as director of a professional theatrical company and as a faculty member at the Technical University, the second largest in Chile, where he was to teach for the rest of his life. At this point, Joan Jara says, Victor considered himself strictly a theater person. It was not until several years later that he began to emerge as a composer and a folk singer, the talents which brought him fame and affection all over Chile. But his interest in folklore had always been with him. His roots, after all, were in the peasantry. 223. One of the things that surprised people when he suddenly catapulted to stardom as a folk singer was the fact that he had never studied music formally. To the very end of his life, according to Joan, Jara was unable to read or write music. When he began composing he would render the melodies by singing and accompanying himself on the guitar. Then he would write the lyrics and have his music scored by a professional arranger. Nevertheless, in only a few years Jara's songs filled some 60 record releases, and at the age of 35 he was the most popular folk singer in Chile. From the start his songs had a captivating melodic richness and a consistent theme: the despair of the poor, the anguish of the hopeless copper miners, the life of Chilean peasants ignored by the absentee landowners busy with their frivolous lives in Paris, Rome, or Buenos Aires. It is almost a miracle, Joan says, that Jara's songs became so popular just at the time the Beatles brought rock music to Chile as to most of the world. She thinks that both of these musical forms had a symbiotic relationship, as people's music / certainly the Chileans found a new pleasure in their heritage of folk music as Jara revitalized it. In a nationwide folk music festival and competition at the Catholic University in Santiago, Jara won first prize, and with that impetus he began to devote more and more time to his compositions and recitals. He spent long hours writing and rewriting his lyrics and polishing the tunes. The songs themselves had great appeal, and people loved to sing them, but he also had what Joan calls a magical touch when he sang them himself. He had the unique gift of communicating with every kind of audience in a very personal, warm manner. In the middle of the song Victor would talk a bit or perhaps tell a joke. Then he would lead the audience back into the song with a specific reference to the particular political issue of the moment. He had extraordinary sensitivity when performing for children. He would involve them in a kind of dialogue that they responded to with surprise and ringing laughter. When he sang before groups of working mothers he would talk and sing about their particular problems. Life with him was fun, Joan says. He enjoyed living and he made people around him enjoy life. 224. The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara. Before the elections of 1969, Jara was one of the many artists in Chile who began traveling around the country to give performances for the Allende campaign. In 1970, when Allende took office, Jara became deeply involved in setting up music and theater groups among trade unions in Santiago and in the countryside. He still taught at the university, but he found time for many new compositions. His music now reflected the optimism of a new era. There was an upbeat rhythm in his lyrics. His records were increasingly popular on radio and he was often seen on TV. But this happy interlude in Chilean political life did not last very long. Within months Allende's opponents began to shatter early hopes for the country's future, and reform projects were hamstrung in parliament and by the judiciary. There was also a nagging suspicion that the military could not be fully depended upon to defend the popular unity government should a crisis take place. Toward the end of the second year of Allende's presidency, it became increasingly obvious that the dynamics for the coup were in the making. The political atmosphere became tinged with the fatalism of a Greek tragedy. Victor Jara kept on composing his songs and singing them, but he, and Joan as well as thousands of other Chileans sensed that Chile was heading for a tragedy. Early on the morning of September 11, Joan remembers, I got up before Victor did and drove the girls to school. Coming back home I switched on the car radio and realized with horror that the coup we had talked about so often was actually upon us. The radio said something about troop movements, and that Valparaiso had been cut off by the Navy. I turned the car around and went back for my children. When we came into the house it must have been about 8 o'clock. I met Victor as he was coming down the stairs. "Well, it looks like this is it," he said in a somber tone, so atypical of his cheerful manner. Both of us went to the living room and rushed to the radio and TV. At first there was no hard news, just a series of bulletins followed by repeated pleas to the citizenry to keep calm, with assurances that Allende was still in La Moneda. This was followed by a news flash in which the Victor Jara, Chile's popular folk singer, serenading his wife and their 2 daughters a few weeks before the coup and his murder. 226 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara. Government asked everybody to report immediately to their places of work and await further instructions there. Victor phoned the university and was told that many of the students were already there and most members of the faculty were expected to arrive shortly. Then Allende began speaking, but I really didn't hear all of the speech. I could scarcely concentrate. You must understand the sort of state we were in. My mind was spinning. A torrent of questions assailed me, but there were no answers. What do we do with the children? My youngest daughter is a diabetic. I knew my place was with the girls, but where were we to go? I also knew that Victor would have to go to the university and take his stand there. I understood that because we had both accepted a program of total commitment and this was a call-up, a mobilization to defend Chile against its enemies. No one was obligated to respond, it was a voluntary dedication in support of a government whose program was to free Chile's people from chronic want and disease. Thus Victor had to take his stand like anyone else. He couldn't just say "I'm going to save my own skin and my family." He wasn't the kind of artist who agitated and got people involved, then took off to a safe hiding place. We had tried to prepare ourselves psychologically for the possibility of a coup. But I don't think anyone would have predicted the ferocity and the horror the junta used against the Chilean people. It was a war with modern technological weaponry against a defenseless people. Victor left the house at about 11 or 11:15 that morning. To avoid the center of the city he took a circuitous route to get to the university, which is at the other side of Santiago. Once there he phoned me and said that so far everything seemed to be all right. He told me he was going to stay there and would phone me later. At about 12:30 or 1 o'clock we heard a tremendous explosion from the direction of Allende's residence, some 8 blocks away from where we lived. This was the first attack by the dive bombers, but apparently they were off target. I learned later that they hit a wing of the hospital in a shanty town near us. In a few minutes they came back and began attacking around Allende's house at Tomás Moro Street. Rocket 227. After rocket came plummeting down with heavy explosions in the wake. I ran to the balcony and saw bombers and helicopters hovering around that part of the city. My youngest daughter, Mandy, who was then 8 years old, was playing with a friend outside the house. I rushed out, brought them upstairs, and shoved them under the table, just as my parents did with me during the Blitz over London. I tried not to panic. I guess there is something British about me. I was trying to preserve an aspect of normality about the whole thing, calm and collected. But it was difficult. Very difficult. With each rocket explosion I felt as if a massive weight had hit me in the stomach. Joan smiled wryly. In spite of all that happened later, I still remember how shocked I was at the revelation of local hostility I got that morning. We lived in a rather well-to-do area, where most of the people were against Allende's reforms. So that when the radio began announcing the mutiny of the generals and admirals who headed the junta, many of our neighbors came out into the streets, shouting anti-Allende slogans and celebrating. When I ran downstairs to fetch Mandy and her friend, a woman who lived in a very handsome house 2 doors away suddenly darted out onto the sidewalk, shouted an insult at me, and at the same time made a vulgar gesture with both arms. In Chile this is considered completely foul and obscene. The act was unbelievably shocking because her usual appearance was so ladylike and genteel. She was always well groomed, hair stylishly dressed, fingernails neatly painted. She had a lot of servants and drove about in an expensive car with a chauffeur. This outburst of hatred was chilling, to say the least. When I got back to our apartment with the girls, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Fear began to envelop me, I felt as if I were smothering. The explosions and the sudden realization that our neighbors were really our enemies sent me into the depths of depression. My apprehensions were soon reinforced when I saw lorries filled with armed men and women who were not in uniform. They were members of the Patria y Libertad organization, breaking into homes of pro-Allende suspects and looting whatever they could lay their hands on. I saw them carrying out a TV set, kitchen appliances, even a child's tricycle, and throwing the 228 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara things into the van while they jeered and laughed at the owners. Were we to be next? I asked myself. Victor's activities were certainly well known. The fear kept mounting. Our TV set suddenly took on the appearance of a milestone on the road to doom, as it kept blurting out the latest bulletins. There was a steady stream of announcements. Allende was dead. The junta claimed full control. A curfew was declared with the warning that until further notice anyone out on the streets after 3 p.m. faced execution on the spot. And where was Victor? At 4:30 that afternoon I breathed a sigh of relief. Victor called. He tried to sound his optimistic self. The conversation was brief. He said it was impossible for anybody to get out of the university because of the curfew. However, he said he hoped to be with us the following morning, when the curfew was due to be lifted. I didn't know that by then the university was surrounded. Those who tried to leave were machine-gunned as they went out the gates. One of the first victims was a news cameraman. I wasn't able to sleep at all that night. Next morning the curfew was relaxed for a few hours, so I started waiting for Victor to come home, and I waited and waited and waited. I had no way of reaching him since the university switchboard no longer responded, it had been smashed to pieces by the junta soldiers. There was nothing on TV or radio about the university. Is he still there? I asked myself. Has he managed to get out? Has he gone into hiding? I kept telephoning friends and acquaintances hoping to get a clue, a suggestion as to what might have happened to Victor and his colleagues. But no one had any information. As the day wore on we became more circumspect in our conversations, word got around that our phones were being tapped. I went outside for a little while to get a feel of the climate around us. There were groups of people talking, laughing, greeting each other with a sense of jubilation. Although I knew very few people in our immediate area, I had always exchanged a good morning with many of them simply because we met at the bakery or the grocery. These people were now avoiding me, turning their backs, or just not taking notice of me. Fortunately I met a friend who lived close by. She too was a member of the 229 Popular Unity Party. She was scared too, especially because she lived alone. So she came over to our house and stayed with us for several days. In the hope of getting some news about Victor we kept the television going all that afternoon. Pinochet and others in the junta clique were on the tube all the time. Warnings against resistance were becoming harsher and ever more threatening. Then about 6 p.m. there was an announcement that the Technical University had been occupied by the military and that a number of extremists had been rounded up. All that day I'd been haunted by the specter of Victor being taken prisoner. But when I heard the 6 o'clock report, the grim reality was staggering. It may sound illogical, but all at once it seemed to take me by surprise, as though I hadn't expected it after all. Once again I was at the phone probing the chances of discovering Victor's whereabouts, with the same unrewarding results. The next day, however, I got a call from someone who had just been released from the stadium where he had seen Victor briefly. He said that Victor wanted me to be calm and stay in the house with our children as much as possible. Further, Victor wanted me to be brave and courageous. The caller added that Victor didn't think he'd be able to get out of the stadium, and then hung up. I was completely confused. I honestly didn't know how to interpret the message. Maybe it was denial of reality or wishful thinking that distorted my understanding of the message. When the person said Victor didn't think he'd be coming out, was it only for the next few days? The fact that he asked me to stay in the house, did it mean that I should be on hand to expect him? I must admit to a certain feeling of guilt that has remained with me through the years. Perhaps I could have saved his life had I been less British in my reserve. Perhaps the moment I heard about Victor I should have rushed down to the British Embassy, created a rumpus, and demanded help to save my husband. After all, I am British. But the idea never occurred to me at that time. Victor was a Chilean national and I scarcely thought of myself in terms of being British. So I flung myself. 230 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara anew at the phone, seeking advice from Chileans who themselves were under the gun, as it were, and looking for a place to hide. The next 2 days were sheer agony. Then on Saturday, in the middle of the night, the idea struck me that my being British might indeed be significant. As soon as it was a reasonable time of day, I dressed in my best clothes and drove off. I knew that the embassy and consulate would be closed, this being Sunday. I went directly to the ambassador's residence. The building was surrounded by police, but when one told them I was British, they let me through into a driveway which led to enormous gates at the main entrance. But the gates were closed. I rang the bell and knocked. Somebody moved and came near the gates. I told him through the grill that I was British and that I needed help and advice. "Please, may I come in?" I asked. The person said, "No, you can't come in, but show me your passport." This I did, and he told me to wait as he disappeared through the door into the building. There was a long pause as I stood like a mendicant waiting for a pittance. Then the man reappeared, and we began our conversation, all the time through the grill of the gate. To begin with, he said an audience with the ambassador was out of the question. So I gave him all the facts and asked what the embassy would do about Victor. "Well," he said, "there is nothing much we can do since he is a Chilean. But perhaps we can make some inquiries through our naval attaché. One think it would be more suitable than doing it via diplomatic channels." I tried to press him for something more definite than making inquiries, but he just held back and maintained that Her Majesty's government could not become embroiled in a Chilean domestic affair. He then apologized for having held our discussion through the bars of a gate. "Our orders are not to open the gates to anybody," he said. "Not even to a British subject?" I asked. "That is correct," he replied, "not even to a British subject." I really didn't care whether I was inside or outside those gates. There was a feeling of abandonment, not even a hand of friendship from my own government. What's the use of arguing? I said to myself. There was nothing more I could do for the moment. On my way home, anxiety about Victor simply overwhelmed me. Part of my mind was filled with what now seem unbearably trivial worries. Was he getting nourishing food? Was his jacket warm enough to shield him from the unseasonable cold weather? And then my mind would suddenly come to a halt, overcome by the awesomeness of the big question: is Victor going to come out alive? Victor was a special case. I knew that. Years before the junta took over, some of the people who were right now rounding up and torturing pro-Allende people had a special grudge against Victor because his songs satirized those who were smug, rich, unconcerned with the plight of the disfranchised. Many of them were indignant when Victor adapted the American song Little Boxes and made a Chileanized version of it, mocking the establishment for its conformism, for its insensitivity and intellectual vapidness. They attacked him in the reactionary press, and they incited people to throw rocks at him even during a church-sponsored concert. But he always shot back with an even more biting array of songs. Now, however, Victor was at the stadium entirely at their mercy and not likely to become repentant regardless of the pressure they would put upon him. I scarcely could have known as I left the ambassador's mansion, that creature comforts were no longer of importance to Victor. As I learned later, the very moment he was seized at the university they battered him over the head, he was hauled to the stadium with blood all over his face. Those who were with him said that he somehow held himself together. That night he lent his jacket to someone who was in even greater distress and agony than he was. And in the 2 days he was at the stadium 232 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara managed to scribble a song of resistance that somehow got around and helped prisoners' morale. Some of his fellow inmates memorized the lyrics and smuggled them out by word of mouth. Joan had a copy of Jara's song, Chile Stadium, in English translation. Chile Stadium. There are 5,000 of us here in this little part of the city. We are 5,000. I wonder how many we are in all in the cities and in the whole country? Here alone are 10,000 hands which plant seeds and make the factories run. How much humanity exposed to hunger, co/d, panic, pain, moral pressures, terror, and insanity. What horror the face of fascism creates. How hard it is to sing when I must sing of horror. Horror which I am living. Horror which I am dying. To see myself among so much horror and so many moments of infinity in which silence and screams are the end of my song. What I see I have never seen. What I have felt and what I feel will give birth to the moment. When I got home from the ambassador's house, the sight of my children calmed me somewhat, but not for long. I, too, had to be calm for their sake, but I was ever more aware that danger was on our doorstep, too. There was a junta military patrol circulating all over the neighborhood. They would descend on a house suspected of harboring a pro-Allende resident, smash open 233 the doors, loot the place, and take the people away for interrogation. So suddenly I and my 13-year-old Manuela got busy burning all the books and posters that had anything to do with Victor's music or Allende's programs. We went through all our personal papers. Some we fed to the fire and some we tried to hide. Luckily, because of the sudden drop in temperature, no one took notice of the smoke billowing out of the fireplace chimney, where so much that was dear to us was turned to ashes. Manuela began to show signs of great concern. She became jittery and apprehensive. She grasped the seriousness of our situation all too well. 2 more days of leaden agony. Then on Tuesday, early in the morning, shortly after the curfew was lifted to allow Santiago people a few hours to purchase groceries and other essentials, there was a knock at the door. I opened it hardly a crack and saw a young man outside. He whispered, "Please trust me. You don't know me, but please trust me because I am a compahero, could I please come in?" When he said compahero, why, that meant he was a supporter of Allende's Popular Unity Party. I let him in, and he told me he worked as a clerical employee at the city morgue. I stared at him. He hesitated a moment and said, "I'm terribly sorry to tell you this, but I believe Victor Jara is dead." He said that his job for the past 3 days had been establishing the identity of the bodies brought in from the concentration camps. He asked me questions about Victor's appearance and finally wanted to know whether the trousers that Victor wore the day he left the house were blue and carried a foreign label. I said yes. "Well," he said, "I'm afraid those details check with the description we got. You have to come with me to identify his body. We must go very quickly because the body has been there almost 3 days, and if it is not claimed right away the authorities will order us to bury it with the others in a common grave. We must not lose any time." The finality of his remarks removed all thought. The man had said hurry and I did precisely that. There was something grotesquely ridiculous in the way I began to race to get ready to get to the morgue, as though I was on my way to save Victor rather than to bury him. I didn't even say goodbye to Mandy and Manuela. But I told the friend who was staying with us not to say. 234 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara anything to them. Just tell them I had to go out. Just say I've gone out to buy something / when we got to the morgue, people were milling around at the entrance. Inside the little lobby there were lists of names posted on the walls, marked male and female, and there was a list of unidentified bodies with brief descriptions. My young compa hero showed his pass and we were allowed to go through a side door and then onto a foyer which led into an enormous room. And there I saw something that defies description. It was like a painting by Hieronymus Bosch, a scene from Marat/Sada. There were mounds of bodies all over the floor, young people and old people, men with their helmets still strapped on, the kind workers use on construction jobs. Some still had their hands tied behind their backs. Some looked as though they had been. For many weeks Chileans congregated at the Santiago morgue searching for the bodies of relatives who had been executed by junta torturers. It is here where Joan identified her husband, Victor Jara. 235. Dragged by their feet over cobblestones. There were a few corpses of young women. And most of the bodies had terrible wounds. Dried blood was everywhere. I wasn't thinking such literary thoughts at the time, but it may have been the closest thing to what Dante conceived of as an inferno. I stood there in the middle of the room unable to move, but I must have uttered a loud gasp. My young companion turned toward me with terror in his eyes. SHH. SHH, we must be careful, you must control yourself, if they find us here they'll throw us out. I know exactly how you feel, but you must not make any sort of demonstration whatsoever. We began sidestepping the corpses as we searched for my husband's body. It was an unbelievably gruesome task as we stopped at each body and examined it closely to make sure. Then, on the second floor, we found Victor. His beautiful hands were broken and swollen. I stood before his body just staring, unbelieving. His face was so discolored and torn up that I could hardly recognize him. The young companero at my side was warning me again that time was running out, that the bureaucratic arrangements had yet to be made. But I continued to stand there, unable to move, unable to say anything. My friend began to push me on and he whispered to some of the morgue employees who were extremely sympathetic. We went back downstairs and he filled out the forms and made arrangements for the removal of the body. This man was taking enormous chances, and he was very brave, but there was one thing he couldn't do for me, and that was to produce our marriage certificate as proof of my right to Victor's body. So while he stayed at the morgue to order a coffin, I had to drive all the way home to get the marriage certificate, and then all the way back. I can't understand how I managed to drive without crashing into things. I was dazed, just doing things like a wind-up doll. As I was going through my papers to find the certificate, I received a phone call from an old friend, probably on the junta's wanted list himself. I whispered to him about Victor and he said he would meet me at the morgue. And sure enough, when I got back, both the friend and the young companero were waiting for me. They helped take Victor downstairs and out the side door. The main 236 The agony of Pablo Neruda and the murder of Victor Jara entrance was jammed with ambulances as more corpses were being brought in and unloaded. About 3 o'clock that afternoon Victor was buried at the far end of the Santiago cemetery. There were only the three of us at the grave. And now I had to go back home and try to tell my children what had happened. It was a bleak day, a fit setting for the tragedy that settled on our little family and on Chile. Only one newspaper reported Victor's death. It carried a one-paragraph item at the bottom of an inside page: Victor Jara, the theater director and folk singer, died the other day. One would have thought Victor had died of a cold, or pneumonia, something like that. The report went on to say that Victor was buried privately, in the presence of his relatives. Very private indeed. The moment the news got around about Victor's death, there was a flood of telephone calls. The British ambassador, the man who couldn't give me an audience when I needed it so badly 3 days before, sent me a note of condolence. All I wanted then was to get my children and myself out of Santiago as soon as possible, but some of our friends persuaded me that the horror should not go unreported. It was important that the story of the putsch should be publicized. Maybe it would help save the many lives that were still in jeopardy. In the next few days a Swedish television group interviewed me in a private home outside Santiago. Then I was interviewed by a correspondent of the London Times, who wrote a detailed account of what happened to Victor. The Swedish TV report and the Times story were given great prominence in Europe, and protests from all over the world poured into Santiago. I suddenly understood that that was what Victor would have wanted me to do. And that is what I have been doing ever since. I am trying to give Mandy and Manuela some stability here in England, as much as Victor and I gave them in Chile. But I spend every moment I can, telling the story of what happened in Chile at rallies and meetings in Europe, Australia, Africa, Canada, and the United States. The girls like England but they feel decidedly Chilean and I expect they'll be going back to Chile when the junta nightmare is over. 9. The resistance movement. An ongoing struggle. February 1975 women begin public protests to demand that the junta disclose the whereabouts of their disappeared sons, daughters, and husbands. July 1980 takeovers of land by shantytown families begin. The demand, living space. Despite police clubs and tear gas, massive protests continue. July 1980 strike at Panal Textile Factory, workers march through center of Santiago protesting low wages and bad working conditions. They then go on hunger strike, denouncing the firing of 500 employees. November 1980 100 Renault cars go up in flames at the International Trade Fair in Santiago. No casualties, action designed to discourage foreign investors planning to do business in Chile. November 1980 Santiago and Valparaiso plunged into 3-hour blackout as bombs knock out power station operations. December 1980 students at University of Chile hold rallies to protest detentions, expulsions, and internal exile of dissidents. January to April 1981 resistance militias carry out 50 bomb incendiary assaults on banks, industrial plants, and exclusive clubs and theaters frequented by junta notables and foreign business representatives. Among these, a hit-and-run bazooka attack on a police station in the nation's capital. 237. 238 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle. March 1981 a petition addressed to Pinochet urging the revocation of most of the repressive features of his new constitution is signed by more than 600 trade union leaders representing nearly 1 million workers. The petition was drafted by a recently organized labor organization known as Coordinadora Nacional Sindical. April 1981 10,000 copper miners paralyze the state-run El Teniente copper mine, second largest in Chile, striking for higher wages and restoration of pensions. September 1981 leaders of all the parties that formed the Allende government, plus MIR, agree at a conference in Mexico City that the only way to restore democracy in Chile is to overthrow the junta. This upsurge in resistance against the junta, most Chileans concede, does not mean that a popular revolt is imminent. It does indicate, however, that many sectors of the Chilean population are desperate enough to shake off their fear and move to confront the junta regardless of threats of imprisonment and torture. The growing unrest is in part a response to the plebiscite of September 1980, in which Pinochet manipulated approval of a new constitution naming himself president and supreme ruler, possibly for life, and legitimizing terror and violence as methods for the enforcement of public compliance with junta edicts. It is also a reaction to a dramatic decline in living standards of most working people and of the lower middle class. Pinochet inaugurated the new constitution on March 11, 1981, at Palacio de la Moneda, which he reopened as the seat of the Chilean government. For millions of Chileans, La Moneda has been hallowed ground. For this was where Allende made his last stand on September 11, 1973, defying the junta bombing from the air and the shelling from the ground, until finally gunned down. It took years to restore the 18th-century palace. The gutted interior had been lavishly redecorated, the 239 shell holes in the massive structure filled by expert masons, and the rifle and machine gun pockmarks have grayed with time. The sight of Pinochet standing at the entrance of this historic edifice as he was being sworn in as the constitutional president was obscenity to many Chileans. Some of the onlookers remembered the old adage that a murderer cannot resist returning to the scene of his crime. And there he was, standing proudly, surrounded by the junta co-conspirators and aides to a flourish of trumpets as if he were the legitimate inheritor of the nation's trust to govern. The newspaper photographs, of course, revealed no hint of unease in the dictator's hard, lusterless eyes. On the contrary, this was a bold Pinochet, savoring his latest triumph in a career marked by continuous upward mobility. Until August 23, 1973, he had been an army general. A day later Allende had appointed him chief of staff. Within 2.5 weeks he had betrayed the president. Now, following the national plebiscite, Pinochet had declared himself head of state, authorized to rule until 1989 as president, with the option to remain at that post until 1997. Chileans called the plebiscite una farsa, and it was a farce, since every citizen of voting age was obliged to cast a vote or face imprisonment. And to make sure there was compliance, each voter was ordered to sign an assigned ballot and put his or her fingerprint beside it, according to Father Stephen DeMott, a Maranol priest recently back from a 5-year assignment in Chile, where he worked with the shantytown people in Santiago. The voting areas bristled with the military, as though Chile were about to go to war. Police and soldiers, armed with machine guns, stood guard inside and outside the polling booths, eyeing each voter as if he or she were about to commit a crime. The votes were counted behind closed doors by junta officials, and to no one's surprise the results overwhelmingly favored Pinochet. He could now reign with the seeming approval of the Chilean people. Revulsion spilled far beyond the frontiers of Chile. In the United States, 40 members of both houses of Congress signed a statement deploring the plebiscite as a transparently fraudulent affront to the Chilean people. The junta, however, claimed that the plebiscite gave it authority to revoke the constitution that was 240. The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle in force until the coup, and replace it with another. The new document strikes down a vast number of social and political advances. It abolishes Social Security and the national health system, restricts education to the well-to-do, gags political expression, and, in effect, legitimizes a perpetual reign of terror against those who challenge the junta. What is especially cynical, Father DeMott points out, is that the Chilean people were forced to approve a so-called constitution that made them renounce their right to a voice in government for 9 years and perhaps longer. It empowers Pinochet to do with their freedom as he chooses. It is one of the most immoral documents ever foisted on a people, Father DeMott maintains. In the presumed transitional phase, it authorizes Pinochet to rule by fiat. It permits his Minister of Interior to arrest anyone and hold a person without charges in any place for up to 20 days, which are usually 20 days of torture. It also allows the banishment of Chileans to remote parts of the country or to exile abroad. During the transitional period, which is to continue until 1989, all political parties are banned and Congress remains closed. Furthermore, Father DeMott says, an individual who by words or actions tends toward philosophies construed to be of a Marxist character will be regarded as a threat to the security of the state. The authoritative Chilean Jesuit publication Mensaje charges that the Constitution is entirely foreign to Chilean historic tradition and institutionalizes a permanent state of violence. With his strengthened constitutional mandate, the Maranol priest believes Pinochet will continue to implement the junta's free market economic policy at the cost of a soaring foreign debt and a deepening pauperization of vast sectors of the Chilean public. This is also the view of a finance consultant employed in Chile by an American investment company. On one of his periodic visits to New York, this consultant, who must be referred to only as K, said that Chile today is a vast experimental laboratory for the testing of the free market theory developed at the University of Chicago. As applied to Chile, this theory proposes that entrepreneurs and manufacturers aim their products at the world market, where the profits are likely to 241 be higher than from sales to Chilean people. According to the Chicago Boys / as the Chicago School of Economists are referred to in Santiago, competition will decide which industries should live or die. This marks a fundamental departure from the economic policies pursued over decades in Chile. Whatever political disagreement in the past as to their implementation, the goal had been to create industries responsive to Chile's consumer needs, not only to profits, and thus free Chile from dependency on the whims of the markets abroad. Chile's junta warmly embraced the free market concept, hailing it as a capitalist revolution. It was to create a two-way street. Chilean industrialists with foreign capital assistance would concentrate on producing and exporting raw and processed materials native to Chile and therefore at a competitive advantage in the world market. For their part, foreign exporters were to be free to unload their goods in Chile with virtually no tariffs to protect domestic industries. The result: many Chilean enterprises were no longer able to hold their own and were wiped out. As it turned out, this policy produced a one-way street, with Chile's earnings from exports far below what it spends on imports. For example, when foreign exporters began to flood Chile with mass-produced clothing from Korea, Hong Kong, and other cheap labor areas, many Chilean manufacturers quickly went out of business. Kay observed that Chile's well-established textile industry all but collapsed and hundreds of the smaller Chilean manufacturers went bankrupt. Thousands of workers found themselves out of jobs, as the factories shut down. Many of these entrepreneurs, however, were able to recoup and do well when they themselves jumped on the bandwagon, went into partnership with foreign firms, and they too began dumping in Chile anything the traffic will bear. There is a steady flow of whiskey and gin, transistor radios, stereos, and other luxury products for this small affluent sector of society and the upper middle class. For the unemployed, of course, Kay points out, these bonanzas have little meaning. Even for those who are fortunate enough to have a job, the average monthly wage of $180 scarcely lets a family make ends meet, considering the fact that the cost of living in the cities is 242. The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle higher than that of Washington or Boston. Ironically, since the domestic textile industry has fallen on troubled times, the battered lower middle class has also become a recipient of imports, but not quite of the chic variety. Father DeMott says that energetic Chilean merchants fly off to Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles to buy up second-hand clothes, even cast-offs destined for conversion to rags, and bring them home to sell at a good profit. All over Chile, he observes, stores have sprung up that specialize in ropa usada americana. For the 5 or 6 most powerful Chilean combines, jettisoning Chilean industries that were going downhill because of foreign competition was of little concern. Not only did they link up with export groups from other countries, but they also joined forces with foreign financial institutions to set up new industries with brighter futures in the world market than those they had discontinued. Mining and the export of molybdenum, iron, and silver have expanded substantially. In the south there has been increased exploitation of forest reserves. The high-quality Chilean lumber and wood products find a receptive market abroad. There has also been a rise in the export of fruits and vegetables, especially to the United States. Offhand, Kay says, it would seem like a logical trade-off, establishment of new industries to replace the old, and therefore a boon to the Chilean economy, benefiting everybody. But has it worked out that way? Kay doesn't think so. Despite the big companies' great expectations once the junta took over, foreign investments have not been massive. To this day investors shy away from long-term commitments. They still have qualms about the stability of the present Chilean regime. And where new industry has been installed, or antiquated manufacturing plants reconditioned, new, cost-efficient, automated, labor-saving machinery has negated the possibility of reabsorbing workers who had been left jobless when foreign competition shut down the factories in which they were employed. The army of the unemployed became even larger when the junta, soon after the coup, decided on a drastic move to reduce the inflation rate, which stood at 500% during the Allende period, to 35%. This was accomplished by using meat cleaver tactics to liquidate such government services as Social Security, pensions, and the comprehensive health system. Thousands of civil service employees and government workers found themselves on the street. Both the junta and financial institutions abroad hailed the emergence of the new speculative ventures and a lowered inflation rate as the Chile miracle. The question of unemployment was ignored. The possibility of relocating labor from one industry to another was not on the junta's agenda either. Its Chicago-trained technocrats are not bothered by the problem of workers who suddenly have to pull up stakes and leave Santiago or Valparaiso on the slim chance of finding totally new types of employment in the cold subarctic forests of southern Chile. When Kay occasionally asks about the social consequences of these developments, the Chicago boys shrug their shoulders as if to say, "That's how the cookie crumbles." In fact, as K's local counterparts surely realize, a cheap labor reservoir is most appealing to foreign and domestic firms. And since many of the top-ranking generals and admirals have become board members of new enterprises, or under-the-table partners, they make sure that anti-union controls will keep wages low. Anti-labor policies became even harsher when the junta began privatizing industrial plants, agricultural estates, banks, and insurance companies that had been nationalized during the Allende period. The junta began selling these enterprises either to former owners or to foreign investors, but with scarcely any regulatory constraints as regards labor relations or monopoly dominance. Commenting on the junta's eagerness to inveigle foreign industrialists to enter Chilean economy, the French newspaper Le Monde published an analytical article in March 1981 that referred to Chile as a country being sold to the highest bidder. Because so many of the older industries were forced to shut 244, the resistance movement, an ongoing struggle down under the pressure of the free market policy, unemployment is now at an all-time high. During the Allende regime, the rate dropped to 3.8% of the workforce. In late 1981, the official unemployment figures stood at 10%, unofficially however, but reliably, they hover at around 20%. According to Le Monde, probably 40% of the farm population is underemployed, not to mention the 130,000 people, 4% of the workforce, reduced to a schedule of minimum employment and who earn $30 a month. As in industry, the newly developed fruit and vegetable enterprises have also introduced elaborate labor-saving devices, reducing the number of farm laborers needed to plant and harvest the crops. There is an ironic twist here. As badly off as Chilean peasants were in the past, they were still able to keep from starving. Farm laborers had access to fruit and vegetables on the ranches where they worked. Now this produce has become part of a lucrative export trade and is no longer available to them. In general, what is left for the local market is of very poor quality. Plowmen and fruit pickers and their families are on the move to join the hard-pressed inhabitants in the urban shanty towns, hoping to find work. Despite the official free market policy which calls for the abandonment of government-sponsored public works projects, the junta could not ignore the vast unemployment crisis, if only to prevent disturbances. It launched what it calls the minimum wage employment program. Jobless workers are given the opportunity to earn $1 a day cleaning streets, or trimming trees and flowers in public parks, and maintaining roadways. But these are not steady jobs. Months may go by with no work whatever. Recently, when the junta cut back on its civil service workforce, many of them skilled or semi-skilled clerks and technicians, a number of the $1 a day workers became their replacements, but with no increase in the daily wage. Critics say that there now exists a semi-serf labor situation in the ongoing construction of the 1,000-kilometer General Pinochet Highway, which is to link the center of Chile with the southernmost city of Punta Arenas. Workers earn the $1 a day wage plus low-quality rations, and are housed in army-like barracks situated. 245. at great distances from towns. Their only contact with their families is through the mails. In today's Chile, the gulf between the very well-to-do and the rapidly declining middle class, let alone the impoverished working class, is widening as never before. Father de Mott estimates that poverty is the harsh reality for 60% of the Chilean people. For the 10% of the population that includes newly made tycoons, foreign financial investors, and the technocratic managerial group, Chile has become a very attractive haven, and some of the good life benefits rub off on the smaller fry, such as technicians, computer programmers, engineers, and the like. Profits and wages for this group are very high. One would never suspect the sharp difference in the living standards between the haves and have-nots when one arrives in Santiago today. The city center bears the imprint of prosperity. Buildings are renovated and freshly painted. Buses recently purchased from various European countries are far more modern than one sees in New York or Chicago. The streets are swept clean and the boutiques rival those of Paris or Rome. The elegant restaurants are jammed. Dinner is served at about 10 p.m., as is usual in Latin America, but diners don't linger in the relaxed manner to which they were accustomed before the coup. For the curfew is still on, it begins soon after midnight. Even though dinner for two will cost $100 at a minimum, people eat and make haste to get back to their homes. The rifle and machine gun fire that interrupts many a night's slumber grimly attests to the fact that the police and the military continue to be jittery. The impression of prosperity in Santiago is further reinforced by a visit to such residential areas as Vitacura and Las Condes with their handsome tree-lined streets and manicured gardens. A big building boom has been underway in Las Condes. Until recently, when signs of recession began to appear, apartments were grabbed up at an average price of $200,000, some still under construction. Rentals are around $3,000 a month. But on the other side of Santiago, in the shanty town of La Hermida, ragged children and beggars besiege. 246 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle. The visitor. 14-year-old girls by the score offer their bodies for a fee that would not buy an entree in a Las Condes restaurant. Mothers with tots in their arms twist and turn in a half-hearted dance as they stretch out their hands for a coin. These poblaciones, why always an eyesore, are now a wasteland jammed with more and more people. Downtown Santiago and Valparaiso seldom see these starving people because the police make sure they are kept away. Chile's poverty is even more evident in the middle-sized towns and in the countryside. The run-down condition of the town of her birth came as a shock to Maria B. on her return from 5 years of exile in Europe. Before the coup, the town's few industrial plants kept most of the workforce employed, so that many of the inhabitants were considered to be living in comfortable economic circumstances. I was startled, therefore, Maria B. says, on seeing the destitution all about me. When I went to the central plaza where the town was celebrating its 400th anniversary, I burst into tears. But I did not cry because of nostalgia. I wept because I saw young people, some only 8 or 9 years old, who were emaciated, gaunt and worn out. Malnutrition was written all over their faces. Most of them were barefoot and their clothes were threadbare. But what made it all especially grotesque was the sight of youngsters trying to keep in step to the blare of rock music amplified by 10 enormous speakers. They didn't seem to be dancing, they were shuffling along in a zombie-like state. From time to time, a boy would dart out to pick up a half-dead cigarette butt. Maria B. subsequently learned how much the children of the Chilean poor are being deprived of what previously were considered to be their rights. Though some of the elementary schools are still tuition-free, the very poor children are barred from entry simply because they have no shoes, a school requirement for neat appearance. Other children may be denied admission because their dresses or suits have too many patches. Yet others, whose parents cannot afford to provide competent 247 medical care, may not go to school because of untreated scalp infections. Despite growing unemployment, the crushing housing crisis in poor neighborhoods, and mounting evidence of disquiet among the population, the Pinochet junta appears convinced that the country will remain docile, that the people have neither the nerve nor the muscle to move against the continuing terror. At the same time, the present junta strategy is designed to delude the world into thinking that a new day has dawned in Chile, that anti-junta suspects are no longer killed, or at least not on as massive a scale as during the coup and the 7 years thereafter. Nowadays, according to an official of the Chilean Commission for Human Rights, prisoners still go through the usual torture routines established by the junta, that is, being beaten, having excrement stuffed into their mouths and being forced to swallow it, having their genitalia shocked with electrodes, being compelled to watch their wives and daughters raped by junta guards. But outright killing of prisoners is avoided, the commission representative said. As a matter of fact, at the onset of serious physical distress, when the individual is near death because the heart can sustain no more electrical assault, or when convulsions set in, the victim is rushed to one of several clinics set up for emergency care. The aim is survival until a natural death at home can be certified. These clinics are under control of the Chilean Secret Police, formerly DINA and now CNI, Central Nacional de Informaciones. Chile's human rights activists are quick to point out that this development is not to be interpreted as a moderation trend by the Pinochet regime, as some officials in the Reagan administration. 248 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle, recently indicated. It has all to do with foreign loans and business. Chilean political prisoners who don't survive are bad publicity for international trade relations. For years Chile has been a pariah in the international community because of its atrocities. Year after year the majority of the member nations of the United Nations Human Rights Commission have voted to denounce the junta dictatorship's treatment of the Chilean people. Kidnapping, torture, and murder, with bodies floating down a river or prominently displayed on roadsides or in city parks to intimidate the public, were difficult to explain as methods to enforce law and order. Some foreign governments and multinational companies eager to do business with Chile simply looked the other way. But other countries, Italy, England, whose citizens were especially outraged by the junta's excesses, were slow to resume trade. The new terror strategy was designed largely to accommodate potential business partners. For the past 3 years or so it has followed substantially the same grisly pattern. When a person is carried off by the Chilean police for interrogation, there is first a thorough physical examination as though in preparation for surgery. It includes blood and urine tests for such diseases as diabetes, hypertension, and heart irregularities. It is all very. Jean Kirkpatrick, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, following a visit to Chile in mid-September 1981, was reported by the Washington Post to have publicly praised the politics of General Pinochet. She said that the United States intended to normalize completely its relations with Chile in order to work together in a pleasant way, and declined comment when asked about Chile's human rights record. But within 48 hours of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's departure, the New York Times reported, plainclothes agents stormed into the home of Jaime Castillo, a 67-year-old Christian Democrat and former Minister of Justice. He was beaten, dragged into a car and, along with 3 other opposition leaders, dumped on the Argentine frontier. Among other things, Castillo is president of the Chilean Human Rights Commission. The Pinochet government accused the 4 of supporting a Marxist labor union movement by signing a petition protesting the imprisonment of 2 officers of an outlawed labor organization. Castillo also represented the family of Orlando Letelier in a legal appeal for redress. Letelier, together with an American aide, Ronnie Moffett, were assassinated in September 1976, in the center of Washington by junta secret police agents. With Castillo out of Chile, the junta military court rejected his appeal, thus closing the case. 249. A Chilean Human Rights Commission representative explains, the physician in charge decides the maximum of shock or other torment that the victim's body will tolerate. A young prisoner in good physical condition will, of course, receive much stronger electrical charges than a man or woman who is older or has heart trouble. Rubber truncheons rather than wooden clubs are used for beatings, so there will be no visible bruises, such as black and blue marks. When a person is finally released, there is no physical evidence of abuse. Later, of course, a number of these individuals will die or be disabled from irreversible kidney damage or heart injuries. By then, however, he or she will have been at liberty for some time. Survivors say that questioning under torture generally begins with a demand for information about the individual's family, such as the name of the wife or husband, names and ages of the children, of parents and brothers and sisters, and where all of. A poster campaign with headshots of some of the disappeared, calling on the world to force Pinochet to disclose their whereabouts, or if they are still alive. Will these Chileans ever see their 250? The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle. These work or go to school. The inquisitors then tell the prisoner to name all friends, with short biographical sketches. This information is collected in the junta's data bank. Those named may not be junta opponents, but by association with the arrested person they become suspect and are added onto the master list of those to be watched or immediately detained for questioning. Information gathered by the Vicariate of Solidarity from victims who were released because of public outcry reveals that most of those detained held up astonishingly well under physical assault when resisting pressure to become informers. Psychological terror, it is said, is what eventually breaks people down. And once a person's resistance falters, the next step is a most barbaric attempt at mind and behavior modification. The prisoner is bullied into humiliating revelations about his or her life and is forced to undergo such degrading experiences as eating excrement. L.N., a nationally famous photographer, winner of numerous awards, was arrested on suspicion of being a leftist. Despite many sessions of torture, he continued to resist disclosing any information that could damage friends. His inquisitioners then brought his wife and daughters to the torture chamber, told him they would rape them in his presence, and began tearing their clothes off. At this point, L.N. gave up and to the accompaniment of additional beatings, named names. Set free, though a broken man, L.N. was nevertheless possessed with a mission. He walked into the vicariate shortly after his release and begged the priests there to let all his friends and acquaintances know that he had become a collaborator, that he must be shunned as a dangerous informer. Father Demott recalls a police kidnapping in January 1981, when a young Chilean friend stepped off a city bus in Santiago. A quiet, almost bashful college student active in parish programs, Demott says, he was forced into a waiting white van and taken to an unknown location. There in the cellar of a building he was stripped and tortured with electric shock. Yet he was considered lucky, Demott says, because he was tortured for only 24 hours. When released he was warned to 251. Stay away from the priests who work among the shanty town inhabitants. The junta's new methods of camouflage terror are apparently acceptable to many international banks and multinational corporations doing business in Chile, whose home offices are in the United States, West Germany, Japan, and Holland among others. They make much of the fact that the junta now allows the Chilean Human Rights Commission to intercede for a number of those arrested by the secret police. And it is true that this group has finally been allowed to exist publicly because of pressure from such world organizations as the United Nations Human Rights Commission, Amnesty International, and the International League for Human Rights. The commission is led by prominent artists, writers, physicians, lawyers, and even ministers from the Eduardo Frei Christian Democratic administration of the 1960s. The commission gathers testimony from those who have been arrested and tortured and sends it to the Department of the Interior requesting investigation of the complaints. This is done formally, with pertinent documentation accompanying the request. But, a commission member says, nothing really happens, commission correspondence is totally ignored. Moreover, since copies of this testimony eventually reach the United Nations, which almost every year adopts resolutions denouncing the junta, the dictatorship has frequently charged the commission with unpatriotically abetting vilification of the nation. Though limited in its influence on the Pinochet regime, and in spite of its members' own perilous situation, the commission goes on trying to mobilize local and international opinion on behalf of those arrested and for the relatives protesting the disappearance of husbands or daughters or sons. From time to time it becomes an organizing force for community involvement. Relatives and friends of the victims are notified, and they in turn alert their friends, to join in a protest hunger strike at a church or some similar demonstration. This often brings on mass arrests, but if the incident is conspicuous enough to be covered by the foreign press, the commission members hope the police will be relatively restrained. Human rights representatives from 252 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle abroad, regard the activities of the Chilean Commission as heroic, since its officers or staff can be made to disappear or be exiled at any time. Notwithstanding the possibility that it could be outlawed at any moment, the Commission takes on greater importance as the vicariate's future becomes uncertain. Under the leadership of Cardinal Raúl Silva, the Catholic Church has done extraordinary work in helping victims of the junta. But the Cardinal is about to retire because of age, and no one knows whether the vicariate will continue to be as decisive or as involved under new leadership. Despite the continuing terror and the oppressive atmosphere that hangs over the land, for the past 3 years there appears to have been a shift in mood among various sectors of the Chilean population. Open collisions with the junta regime are on the rise. The first skirmish came in 1975 when a group of wives and mothers began to protest the disappearance and murder of husbands, sons, or daughters. Now this refractory trend is felt in the congested slums of the cities among workers demanding higher wages, and among students on the college campuses. Father Demott speaks of the women protesters as the conscience of Chile. Somehow, he says, they seem to lose all sense of fear as they besiege top government officials, demanding to know what has happened to their kin. They are doing exactly what everybody else tells them they cannot do, and they manage to get directly to the generals. In one instance, he recalls, a woman rushed out toward Pinochet himself, as he was passing by with his personal guard around him. She was screaming, "Tell me what has happened to my husband." From time to time these women are arrested, beaten, and jailed for several days, but then released because of strong support from the church and world protest. Señora Filma Canales, whose son, a university student, disappeared May 26, 1976, in Santiago, recalls that first day of women's protests. About 150 women began a sit-down on the steps of Plaza Bulnes, facing La Moneda, Señora Canales writes in Marinol. The crowd was drawn by curiosity, she says. Each woman had at least one photograph pinned on her breast. Several had 2, 3, and even 5. A woman with snapshots of her 4 sons and husband who have disappeared. Together with hundreds of other relatives demanding to know the fate of their loved ones, women have become increasingly defiant of the Pinochet dictatorship as they organize protest demonstrations in the streets. 254 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle, were taken to jail the first of many times because public demonstrations are forbidden by the military regime. She remembers how at the beginning, in 1973, not one of these protesting women, now organized in the Association of Relatives of Disappeared Prisoners, could believe the stories about the security agents' sadism. But then, she says, the horror of this madness began to take form. Remember the SS guards who tortured daily and kissed their children in the evening, we asked each other. Is this really happening to us? With the help of friends and the church vicariate, the women began to organize to find our family members, to fight for their lives or to demand the truth of their destiny to our last breath. Helped by church lawyers, they besieged officials at local army headquarters, political prisoner camps, the police, and the Red Cross. They showed photographs of their relatives and gave detailed descriptions, but the authorities denied knowing anything about them. Señora Canales writes, Chilean justice has acted as an accomplice in this cruel social drama. In December 1977, after a tip from a former Chilean Secret Service agent, Auxiliary Bishop Enrique Alvear of Santiago found 16 bodies in a limekiln in an abandoned mine in Lonquín, a small town near Santiago. They were identified as those of missing political prisoners. Indignation swept across the country. More than 1,000 persons gathered in a Santiago church for the funeral mass. But, Senora Canales says, the authorities refused to deliver the bodies as promised and ordered a secret burial. Cardinal Silva deplored the lack of respect for the relatives. The women are not discouraged, she declares. Our struggle continues as a testimony of courage and hope. My companions believe that there are deep human feelings in the hearts of their fellow citizens, waiting for the proper time to burst forth. Father Damat says that these women are becoming ever more militant in their protests. Several times they have chained themselves to the gates of government buildings chanting, "Tell us where our husbands, daughters, and sons are buried, so we can place flowers on their graves." One of their most dramatic actions was a 17-day hunger strike in 1979 in a dozen churches, all over Chile. The strike ended when junta authorities promised church officials representing the women that the whereabouts of the disappeared would be disclosed. But these promises were broken once the strike was over. Other explosions of discontent occur in the shanty towns. Since the junta takeover, construction of low-income housing has come to a virtual halt, and overcrowding in these slums has to be seen to be believed. A recent survey by a Chilean housing research group estimated that within 18 years, or at about the turn of the century, nearly 40% of Chilean families will be homeless. A one-family shack is already home to 3 families. An unemployed grandfather and his wife join their son and his family. Soon thereafter the married grandchildren with their offspring arrive to share the cramped quarters. All this, Father Damat says, adds enormously to the common stress of 256 the resistance movement, an ongoing struggle poverty. I remember one woman, he says, who was living in terrible circumstances in a little cabin. As I walked in I saw her sitting on her bed with her child. There was no electricity, no water, and one candle to illuminate the misery. I obviously showed my concern as I walked in, and before I could say anything, she told me, "Well, at least all this is mine, a place I can call my own / with no space, with a continuous din from infants, children, and young people. The poor suffer from what they call enfermedades de nervios." At times the situation becomes so desperate that the pobladores throw caution to the winds and organize a squatter move to seize vacant land. In the summer of 1980, about 1,200 families with children made such an attempt near La Bandera's shantytown. When the police ordered them to disperse, they took shelter on the grounds of an adjacent church, which protected them from the police attack. There the squatter families put up a tent settlement, 15 to 20 people to each tent. They raised the Chilean flag and set their own round-the-clock guard to make sure no one entered without permission, while an enormous police force, heavily armed, surrounded the entire area. Church groups and human rights organizations supplied them with food, clothes, and even medicine, in spite of all police obstacles. The families remained in this tent city throughout the long, bitter cold winter. Their self-discipline astonished everybody. There was a sense of integrity and responsibility among the leaders, and a high level of social consciousness, said a Chilean doctor who made rounds there. By spring the health situation deteriorated seriously. Most inhabitants of this tent city were infested with lice and fleas, and there were outbreaks of typhus. Ignoring the danger that the disease would spread to neighboring communities, the government stood fast in refusing to provide any public health aid. Most of the encampment has since broken up because of disease and malnutrition. Its occupants drifted in various directions, looking for living space in other shanty towns. There have been a number of other squatter attempts in Santiago and in other cities. In some the police have routed the 257 squatters with clubs and tear gas. There have been many arrests and the squatters' leaders have been arrested and charged with threatening the security of the state. But these people won't let up. Recently they tried to call international attention to their plight by holding sit-ins in a number of embassies. At the Swedish embassy some 500 homeless poor staged a 40-day hunger strike. They were finally forced out by the police. But other groups occupied the French embassy, and then the regional United Nations office. In addition to the housing crisis, Chile's poor and unemployed are suffering from severe malnutrition. According to Solidaridad, published by the Church's Vicariate, there has been a 10% drop in availability of basic foods for the poor. Because the country has to import wheat, the price of bread, mainstay of the impoverished, has jumped to 50 cents a pound. Prices have also risen for milk, flour, onions, tea, and potatoes. In the shanty towns, more and more people are seen queuing up at soup kitchens organized by church groups. The unemployed are trying to survive by shining shoes, producing handcrafted shoes, or driving taxi cabs. Since there are no restrictions on cab permits, the streets are filled with taxis, most of which have only occasional passengers. But what is especially surprising, Solidaridad says, is that middle-class families have also been hit by malnutrition. More than half the population of Greater Santiago is unable to develop normally either physically or mentally as a result of improper nourishment. Unemployment, malnutrition, and the housing crisis have impelled labor to try to recover from the shock of junta repression and to press for better conditions. From the summer of 1979 to the summer of 1980 there were at least 70 strikes in Chile. With the new Pinochet constitution, workers are permitted to go on strike, but employers are guaranteed that it is they who will win. The new laws declare that strikes are allowed to run for 60 days. Should there be no settlement within that period, the strikers must return to work regardless, or face a lockout. Also, every time there is a renegotiation of a contract, the conditions decided upon in previous agreements have to be negotiated anew. In sense that the odds are stacked against 258 the resistance movement, an ongoing struggle. Them workers go on strike anyway, if only to mount a political challenge. These disturbances are not confined to the cities. In the central zone of Chile, peasants are also trying to organize, despite brutal suppression by the constabulary. They are tortured, jailed, and fired from their jobs. But their defiance resounds throughout the country. One of the first big strikes came in December 1980 at the Panal textile plant, just outside of Santiago, when 1,000 workers walked off their jobs demanding wage increases and reinstatement of social security benefits. They marched through downtown Santiago to enlist public sympathy, an action unheard of in the junta's Chile. As expected, the strike failed, and 500 employees were fired. The workers knew that Panal was likely to shut down in any event because of the textile industry's demise, and they really had little to lose economically. It is true that their jobs might have lasted longer, but they balanced that possibility against the need to have their strike take on a political character, to demonstrate the urgency for workers to band together and fight against the anti-labor laws. An even more impressive strike, certainly in terms of numbers, was that of 10,000 copper miners. For many decades copper has been and continues to be Chile's principal export. Copper miners are generally considered the aristocracy of the workforce because of their highly specialized training and expertise, and because they are the best paid. Immediately before and after the coup, some of the more conservative blue-collar leaders of the copper mining union were against Allende, and a number of them remain close to the junta to this day. When the strike broke out early in 1981 in El Teniente copper mine, the second largest in Chile, it took on special significance because some of the pro-junta leaders found themselves in confrontation with a management which, in fact, was the junta itself. The copper mines have been under government control since their nationalization during the Allende regime. The workers' chief demand was for a 27% rise in salary to keep up with the cost of living. They also insisted on the reinstatement of benefits they had enjoyed before the coup, such as pensions and social security. The strike went on for 58 days. All management agreed to was a 2% wage increase. 259. Perhaps the most significant display of resistance to the junta, since its 1973 coup, was the recent labor proclamation demanding that Pinochet revoke just about every major feature of his new constitution. In a petition sent to the dictator president on June 18, 1981, a newly organized trade union alliance, the Coordinadora Nacional Sindical, representing 1 million workers, called for the reinstatement of full trade union rights, large increases in minimum wages, a return to democracy, freedom for political prisoners, abandonment of free market policies, government support for public housing, and an end to violation of human rights. The petition was drawn up at a national conference in November 1980 in Punta de Trilxa, in which 600 delegates from 267 labor organizations agreed on the need to struggle for the creation of a coalition to confront the power of the regime that tries to ignore social demands. Even though the CNS was not given government authorization, its petition represented the views of 1 million workers. It boldly declared that it would continue to fight to reconquer liberty and to sweep aside oppression, misery, and injustice. And it demanded a speedy response from the government. And indeed, the junta did respond quickly. 3 weeks after the petition was made public, 10 of the coordinators' leaders were arrested. 8 were released on bail. 2 who remain in jail are the top officers of the organization, Alamiro Guzman and Manuel Bustos. If convicted, each of the group would face 541 days imprisonment. The coordinator case has brought public protest not only from trade unionists but also from such notables as former President Eduardo Frei, Matilda Neruda, and Radomiro Tomic, the former presidential nominee of the Christian Democratic Party, and many others, who formed a solidarity committee in support of those detained, and who still remain in Chile. Anti-junta activity is also found on the university campuses, despite the merciless crackdowns on students and professors. Many have been imprisoned and tortured, and a large number have been executed. With deans and rectors having been replaced by generals, persecution of suspected dissidents is never at a standstill. Since the 1973 coup, 18,000 students and faculty, 260 the resistance movement, an ongoing struggle, have been expelled from Chile's 8 universities, whose total enrollment is about 135,000, according to estimates cited by Science, a publication of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Under the new constitution, Science reports, there is going to be a sweeping reconstruction of higher education. The basic aim, critics say, is to end the university's role as a source of social criticism and political opposition once and for all. As of January 1981, Chilean universities were ordered to begin dismantling their departments of philosophy, social and political science, humanities, and the arts, areas in which discussion of political views were likely to develop. The new law categorically declares that the university is not permitted to foment actions or conduct incompatible with public order or to propagate directly or indirectly partisan political tendencies. The universities are scheduled to eliminate about 23 subjects from the curricula and to offer degrees only in such fields as business management, computer programming, engineering, medicine, and dentistry. A Chilean educator comments that Pinochet is converting the universities into vocational training institutions designed to conform with the new free market policies. Graduates are expected to dedicate themselves to streamlining Chilean business operations to the exclusion of other national concerns. Already the effects of this policy have been profound. Science says that virtually no organized study in the social sciences is available today in Chile. Research in the natural sciences has also suffered severely because of funding restrictions and the departure of some of Chile's best-known scientists. The junta has also decreed new laws designed to make the universities self-sufficient financially by raising tuition fees. Thus Pinochet is making sure that what remains of higher education will be available only to children of the wealthy military-industrial power group. Not even the middle class will be able to send their children to college because of the inflated tuition fees. It is clear that the law tries to put an end to what is considered a risk to the state. A leading Chilean physicist, who now works in Texas, told Science. The university had a tradition. 261. Of free and creative thinking. All of that has a connotation of political subversion to the people in power. That is why all humanistic programs are most directly under attack. The Chilean scientist went on to say that because of its reduction in enrollments and increase in cost, the university law goes to the heart of Chilean life, especially for the middle class. One of the traditions of the middle-class family was to have at least one child in the university. It was possible because the university was free. The new law, he adds, will be closing one more road open to the middle class. The policy is to increase the gap between the rich and the poor. Chileans fear that this trend represents a conscious effort by the junta to perpetuate a small elite group that, together with the military, will decide on the nation's policies. The smell of fascism is strong, they say. There is evidence for this in statements by industrial executives associated with the junta. In March 1981, a correspondent for Le Monde quoted an eminent lawyer who worked on the first draft of the new constitution, as saying, "As long as there are physically and mentally defective people in this country, there is no question of freedom. The new generation will have to be composed of Chileans emotionally and physically suited to take part in politics. I'm not afraid to say the elites must lead." The Le Monde writer adds, the groundswell of conservatism which in recent years has swamped several Western democracies, most recently the United States, gives such pro-junta exponents hope that Chile will be less and less misunderstood abroad. But opponents of the junta who firmly cling to the hope that Chile will rid itself of the dictatorship eventually, make every effort to have their children continue with school regardless of the sacrifices. They reject the possibility that it is the privileged who will hold the key to education and to Chile's culture. Despite the fact that so many workers, and those of the lower middle class, will have to tighten their belts yet another notch or two to meet the excessive rise in tuition fees, they are determined that their children remain in the high schools and colleges. Their sons and daughters are made to feel that it is a matter of true Chilean honor and political resolve to continue with. 262 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle schooling and to stand out scholastically. Many youths, frequently with no money for car fare or for lunch, will walk miles to get to their classes. Maria B. says, it is not at all unusual to see students from workers' families go without food all day, and yet carry on with their studies. Paradoxically enough, however, many of these same students will take part in anti-junta activities on their college campuses that might lead to their suspension or expulsion from school. Chileans were not altogether surprised at student reaction to the new university policies. In September 1980, the very month of the plebiscite, several hundred students at the University of Chile risked their lives to defy the junta and hold a memorial meeting for Allende. A few months earlier, students had occupied the French embassy in Santiago to dramatize their protest against repression by university authorities. They asked the French ambassador to convey their protest to UNESCO in Paris. In November 1980, students from all over the city staged a protest in front of the statue of Andrés Bello, a mid-19th century educator best known for his efforts to raise the standards of Chile's universities against the closing of the School of Philosophy at the University of Chile. On that occasion, students in both Valparaiso and Valdivia denounced Pinochet's use of generals as university rectors. In December, students joined workers and shantytown dwellers on the university campus, demanding the return of their exiled countrymen. And later that month, a group of students went on a hunger strike at the cathedral in Santiago to protest the political arrest of Patricio Torres, a fellow student. In January 1981, the French embassy was again occupied, this time by about 20 student hunger strikers protesting the new law eliminating most university curricula. In evaluating the unrelenting vindictiveness of the 1980 Constitution toward labor and political liberty, some optimists hope Pinochet has painted himself into a corner. Before the plebiscite, the conservative wing of the Christian Democratic Party, for example, had counted upon the possibility that the junta would offer it the status of loyal opposition, however limited. It envisioned the emergence of a gradual, somewhat relaxed military-civilian fusion that would eventually lead to the crackdowns on anti-junta suspects by the military throughout Chile are on the rise again as resistance against the Pinochet regime stiffens. Restoration of democracy in Chile. But since the new constitution bans all political parties, even this prospect seems unlikely. Some observers feel that sections of the Christian Democratic Party will eventually split off and move toward a general left position, aligning themselves with the parties that made up Allende's Popular Unity government, whose aim now is to work for the overthrow of the Pinochet dictatorship. The left is also expected to receive support from Chileans who are becoming disillusioned with the dictatorship because of the declining economy. Initially these people may have been indifferent to political repression, but now, after 8 years of unfulfilled promises for better times, and with their standard of living going downhill, they are beginning to question the junta's ways. The left parties, despite the enormous losses they have suffered at the hands of the junta, with thousands of their members either put to death or exiled, are making a clandestine comeback. The communist newspaper El Siglo has resumed. 264 The Resistance Movement, an ongoing struggle publication and circulates through the mail with a false return address on its envelope. Literature from some of the other parties is also getting about through similar means of circulation. Distribution of anti-junta leaflets has become almost commonplace, Maria B. says. These activities take place in the large cities as well as in the provincial towns. Youthful activists seem to derive special delight as they leave their mimeographed messages under windshield wipers or in letter boxes. In the smaller towns one sees, at times, the sidewalks of an entire block covered by circulars in which people are urged to protest about one complaint or another. Maria B. says there has also been a development of so-called lightning demonstrations. Extremely well planned, 50 to 100 people will suddenly gather for a 5-minute demonstration during which they shout such slogans as "Free all political prisoners," or "Somoza is out of Nicaragua, let's get Pinochet out of Chile." The most popular war cry is "Down with the junta dictatorship." According to Maria B., these protesters emerge suddenly as though from the woodwork and just as quickly they will melt away at the first sign of the police. These demonstrations are especially timed to embarrass the dictatorship on the occasion of an important government-sponsored action, such as the plebiscite, when the junta invites the foreign press to follow the proceedings. And since the junta is hopeful of getting favorable press reaction, it will have the police be more restrained when subduing anti-government protesters. Until the plebiscite, the main emphasis of the left parties was on regrouping what remained of their membership while they groped for a definite policy line in dealing with the junta regime. In September 1981, at a conference in Mexico City, the leaders of the parties that made up the Allende coalition, together with MIR, a militant youth organization which has always espoused armed confrontation with the dictatorship, agreed in principle that the only salvation for Chile was the overthrow of the Pinochet government. Buoyed by the widespread discontent and increasing criticism of the plebiscite and of the new Pinochet constitution, the conference participants committed their parties to fight for the 265 reinstatement of human rights for the Chilean people and to rebel against the present tyranny. The conference assigned mixed party groups to study and formulate tactics to destabilize the dictatorship, whether through civil disobedience or through armed action, and to report on their recommendations at the next meeting, which is expected to be convened soon. The conference also called on all Chileans of whatever political orientation to join together to return Chile to an authentic, democratic regime in which all parties, including the Christian Democrats, would take part. The left is pinning its hopes for success on a broad spectrum of support from labor to the economically depressed lower middle class and on forging a unified organization with a carefully planned strategy for action. For his part, Pinochet looks for backing to a highly trained army and aid from his friends abroad, principally the Reagan administration. Just how important a pillar of support Washington is perceived to be by junta adherents was evident at the time of the presidential elections. 4 weeks prior to the election, the Reagan campaign appeared to have become part of the Chilean scene. The radio and television coverage was continuous. It seemed as though Chile was converted into Uncle Sam's 51st state. The Chilean people were made to feel that their destiny, as well as that of Pinochet and the junta, was tied to the outcome at the polls in the United States. Father DeMott recalls that on the night of the election Santiago's leading hotel, the Sheraton San Cristobal, looked like a Reagan campaign headquarters. People in the American community and upper-class Chileans flocked to the hotel to follow the returns on an enormous screen in the ballroom. They kept close watch on the tallies as reported from Washington. And then euphoria, they were beside themselves with joy that evening. Pinochet promptly congratulated Reagan and expressed the hope that the election would mark the beginning of a new era, that the United States would view Chilean issues with greater realism. On the other hand, Maria B. says, many of the workers and the unemployed rightly felt that Reagan's victory would 266 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle strengthened Pinochet's hold on their country. I saw people with anguished faces burst into tears. Reagan's election was a hard blow to all of us. Chileans feel that Pinochet, at a minimum, has won a possible 4-year reprieve. A month after the Reagan inauguration, Washington revoked a ban on the United States government's financing of exports to Chile through the Export-Import Bank, in which the U.S. has the strongest voice because of its largest contribution to it. President Carter had imposed the ban on the bank's aid in 1979 when Chile refused to extradite 3 of its Secret Service agents indicted by a Washington grand jury for their role in the Littleyer assassination in 1976. Explaining the new Reagan policy toward Chile, a State Department spokesman said the United States still hoped the Chilean junta would prosecute those responsible for the assassination of Littleyer and Moffett, but that Washington was no longer an active party to the investigation of the case in Chile. The spokesman added that the United States Navy would once more hold joint exercises with the Chilean Navy in the South Pacific. United States senators and congressmen who had influenced the Carter administration's human rights policies were dismayed. Senator Edward Kennedy said, I strongly object to the administration's decision today to make Exim Bank credits available to Chile, and to permit the Chilean Navy to participate in the Inter-American Naval Exercise. The new administration has made the fight against international terrorism one of its highest priorities, yet it is now associated with a military regime which has not only engaged in repression of its own citizens, but which is responsible for the terrorist assassination of former Foreign Minister Orlando Littleyer and his American associate, Ronnie Moffett, in the streets of Washington. The United States must not condone acts of terrorism anywhere in the world, but the administration has failed its first test in the case of Chile. Senator Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island charged that the ban had been lifted without consultation with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. The Reagan administration was condoning government-sponsored terrorism by Chilean agents in the streets of Washington. Representative Thomas R. Harkin of 261 Iowa declared that the decision to drop sanctions against Chile make a mockery of the Reagan administration campaign against international terrorism. In July 1981, the Reagan administration ordered its delegates at the Inter-American Development Bank to vote in favor of a $161 million loan package to the junta, the largest loan the bank had ever made to Chile. A Treasury Department statement explained that the human rights situation in Chile does not require opposition to such loans, and did not comment on the former administration's policy of refusing such economic aid to countries with a consistent pattern of gross violation of human rights. The Reagan administration, with backing from right-wing congressmen, is pressing for the repeal of the so-called Kennedy Amendment, which prohibits the United States from providing military aid and training, credits and bilateral economic assistance to Chile. This 1977 legislation was unique because of its concern for human rights as a matter of government policy, and was passed overwhelmingly by both houses of Congress. There is no question, Chileans say, that American economic assistance to the Pinochet dictatorship is crucial. But will it work in the long run, they ask, as storm signals of a major Chilean economic slump become more pronounced? Will foreign lending institutions continue to extend loans to the Central Bank of Chile as the country enters a period of recession? Concern about a recession is being discussed with increasing frequency by the Chilean press. Since Chile is so greatly dependent on international finance, which is also finding itself in a global crisis, the question uppermost in everyone's mind is whether a recession will send Chile spinning into a depression, accompanied by a catastrophic decline in growth and by galloping unemployment. The first indication of serious trouble ahead was the collapse of a major sugar refining enterprise, the Compañía Refinería de Azúcar de Vina del Mar early in 1981. Its downfall was tied to speculation in sugar futures. And since it was a vast conglomerate, many of its subsidiaries failed along with it. At least 6 Chilean banks are affected because of their credit extension to CRAV, which was largely controlled by Jorge Ross. 268 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle, a leading Chilean financier, and closely associated with Pinochet politically. Additional symptoms indicate that the overall economy is faltering, the price of copper is tumbling, exports of other Chilean products, including lumber, have waned. To maintain the profit margin, management is taking the traditional approach, either shutting down the operation and dismissing the workforce, or having the employees take a wage cut. The immediate prospect for the Pinochet government is to devalue the Chilean currency, or else draw upon diminishing reserves. If there is devaluation, the country will once again find itself in a battle against rampant inflation, and the Chile miracle will turn into a fiasco. Notwithstanding the Chicago Boys' incantations, even in the so-called miracle period of 1977 to 1980, foreign investments were more promissory than cash in hand. True, Chase Manhattan and other banks provided large-scale credits. And Exxon proclaimed a $1 billion program in the development of the La Disputada de los Condes copper mines. To date, however, it has invested scarcely $100 million. Exxon seems to be typical of other multinational corporations that are holding back on committing themselves to large-scale investments. They too have doubts about the junta's long-term durability. Some economists believe the only way the junta can hope to ride out the storm and preserve its prestige with foreign lending institutions is to send the country into a period of recession. But this policy, they say, could exacerbate doubts among the more traditional rightist industrialists about the military dictatorship's economic expertise. In December 1981, the New York Times and Forbes, a leading financial publication, reported that Los Chicago Boys are under fire. The Times said that the Chilean experiment with free market economics is stumbling, and coming under pressure from unexpected quarters, conservative businessmen and far-right ideologues. These businessmen, according to the Times, who enjoyed benefits of government hands-off policy in the growth years, are now clamoring for government protection, as 269. The Chilean economy is writhing in recession, with production dropping and unemployment soaring. Forbes is similarly pessimistic. The boom seems over, and various political groups are trying to persuade Pinochet to dump the Chicago Boys. The economy has slowed to near zero. Apart from mismanagement of the economy, there's also a strong stench of scandal. Pro-Pinochet industrialists have had a virtual free rein in borrowing money from abroad, especially from the United States, at interest rates of 2% to 4% monthly. Forbes quotes an expert as saying that bankers know that much foreign borrowing has been used to finance acquisitions instead of for productive investment. Big fortunes have been made too fast here. Since 1977, Forbes points out, Chile's foreign debt has been growing 29% a year on average, faster than any other countries in the world. Today, it stands at 50% of the gross national product, $15 billion. During Allende's regime, the foreign debt came to about $3 billion. The beleaguered economy is already producing strains within the junta establishment itself. The so-called blandos, or softs, are industrialists who fear that unemployment and the growing labor unrest could eventually lead to insurrection. Rather than intensify repression, they advocate a softer line, giving junta critics controlled means to ventilate their views, and thus defuse the threat to the regime. On the other hand, the duros, the diehards, are pressing for an ever more brutal approach toward all malcontents. At the present time their view prevails. In the 1977 to 1979 period, the junta atrocities were curbed to some minuscule degree due to White House pressure concerning human rights, and because of Chile's eagerness to attract foreign business. Now, however, renewed amity with Washington permits Pinochet and company to repress opponents with no holds barred. According to the Chilean Human Rights Commission, the Catholic Church in Chile, Amnesty International, and the International League for Human Rights, savage repression is once again on the rise. Monsignor Aurton of Santiago says there is overwhelming evidence that torture exists on a wide 270 the resistance movement, an ongoing struggle scale, and that the problem is becoming worse. The Chilean churchman made the statement in the summer of 1981 to an American medical team which came to Santiago to investigate the arrest and torture of 3 prominent Chilean physicians. The Americans, Dr. Jonathan Fine of Boston and Dr. James S. Koopman of Ann Arbor, Michigan, were sponsored by the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Public Health Association, and 3 other groups involved with health care. When they visited the 3 doctors in jail, they were shocked to discover that their Chilean colleagues had their eyes taped shut during a detention period of 3 weeks and were held in solitary confinement in tiny cells where they could hear the screams of torture victims. Their crimes. Dr. Manuel Almeida, director of the medical program for the Catholic Church in Santiago, had provided documentation of numerous cases of torture to help the church's legal department try to bring torturers to justice. Drs. Pedro Castillo and Patricio Arroyo had treated hunger strikers and political dissidents who had been tortured. In addition to being subjected to physical assault, the 3 physicians were also traumatized by the psychological terror and were especially shaken by accusations of terrorist activities, a bombing, a bank robbery, and the like. When the 2 American doctors got back to the United States, they testified in Congress that in their discussions with American embassy people, as well as with representatives of Chilean human rights and the Catholic Church, there was agreement that violations of human rights had increased in the past 2 years, especially since the NEW Constitution was approved. Dr. Fine said his central aim of the government of Chile is to silence all opposition through intimidation, torture and abuse of human rights. But it looks as if those determined to challenge the junta, regardless of risks, will not be silenced. Sabotage, bombing, and bazooka assaults on police stations are becoming the daily reality. I firmly believe that the resistance against the Pinochet regime is growing, Father Damat says. Just when a revolt strong enough to overturn the regime is going to take place is another 271 matter. Certainly it could not take place right now. He explains that Pinochet has doubled the size of the army since 1973. You see the police at all times in the streets in all the cities. They make their presence felt especially on national holidays or on such sensitive occasions as September 11th, the anniversary of the overthrow of Allende. On May Day you'd think the entire Chilean army was on a war footing. I saw helmeted police and soldiers surrounding the labor meetings. These meetings are allowed to take place from time to time as long as they remain small and do not spill over into the streets. Pinochet feels that such occasions allow the people to let off a bit of steam without threatening the security of the state. But at the meeting at which I was present, the people were so jammed together that they suddenly decided to go outdoors and then paraded down the street. The police quickly intervened. They arrested many of the participants and rounded up dozens of neighborhood people who had taken no part in the march. Anguished and intimidated by the constant threat of the junta violence, many Chileans would just as soon resign themselves to accepting the status quo. And when non-participants are caught in a dragnet after some commando action, they may naturally be resentful of the activists, Father Damat says. When the Renault cars were destroyed at the International Trade Fair in 1980, soldiers and police set up roadblocks in a large area surrounding the fairgrounds, began checking everyone's identification cards, and that night pulled dozens of men and women out of their beds. Many of them were roughed up and some were arrested. But more and more Chileans, Father Damat believes, are taking the opposite view. They seem to hunger for some kind of counteraction against the junta, even at great risk and considerable personal inconvenience. Maria B. recalls the blackout that hit Valparaiso, Santiago, and a number of the provinces following the sabotage of 2 major power stations. Power was restored within 3 hours in the large cities. but in the provinces people went without light, without refrigeration, and without running water for as long as 20 hours. And yet, Maria B. says, they didn't mind these inconveniences. Many people were overjoyed, as though they 272 The resistance movement, an ongoing struggle, had just won a fistful of money in the lottery. The decision to darken much of Chile was prompted by the desire to impress foreign trade representatives at the international fair in Santiago that doing business with the junta was risky, and that the regime's stability was questionable. Among other things, the blackout made Chileans aware that the resistance organizations were making a comeback and were able to mount acts of sabotage on a national scale. Maria B. seemed to relieve the blackout experience when she recounted the story in a suburb of Paris not so long ago. I could sense the excitement in her voice. But I could not see much of it in her facial expression. Large dark glasses hooded her eyes, so as to make her unrecognizable. She feared that disclosure of her identity would lead junta agents abroad to kidnap her. She knew if this happened they would use terror and abuse to try to force her to lead them to those who were directly responsible for the power shutdown. The blackout was scheduled at 8 in the evening. She and several other trusted friends were waiting for the moment of truth in the kitchen of a doctor's home in a well-to-do area of Santiago. As the hour drew near, Maria B. said, we concentrated on the face of a large grandfather clock. The minute hand seemed to creep along very slowly indeed. But then the chimes heralded 8 o'clock p.m. and nothing happened. And yet another minute went by, and nothing happened. Then, just as we were beginning to knit our brows, puzzled at the delay, the lights went out. For us, it was like a gala New Year's celebration. But it was also mixed with great concern for those who had undertaken the awesome responsibility for this heroic act. We held our breaths, wondering whether our friends were still alive and free. As it happened, they were able to get away, and no one was arrested. Activist opponents of the Pinochet regime readily acknowledge that the war to destroy the junta will be a long one. There is much to be done, they say, to develop massive participation in civil disobedience or sabotage to throw the regime into disarray. But they take heart in the belief that the military prowess of the junta is not enough to hold it up indefinitely if people are ready. 273. To take part in the struggle to topple the dictatorship. They cite the revolutions in Iran, Nicaragua, Zimbabwe, and the battles now going on in El Salvador. None of these countries is like the other, they say, and Chile is like none of them. But they all took on a formidable military force and destroyed it or are in the process of doing it, as in El Salvador. And Chile, they believe, will do the same. Chileans in exile are returning as though pulled back by a magnet, to take part in the resistance. Thousands endured torture and the horrors of concentration camps before they were allowed to leave. Many of these people, in Sweden, in France, in Italy, in Spain, or the Eastern European countries, have found warm cooperation and sympathy from their hosts. Some have resumed their professional careers as doctors, engineers, or educators, others work in offices, factories, stores. They keep in close contact with each other, they avidly follow the news from Santiago, and they constantly gather funds to help those still behind bars or more recently imprisoned. Regardless of the creature comforts they now enjoy, in contrast to their hardships in Chile, they find it difficult to think of their jobs and the places they live as other than temporary involvements. Hundreds of these exiles have decided to break with the relative ease of their lives abroad and are going back to join in the fight against the junta. Many cannot do it legally because their passports are stamped with the letter L, the signal to all Chilean consular officials that such passports brand the bearers as permanent exiles, banishing them from Chile forever. So they make their way across the high passes of the Andes from Argentina or Bolivia, or take their chances with false passports, always running the risk of entrapment and a return to the torture chambers and death. But even when successful in getting back, the junta opponents confront many obstacles. To begin with, they have to find work of some kind. And since they are considered hot because of their political past, even their pre-coup friends keep them at arm's length. For many months these returnees lead very isolated lives. Though they had already made initial contact while still abroad with resistance movement representatives, they remain in 274 the resistance movement, an ongoing struggle, a kind of political quarantine. The resistance groups want to make sure that the new arrivals are not under surveillance by the secret police, since any wrong move would threaten the lives of other anti-junta activists. Eventually, of course, these people are welcomed into the fold. However horrendous their risks, and however depressing their isolation at the outset, these people are intent on joining in the combat against the junta. As a professor, whose name cannot be revealed, told me recently, we have a compelling obligation. Our battle must go on. He then quoted from The Dead in the Square by Pablo Neruda.